Summary: Naruto is thrown back in time after being defeated, but this time Naruto gains the powers of the Rinnegan and has knowledge of the future. Now let's begin. In Land of Water, year 128 of the Konoha calendar, on an unnamed island 100 miles from the Land of Water. Deep within a cave, flickering candlelight cast dim, wavering shadows. On a stone bed lay an old man with graying white hair and a face etched with wrinkles. His life was nearing its end. If not for his emerald green eyes and the 3 whisker-like marks on his cheeks, no one would have believed that he was once Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Hokage. His life had been a journey of rising from oppression to glory, only to end in desolation. At the age of 12, he graduated from the Ninja Academy as a genin of Konoha. At 16, he defeated pain and became the hero of Konoha. That same year, he fought in the 4th Great Ninja War, where he and Sasuke Uchiha joined forces to seal Kaguya, bringing peace to the ninja world. However, the calamities of the ninja world did not end with Kaguya's sealing. After that, Kinshiki, Momoshiki, Urashiki, Ishiki, one after another, they ignited new conflicts. In the battle against Ishiki Otsutsuki, Naruto lost Kurama, and Sasuke lost his Rinnegan. With no other choice, they entrusted the future of the ninja world to the next generation, led by Boruto. Boruto did not disappoint. Through countless trials, he grew and surpassed his father at his peak, mastering the power of the Jugen and Momoshiki's Otsutsuki abilities. He resolved numerous crises and ushered in a new era of prosperity for the ninja world. But that prosperity was reduced to ashes with the arrival of Shinjiki Otsutsuki. Shinjiki possessed overwhelming power, far surpassing even Kaguya's. In the decisive battle, the entire ninja world united to resist him, but the outcome was devastating. Friends, his wife, children, comrades, all perished in battle. Their dying cries echoed in Naruto's mind during countless sleepless nights, tormenting his soul. Naruto, our strength? It's useless. Naruto-kun, please live on. Forgive me for not being able to stay by your side. Father, I've done my best. 7th Hokage-sama, please retreat quickly. You are our last hope. In the end, an exhausted Naruto was sent away by the hidden cloud using a secret technique. When he awoke, the enemy had left, leaving behind a scorched and barren land. Naruto knelt and wept until his tears ran dry. He began a life of exile. He wanted to do something, but in his twilight years he was powerless. And so he lived on, aimlessly, until now when his life was about to end. Beside the candle stood an ancient-looking turtle artifact. It was a time-traveling tool of the Otsutsuki clan called Rei, brought by Urashiki and later passed into Naruto's hands. But Rei was broken, could no longer traverse time or even speak. In his lonely old age, Rei had become Naruto's only confidant. Hey, you know what, turtle? My greatest mistake in life was underestimating the power of that clan. Through his battles with the Otsutsuki, Naruto had uncovered a harsh truth. Far beyond the ninja world, in the distant reaches of space, there was a planet called Takamagara, the birthplace of the Otsutsuki clan. On Takamagara, beings far stronger than Kaguya were as common as stars in the sky. Back then, we worked together to seal Kaguya and later defeated Momoshiki. I naively thought that was the extent of their power. I was so foolish to believe that unity alone could overcome those extraterrestrial beings. From the very beginning, we humans were at a disadvantage. The truth is, the Sage of Six Paths path was not entirely correct. Everything Kaguya feared has come true. In the end, we were too short-sighted. Cough, cough, cough. Naruto coughed heavily, his vision growing blurrier. The candlelight flickered, on the verge of extinguishing. Time was running out. At that moment, Rei, dormant for years, suddenly spoke. If you could do it all over again, would you seek revenge against them? Naruto thought it was a hallucination brought on by his impending death and paid it no mind. His gaze was calm, his voice weary. Revenge only breeds a chain of hatred. I wouldn't walk that path. But if I could truly start over, I would do whatever it takes to gain the power to rival those beings. Only then could I truly protect the people most important to me. Rei fell silent for a moment. Whatever it takes. That doesn't sound like something you would say. Naruto's eyes slowly closed, a faint, sorrowful smile on his lips. The naive, idealistic Naruto Uzumaki died the day my home and family were destroyed. Rei was quiet for a long time before saying, perhaps, I can grant your wish. Naruto murmured, you can send me back in time? Rei replied, I can transfer your soul, but it's a one-way trip. You'll never be able to return. Even so, are you willing? Naruto smiled. Why would I want to return to a world where no one is left? Ray said, then extend your hand. With the last of his strength, Naruto reached out with a trembling hand. Whoosh! The final remnants of his chakra were absorbed by Ray. Buzz! The artifact activated. Naruto's soul left his body, flowing back through the river of time. Whoosh! The candlelight extinguished. The Naruto of this timeline closed his eyes forever. Crack! Crack! Cracks spread across Ray's surface, signaling its imminent destruction. I have witnessed countless Naruto Uzumakis across time. If anyone can stop the atrocities of that clan, it is you. Rise again. In a timeline neither too early nor too late, Nagato and Naruto's conversation in the present. Naruto felt his consciousness sinking within a tunnel. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a gray, sealed space. In his hands was a book, Tales of a Gutsy Ninja by Jiraiya. In front of him, within a mechanical walker, sat a frail Nagato, with Konan standing by his side. What was going on? Was this a dream? Naruto pinched his leg hard. The pain jolted him awake. This was no dream. Nagato spoke in a sorrowful tone. Change the protagonist, and it becomes a different story. I am your senior, a fellow disciple of the same master. I once said we should be able to understand each other, although that was originally just a joke. You truly are an extraordinary person. You remind me of my former self. Konan's tone shifted as she sensed something unusual. Nagato, I couldn't trust Jiraiya. No, I couldn't even trust myself, but I have a feeling that the paths we walk will lead to different futures. I will try to believe in you, Naruto Uzumaki. With those words, Nagato withdrew his hands from the viscous bindings and formed a shocking hand seal. Outer path. Samsara of heavenly life technique. Konan gasped. Nagato. You. Nagato declared resolutely, Konan, that's enough. I've made a new choice. A choice I once abandoned. Naruto suddenly snapped back to reality. This is... Konan, thinking Naruto was questioning the jutsu, explained, those who possess the Rinnegan can not only control the 6 paths of pain but are also said to transcend the cycle of life and death. Nagato's ocular power allows him to wield the technique of life and death, the 7th path of pain. Naruto clenched his fists. He realized that the voice he heard before his death was not an illusion but Ray's words. I'm back. I've truly returned. My soul has traveled back to the moment after defeating pain, during my negotiation with Nagato. His heart raced with excitement, his trembling hands unable to find a place to rest. The cover of the book in his hands was soaked with sweat. The Naruto standing here was still Naruto, but his soul was the Naruto from the future. Konan, of course, had no way of knowing this. She watched Nagato with concern. Using this jutsu with his current chakra would soon... No, Konan and Naruto's conversation. Naruto's outrageous words made Konan doubt her ears. Say that again. What do you want to inherit? But Naruto repeated himself firmly. I want to inherit Nagato's Rinnegan. I didn't mishear him after all. Konan's gaze darkened as she reevaluated Naruto. The impression he had left on her was not that of someone who would say such things. Even so, she maintained her composure. Naruto, Nagato entrusted his will to you, but his will does not equate to his eyes. Naruto explained persuasively. Nagato is gone, but the power of the Rinnegan should not be buried with him. Moreover, there are others who covet these eyes. If they fall into the wrong hands, it will bring catastrophic consequences to the ninja world. All things considered, entrusting them to me is the safest option. The person he's referring to is Madara. He knows about Madara. He's not the simple-minded child Nagato and I once knew. Konan's expression turned 3 shades colder. The Rinnegan was awakened by Nagato of Amigakure. His eyes are a treasure of this nation, of this village. Naruto, even if it's your request, I cannot agree. Please don't ask for something so unreasonable. Nagato has already revived the Shinobi of Konoha. I will leave Akatsuki today and will not act against Konoha anymore. Now, I'm taking Nagato and the Deva Paths remains back to Amigakure. I see. Naruto slowly closed his eyes. From the beginning of their conversation, he had been absorbing natural energy. By now, he had gathered enough. ZZZ. Orange pigmentation and toad-like horizontal pupils appeared on his face. Activated. Naruto opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, Sister Konan, you misunderstand. This isn't a request. It's a demand. Swish. In sage mode, Naruto moved with blinding speed, appearing in front of Konan in an instant. With precise control of his strength, he delivered a single punch to her abdomen. Thud. Ugh. Conan's orange eyes widened in shock as her body collapsed, powerless. Naruto withdrew his fist and looked down at the fallen Conan, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Sister Conan." To avoid unnecessary conflict, this was the quickest way. "I'll explain everything to you later." He then turned his gaze toward the direction of Konoha, his eyes filled with an uncontrollable longing. Everything he once lost was just a step away, waiting for him to reclaim it. However, what he planned to do from now on would go against the will of fire that Konoha upheld. Even if he were to explain everything to everyone, would they believe him? That would be far too absurd. Even Naruto himself wouldn't believe it if the roles were reversed. He retracted his gaze and forcibly suppressed the yearning in his heart. "I'm sorry, everyone. I love this village, and I love all of you. That's why, until the time is right, let me bear this burden alone." In Konoha, that day, the villagers of Konoha, waiting at the gates, did not welcome their hero home. The search party sent out by Konoha found only a copy of Tales of a Gutsy Ninja with finger-shaped indentations on its cover, and a Konoha forehead protector engraved with the mark of a rogue ninja, left behind at the location where Nagato had been hiding. At this moment, in Konoha, the 5th Hokage Tsunade had fallen into a deep coma due to overusing her strength of 100 seal chakra. A group of elite jonin, led by Shikaku Nara, convened an emergency meeting. Shikaku began, "Previously, we encountered Naruto on the mountain. He said he would settle things with the enemy and asked us to entrust the negotiations to him." As he spoke, Shikaku glanced at Kakashi, who had been revived and was now staring blankly at the Tales of a Gutsy Ninja brought back by the search team. Retracting his gaze, Shikaku continued, "Afterward, the people who had died in the village were resurrected. This indicates that Naruto's negotiations were undoubtedly successful. However, he suddenly killed Lady Katsuyu's clone and left behind this book and forehead protector. What happened during that time remains a mystery to us." Shikaku paused briefly before continuing, "Based on my analysis, there are two possibilities. First, Naruto was manipulated by some technique of the enemy and acted against his will. Second, Naruto had something else he wanted to discuss with the enemy, and it was something he didn't want us to know about." He hesitated before concluding, "As for the items Naruto left behind, if I set aside my personal feelings, the most straightforward interpretation is that Naruto has abandoned the path of the ninja he inherited from Jiraiya and has resolved to become a rogue ninja of Konoha." Hiss! The jonin present collectively gasped. That Naruto, the Naruto who was unyielding and steadfast in his ninja way, he had betrayed the village? At this moment, Kakashi spoke up. "Naruto is my student. Based on my many years of understanding him, he would never betray the village. I am more inclined to believe that Naruto acted with his own reasons and burdens." He held up the book's cover for everyone to see. Shikaku sighed lightly and said solemnly, "Until we uncover the truth, we cannot jump to conclusions. What is undeniable is that Naruto defeated Pain and Nagato and saved the village. That is an indisputable fact. I propose that we temporarily conceal Naruto's departure from the public and announce that he is resting due to exhaustion from battle." The Hyuga clan agrees. The Yamanaka clan agrees. The Aburame clan has no objections. One by one, the clan leaders voiced their approval. One by one, the clan leaders voiced their approval. Shikaku nodded and said, "However, concealment is not a long-term solution. The ANBU must expand their search efforts and locate Naruto as soon as possible." He continued, "In addition, the village has just experienced a massive calamity. The most important thing now is to stabilize morale. With the 5th Hokage in a coma and Naruto's situation uncertain, the village cannot be without a Hokage. I nominate Hatake Kakashi to become the 6th Hokage." Kakashi placed the book on the table and said seriously, "I'm ready for this responsibility." Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the forest beyond the ruins of Konoha, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu emerged from a tree trunk. White Zetsu said, "I never imagined Pain could be defeated, and that brat Naruto Uzumaki even took Nagato's body. This is insane." Black Zetsu replied, "Go and report this to Toby immediately." Somewhere in the Land of Fire, within the borders of the Land of Fire, in a dark cave, Naruto sat on a stone chair, his left eye wrapped in bandages. Resting his chin on one hand, he gazed at the flickering candlelight, lost in thought. "You're awake." He glanced out of the corner of his eye at Conan, who was tied up in the corner. Conan struggled against the ropes but couldn't break free. Naruto said, "For the sake of a proper conversation, I've tied you up. Additionally, to prevent you from turning into paper and escaping, I've sealed your chakra, His deep tone was completely unlike that of a 16-year-old boy. The stark contrast in his demeanor left Conan with only one conclusion. Naruto Uzumaki, your acting skills are truly remarkable. Both Nagato and I were deceived by you. Naruto responded with a faint, ambiguous smile. Conan demanded, what did you do with Nagato's body? You've already taken his Rinnegan. Your goal has been achieved. If you don't intend to kill me, return his body to me so I can take it back to Amigakure. The Rinnegan, huh? Naruto slowly turned around. It seems I need to adjust the order of my explanation. First of all, the Rinnegan wasn't awakened by Nagato of Amigakure. The true owner of these eyes is the ancestor of Konoha's Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. The one who awakened the Rinnegan wasn't Nagato, it was Madara Uchiha. That's impossible. Conan's beliefs were utterly shattered, leaving her unable to accept this revelation. Naruto added to the blow, oh, and the Madara I'm talking about isn't the masked man in Akatsuki. He only claimed to be Madara to deceive you all. Conan's voice was filled with despair. One claims to be Madara, and now you're telling me there's another Madara? Both of you are liars. I don't believe anyone. This is a bit tricky, Naruto muttered, falling into deep thought. His left hand unconsciously tapped on the table. It's worth mentioning that Naruto had lost his right arm during his battle with Sasuke in his previous life. Although he now used a prosthetic arm, he had developed the habit of relying on his left hand, becoming a lefty by necessity. This habit persisted even after his soul traveled back through time. Naruto rummaged through his memories, trying to find information that could convince Conan. It had been so long that recalling the details took considerable effort. Ah, I remember now. You meticulously prepared to kill that masked Madara, didn't you? If I recall correctly, it was 600 billion explosive tags, right? How do you know that? Conan's face turned pale in an instant. Her secret preparations, unknown even to Nagato, had been exposed. Did you read my mind? Conan could only think of one possible explanation. Naruto chuckled helplessly. Come on, I know nothing about genjutsu, and without the help of the Yamanaka clan, how could I possibly do such a thing? In his previous life, during the Fourth Shinobi World War, Naruto had gleaned this information from Obito's memories while extracting the Ten-Tails from him. That was how he learned about Conan's 600 billion explosive tags. Seeing Conan's unsettled expression, Naruto pressed on. So, does this at least prove that I'm not just spouting nonsense? Conan took a deep breath, trying to regain her composure and restore her usual calm demeanor. Even if you know this secret, it doesn't prove that everything you said about Madara is true. Naruto replied candidly, you're right. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. But before you decide, could you at least hear me out? By revealing Conan's deepest secret, Naruto had gained significant leverage in the conversation. Half conceding, Conan said, fine. Speak. Naruto began, his tone steady and deliberate. It all started a long time ago. After losing to Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha obtained his former rival's power and awakened the Rinnegan. The Sharingan's ultimate evolution is the Rinnegan, which requires the combined power of both the Senju and Uchiha clans to awaken. When Madara awakened the Rinnegan, he was already on the brink of death, unable to fulfill his ambitions. So, he transplanted those eyes into Nagato when he was just a child. Nagato, being a descendant of the Senju with Uzumaki blood, was the perfect candidate to wield those eyes. That red hair, the same as my mother's, Kushina Uzumaki, is the best evidence. Madara was confident Nagato could handle the Rinnegan. The reason Madara gave Nagato the Rinnegan was to prepare for his own resurrection. The Rinne Rebirth Jutsu, that was the technique Madara intended to use for his revival, with Nagato as the executor. In other words, the real Madara is already dead. Following Naruto's explanation, Conan naturally asked, then who is that masked man claiming to be Madara? Naruto answered honestly, Uchiha Obito, the Uchiha hero who supposedly died during the Third Shinobi World War at the Battle of Kanobi Bridge. In truth, he was saved by Madara and chosen to guide Nagato in resurrecting him. Obito is the true driving force behind the Eye of the Moon plan. Conan's heart sank. He even knows about the Eye of the Moon plan. Could it be that everything he's saying is true? But she still couldn't bring herself to believe that the ideals they had upheld for so many years were nothing more than a fabricated lie. Seeing Conan's distress, Naruto refrained from mentioning the deepest secret of all that Black Zetsu was the one pulling the strings from the shadows. Conan-sensei, Naruto said gently, I know this truth is unbearably cruel to you, but it's not too late to face reality now. Konan's sharp gaze locked onto him. No, your perspective is all wrong. Akatsuki has investigated you. You've spent most of your life in Konoha and only left in the past 3 years to train with Jiraiya. How could you possibly know all this? Sigh. So I can't avoid this question after all. Naruto sighed inwardly, then stood up and approached Konan to untie her restraints. Extending his left fist, he said, "Let's fist bump. Then you'll understand everything." Konan hesitated, but the intense emotions swirling in Naruto's right eye compelled her to uncover the truth. Taking a deep breath, she reached out her hand. Drip. The moment their fists touched, ripples spread across her consciousness, and countless images flooded her mind. Konan's inner world was in turmoil. Her orange eyes flickered intensely. Is this all true? Every word, Naruto said solemnly. This is the real future. I escaped to this era on the brink of death. It's ironic, isn't it? The only reason I could return was because of the treasures of that clan. On our own, we couldn't do anything. Since I've returned, I have only one goal: to defeat those people and protect this world. For that, I need power strong enough to stand against them. Konan had mostly come to believe Naruto. After all, words could be fabricated, but the emotions within one's heart could not lie. She asked, "What do you plan to do?" Naruto replied, "I will do whatever it takes to grow stronger. Based on this premise, I will take action. For now, my plan is to gather the secret techniques and Kekkei Genkai of the major shinobi villages and unite all the tailed beasts' powers." Konan responded, "Secret techniques and Kekkei Genkai are the top secrets of each village. The tailed beasts are key to maintaining the balance of power among the 5 great nations. Are you planning to make enemies of the entire shinobi world?" Naruto smiled. "Exactly. I'll oppose the whole world first to save it later. Nobody would believe such nonsense, right? There's only one person in this world who would trust me unconditionally, but I don't want to involve her too soon. Besides, I must defect from Konoha first. Otherwise, as a Konoha shinobi, my every move would bring disaster to the village." At this point, Naruto sincerely asked, "Konan-sensei, now that you know the full story, can you understand my actions?" Konan countered, "Where is Nagato's body?" Naruto turned, and the stone door rumbled open, revealing 2 coffins inside. Konan stepped forward to examine them. Nagato lay peacefully in the first coffin, his face intact but his eye sockets empty. She then looked at the second coffin, which contained the body of Pain's Deva Path. This surprised Konan. Naruto smiled faintly. "That's Yahiko, isn't it? Someone very important to you, Konan-sensei." Konan gently stroked Yahiko's face. "Yes, he was my comrade. And my lover." Naruto remarked, "Only someone as handsome as him would be worthy of Konan-sensei." Konan smiled softly. There could be no better response. She forgave Naruto. Outside the cave, Konan surveyed the surroundings. Despite the protective barrier, there was still a risk of being discovered. "This is within the land of fire. Konoha must be searching for you everywhere," Konan noted. "My sage mode allows me to detect any disturbances. I won't be found so easily," Naruto replied, adjusting the bandage over his left eye. "I'll stay here until I fully adapt to this eye." "Where is Nagato's other eye?" Konan asked. "I've kept it safe. I've heard that transplanting the Rinnegan carries significant risks, so I thought I'd do it one at a time to be cautious. So far, I haven't felt any abnormalities." "If you can't return to Konoha, where will you go?" Konan asked. "I'll wander wherever I can. The shinobi world is vast. I'll find a place to stay." After a long silence, Konan finally said, "Such a dangerous plan can't succeed with you alone. You've inherited Nagato's will and his eyes. I have no reason not to support you with all my strength. Amigakure is willing to be your stronghold." Naruto was taken aback. "Konan-sensei, you?" At last, Konan revealed her true thoughts. She continued calmly, "When do we leave?" Naruto's gaze turned resolute. "Not yet. There's someone I must meet first. Akatsuki's hideout somewhere in the Land of Fire." In the wilderness of the Land of Fire, the massive skeleton of a beast marked the entrance to an underground lair. This was one of Akatsuki's hideouts. The ghetto statue sat motionless on an altar, its hands bound by heavy chains. The masked Obito sat on a stone chair in front of the statue. Through the single hole in his orange mask, his Sharingan glowed faintly, its dim light flickering in rhythm with the unsteady flames of the torches that illuminated the cavern. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu had brought 3 shocking pieces of news, leaving the calculating man in prolonged silence. Nagato, renowned for his invincibility as pain, had been defeated. Nagato had betrayed him, using the Rinne rebirth jutsu to revive the dead of Konoha. And Naruto appeared to have betrayed Konoha, taking Nagato's body with him. From beneath the mask, Obito's voice emerged, low and steady. Nagato's betrayal was unexpected, but Naruto's actions, they are even more surprising. White Zetsu asked, "What should we do now?" Obito turned his head slightly. "Did you overhear Naruto's conversation with Konan?" White Zetsu replied, "No, that kid can sense natural energy. If I got too close, I'd be in danger." Obito turned his gaze back. The worst-case scenario is that Naruto has set his sights on the Rinnegan. Additionally, according to intelligence intercepted by Akatsuki, the Raikage has called for a 5-Kage summit. The purpose of the meeting is to discuss Sasuke's punishment. I had originally planned to use this opportunity to declare war on the 5 great nations and reveal the Moon's Eye plan to the world. As he spoke, Obito clenched his hand tightly on his knee. But our ability to declare war depends on the power of the 7-tailed beasts we've sealed in the Geto statue up to now. And to wield that power, the Rinnegan is indispensable. White Zetsu exclaimed, "Then this is bad. If Naruto has the Rinnegan, he could summon the statue away at any moment and turn its power against us." Obito replied, "No need to panic just yet. The Rinnegan's ocular power isn't so easily mastered. It took Nagato years to summon the statue successfully." Though his words were calm, Obito's mind was racing. Naruto possesses an Uzumaki physique comparable to Nagato's. If he's determined, it's only a matter of time before he succeeds. Whether he defeated pain or suddenly revealed his ambitions, I can no longer treat him as a mere child. To be safe, I'll take an extra precaution. Obito slowly rose to his feet and extended his hand toward the Geto statue. Whoosh! A vortex of Kamui spiraled out from his right eye, engulfing the entire statue. Snap! The vortex closed, and the statue vanished without a trace. Obito said, "This will eliminate the immediate risk." White Zetsu cheered, "As expected of you, moving such a massive statue in an instant." Black Zetsu spoke in a low voice, "What's your next move?" Obito pondered aloud, "Deploy all the White Zetsu to search for Uzumaki Naruto's whereabouts. He should still be in the Land of Fire. Report to me immediately if you find any leads. We must reclaim the Rinnegan before things spiral out of control." White Zetsu replied, "Understood." Obito then turned to Kisame Hashigaki, who had been silently standing nearby. Not long ago, after the conclusion of the battle between Itachi and Sasuke, Obito had revealed his true identity to Kisame. Among the members of Akatsuki, Kisame was the one he trusted most, apart from White Zetsu. "Kisame, I'm entrusting the 8 tails to you." "Understood." Obito's gaze grew deep and contemplative. "We can't let a small setback throw us off course. The declaration of war against the 5 great nations will proceed as planned. As for a certain pair of eyes, let's see how the 5-Kage can help nurture them. Humph, let's pay a visit to our defeated warrior. After all, the matter of the 8 tails needs to be addressed, doesn't it, Sasuke?" Somewhere in the Land of Fire with Sasuke. In the Land of Fire, Team Taka was resting in a forest as they prepared to head toward Konoha. Before Pain's assault on Konoha, Sasuke and his team had attacked the Valley of Clouds and Lightning, retrieving only a tentacle from the 8 tails. Afterward, Team Taka had severed ties with Akatsuki and set out on their mission to seek revenge against Konoha. Yugo was alone by the river, filling a container with water. Birds chirped softly on his shoulder, and a gentle smile graced his lips. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, the birds scattered in alarm. Yugo turned toward the forest behind him, only to see a blonde-haired boy with a bandage over his left eye approaching. It's you." Yugo recognized Naruto immediately. During Konoha's large-scale search for Sasuke before the battle between the Uchiha brothers, one of Naruto's shadow clones had encountered Team Taka, leaving a lasting impression on Yugo. To Naruto, who had returned from the future, Yugo was also a familiar face. With a smile, Naruto greeted him. "It's been a while, Yugo. You really do have a way with animals." "They're all right," Yugo replied curtly. "Are you here to see Sasuke?" Naruto's expression turned enigmatic. "No, I'm here for you, or more precisely, for someone I can only meet through you." Yugo's gaze darkened. "That's not going to happen." Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, two shadow clones lunged from the side, each wielding a Rinnegan. Yugo was shocked. Shadow clones. When did he? Boom! The explosion forced Yugo to retreat, skimming across the water's surface before stopping in the middle of the river. His shoulders bore deep, concave wounds where they had been nearly severed. He has sage powers, stronger than mine. Naruto stepped onto the water, his demeanor calm and composed. These minor injuries won't be a problem for you. If you come with me willingly, I won't have to get rough. Yugo's mind raced. Sasuke is 10 kilometers away. If I unleash my Cursed Seal Sage mode, Karin's sensory abilities should pick up on the situation here. Cursed Seal energy coursed through Yugo's body. Naruto's eyes narrowed. In an instant, he used a body flicker technique rivaling Shirsue's speed to appear directly in front of Yugo, pressing his hand against his chest. In his previous life, after Sasuke's Rinnegan was destroyed, he had lost the convenience of spatial manipulation. Forced to seek alternatives, Naruto had specifically learned the flying Raijin Jutsu. Now, having traveled back in time, the techniques engraved into his soul were naturally available to him. As for the spatial markers required for the flying Raijin, my clones left the marker during the initial attack. Thud! Naruto's left hand pressed firmly against Yugo's chest. Gurgle, gurgle. The energy of Yugo's cursed seal flowed continuously into Naruto's palm. Yugo gasped, "You're absorbing my chakra?" As the cursed seal energy drained away, Yugo's body rapidly shrank until he reverted to a childlike form and collapsed unconscious. What a fascinating body. No wonder Sasuke chose you. Naruto sighed, lifting Yugo onto his shoulder and returning to the riverbank. Whoosh! Konan materialized from a flurry of paper. That went more smoothly than I expected. He's actually quite strong, Naruto admitted. To avoid complications, I had to strike first. If Sasuke and the others had arrived, the outcome would have been hard to predict. His years in a post-apocalyptic world had instilled in Naruto an extraordinary sense of caution. He never acted without absolute certainty, and even when confident, he erred on the side of caution. Naruto gently laid Yugo down, removing the boy's wet clothes and covering him with Naruto's own dry cloak to keep him warm. Konan asked, "You're not taking him with us?" Naruto glanced at the cursed seal mark on his left palm. "I've already absorbed enough of his sage energy. There's no need to bring him along." Konan stared deeply at the bandage covering Naruto's left eye, silently marveling. Even with his optic nerves not fully connected, he's already capable of using the Rinnegan's basic powers. Perhaps he's even more suited to these eyes than Nagato was. Naruto donned Yugo's damp black cloak, the fabric clinging to him as he turned, his own cloak billowing dramatically. "Let's go. On to the next destination, Mansion of the Daimyo in the Land of Fire." The mansion of the daimyo of the Land of Fire was bustling with discussions about the reconstruction of Konohagakure no Sato. A long table was set in the grand hall. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, Mitsuhide Akechi, sat at the southern end of the table. To the east were 5 senior advisors to the daimyo, all wearing dark high hats. To the west sat 5 representatives from Konoha, Mitokado Hamura, Udatane Koharu, an ANBU squad leader clad in a white cloak and animal mask, the Jonin representative Shikaku Nara, and the head of the Root Division Danzo Shimura. Mitokado Hamura began. "We intend to continue our alliance's policies against Akatsuki." Across from him, the bespectacled and scholarly chief advisor replied, "Since the village has been reduced to this state, the Land of Fire will fully support its reconstruction. First, we must address the budget, and then work on repairing strained relations with other nations." At this point, Danzo interjected, "More urgent than those matters is determining the next Hokage." Shikaku Nara immediately tensed. As expected, it has begun. As the Jonin representative, Shikaku had previously proposed Kakashi Hatake as the next Hokage. However, he knew that another man coveted the Hokage's seat, Danzo Shimura. Kakashi's ascension would not come without resistance. The daimyo fanned himself leisurely. "Can't we wait until Tsunade recovers?" Udatane Koharu replied, "Daimyo-sama, Tsunade is still in a coma, and we don't know when she will wake up. Given the current state of the village, it will be difficult for her to lead effectively. Moreover, she bears some responsibility for the village's destruction." The responsibility Koharu referred to was Tsunade's decision to hide Naruto in the secluded Mount Myaboku, which had forced Pain to invade Konoha in search of him. The daimyo sighed. I had originally thought of choosing Jiraiya. I admired him greatly, but alas, he is no longer with us. Are there any other candidates? At this moment, Danzo opened his mouth. If that's the case, I nominate Kakashi Hatake. Shikaku interrupted forcefully. Ignoring the icy glare, Danzo shot his way. Oh, the son of the White Fang, is it? Not bad. The daimyo seemed pleased. He turned to the advisors. What do you all think? His reputation, strength, and character are all outstanding. But isn't he a bit too young? Wasn't the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, even younger at the time? The advisors voiced their opinions one after another, and the situation began to tilt in Kakashi's favor. Then, the bespectacled chief advisor asked, Kakashi Hatake, whose disciple is he? Mitokado Hamura answered, he was the disciple of the fourth Hokage. The daimyo clapped his hands. The fourth Hokage was Jiraiya's student, and Jiraiya was the third Hokage's student. It seems there's no issue. Very well. Just as the decision seemed settled, Danzo coldly interjected, the third Hokage's teachings have done nothing but push the village toward ruin. The daimyo flinched at Danzo's piercing gaze, hastily raising his fan to cover half his face. Seizing the moment, Danzo continued, the leader of Akatsuki, who destroyed our village, was once Jiraiya's student. This is the result of naively teaching foreign nations our techniques a fatal mistake. This misguided idealism, passed down through generations, led to the betrayal of our allied nations and gave Orochimaru the opportunity to attack the village. And now, Akatsuki's new rising star is none other than a remnant of the Uchiha clan, a rogue ninja, Sasuke Uchiha. Shikaku's expression grew grim as he listened to Danzo's accusations. Suddenly, Danzo's lips curled into a cunning smile, and he delivered another bombshell. But above all, the greatest failure lies with another of Jiraiya's disciples, Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, who has betrayed the village. Shikaku's expression changed drastically, and the entire hall erupted in shock. The chief advisor exclaimed, wait a moment, isn't Naruto the hero who defeated Akatsuki's leader? Isn't he currently resting and being celebrated for his deeds? Heh, Danzo sneered, glancing at Shikaku. You should ask the Jonin representative, Shikaku Nara, about that. The daimyo turned to Shikaku. Shikaku, what is going on? Sweat trickled down Shikaku's face. So, Danzo's spies had uncovered this after all, but he quickly composed himself. Daimyo-sama, it is true that Naruto did not return to the village after the battle. However, it is too early to conclude that he has betrayed us. Danzo, however, pressed on with baseless accusations. We have received critical intelligence suggesting that Naruto Uzumaki has been in contact with Akatsuki's second-in-command, plotting against the village. The advisors frowned. Is this intelligence reliable? Danzo added fuel to the fire. It is highly credible. I even suspect that Pain's attack on Konoha was part of a conspiracy between him and Naruto. The daimyo pondered deeply. That doesn't seem likely. Naruto is said to be a pure-hearted boy, a role model for many ninjas. Danzo retorted. There is no such thing as unlikely. Within him lies the Nine Tails, the embodiment of evil. No matter how pure-hearted he may appear, the darkness within him will inevitably consume him. Furthermore, this outcome stems from Jiraiya's inadequate teaching, Tsunade's indulgence as Hokage, and Kakashi's negligence as his Jonin instructor. The chief advisor adjusted his glasses. Daimyo-sama, even if Danzo's claims are unproven, it seems Kakashi is temporarily unsuited to become Hokage. Shikaku wanted to counter, but Danzo's exploitation of Naruto's alleged betrayal had already shifted the tide irreversibly. Bang! Danzo slammed the table and declared with conviction, what kind of Hokage does the village need now? One who can turn the tide in the worst of times. Someone who can bring about reform and establish new rules for the ninja world. That Hokage must be me. The daimyo closed his eyes in contemplation. Shikaku hurriedly interjected, Daimyo-sama, you must not take Danzo's words at face value. Konoha's ANBU is also tracking Naruto's whereabouts. I believe the truth will soon come to light. The daimyo opened his eyes and made his decision. Very well. It is decided. Danzo, you shall be appointed as the sixth Hokage. A triumphant smile crept across Danzo's face. He thought to himself, I had planned to use the power of my right eye to manipulate the daimyo if the situation turned unfavorable. but by exploiting the matter of Naruto's alleged betrayal to undermine Kakashi's candidacy, things have gone even more smoothly than expected. Shikaku, not even you can turn this around now. After leaving the daimyo's mansion, Danzo walked with his cane alongside a white-cloaked ANBU operative. How is the task I assigned you progressing? Following your instructions, we have spread rumors among the villagers that Naruto and Pain conspired to stage the attack. The story claims that Naruto fled the village after you exposed his plot. Danzo smirked. Excellent. The ANBU operative hesitated. Danzo-sama, there is still no concrete evidence that Naruto has betrayed the village. Moreover, he is one of the few individuals with strength comparable to Jiraiya. Isn't this move risky? Danzo replied coldly. Whether or not Naruto has betrayed us, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he is a destabilizing factor for the village. This budding threat must be eliminated before it can grow. Furthermore, no matter how powerful a weapon, if it cannot be wielded by me, it is a liability. Sacrificing Naruto is a necessary step for Konoha's future. Placing a hand over his right eye, Danzo's ambition burned brightly. Once Naruto is dealt with, I will take control of the Nine-Tails. Then I, Danzo Shimura, will become the strongest Hokage in history. In a dark cave somewhere in the Land of Fire, rustling sounds filled the dimly lit hideout within the Land of Fire. Under the flickering candlelight, ink-painted mice scurried about, exploring every corner. Super Beast imitating drawing, a technique that combined chakra with unparalleled artistic skill, was unique to Sai. In the nearby forest, Sai maintained his hand seals as he spoke to Anko Mitarashi, who was assisting him in tracking down Kabuto Yakushi. Indeed, this is one of Orochimaru's former hideouts. Anko, hands in her pockets, remarked. Seems like Kabuto is putting his old lairs to good use. Snap. Suddenly, a noise came from the large tree behind them. Shing. Sai drew his blade, but Anko stopped him. Wait, it's an ally. Emerging from the shadows were three members of Konoha's reconnaissance team. Takuma Hyuga, Muta Aburame, and Avaro. They were a Jonin, a Tokubetsu Jonin, and a Chunin, respectively. Muta, clad in the signature light-colored coat of the Aburame clan and wearing black sunglasses, carried a large insect jar on his back. He stepped forward and addressed Anko. Captain Mitarashi, we've been sent to deliver new orders from the village. The mission has changed. We are to temporarily abandon the search for Kabuto Yakushi and prioritize locating Naruto Uzumaki. We will assist you as your subordinates. Naruto Uzumaki. Anko was taken aback. On our way here, Yamato hurried back to the village. Is this related? Muta explained. Konoha was severely damaged in Akatsuki's attack. Many lives were lost, and Lady Tsunade is currently in a coma. What? As a result, Lord Danzo has been appointed the 6th Hokage. Upon hearing this, Sai's pupils contracted sharply. Anko said, I still find it hard to believe. What exactly is going on with Naruto? We'll provide a detailed report later, Takuma interjected, casting a wary glance at Sai, whose affiliation with Root made certain discussions sensitive. For now, we take our leave. Sai leapt through the treetops, heading back toward Konoha. Lord Danzo has become Hokage, and Naruto has left the village. I have a very bad feeling about this. With the mission altered, Anko's team began their search for Naruto. Anko soon learned the reasons behind the change. Naruto betraying Konoha? I don't believe it for a second. She recalled the carefree, somewhat goofy boy she had observed during the Chunin exams and had kept an eye on as he grew. Muta said, none of us want to believe it, but we need to find Naruto to uncover the truth and prevent him from being manipulated or framed by Danzo. Rumors are already spreading in the village. Takuma, who was using his Byakugan for a wide-range scan, suddenly exclaimed, At 12 o'clock it's Naruto. He's heading straight for us. What? Anko landed on a tree branch, shouting, That's too coincidental. Everyone, stay on guard. The team held their positions, gripping their kunai tightly. A kilometer away, Naruto, who was sprinting toward them, deactivated his sage mode. We've been discovered. Returning to his homeland, he was about to face his comrades for the first time since his return. A mix of apprehension and determination swirled within him. Before he realized it, he was already standing before Anko's team. Ha! Naruto took a deep breath and greeted them calmly. Yo, Miss Anko. Long time no see. The four members of Anko's team scrutinized Naruto and the woman standing behind him, Konan. Muta frowned. That woman, her attire it's Akatsuki. Anko, hands still in her pockets, stepped forward. Naruto, not only did you leave without a word, but now you're associating with a member of Akatsuki. You'd better have a good explanation. Naruto replied, there's nothing to explain. What you see is what it is. Oh, Anko's expression tightened. Her hands clenched in her pockets, and a vein bulged on her forehead. You really are as straightforward as ever, aren't you? Naruto adjusted the rogue ninja headband he wore Sasuke's memento from their battle at the Valley of the End. That's right. This is my ninja way. Anko let out a bitter laugh, her frustration evident. Even now, you're still such an infuriating idiot. Behind Naruto, Konan spoke in a cold tone. It seems they don't think highly of me. Naruto chuckled. Well, considering how many Konoha ninja fell to Akatsuki even before Nagato, it's not surprising, Sister Konan. Konan asked, are you planning to handle them alone? Naruto replied, I haven't had a proper fight in decades. My reflexes have dulled. For opponents, all Jonin level, it's just the right number to help me regain my combat instincts. Then be careful. Konan stepped back, exiting the battlefield. Anko analyzed the situation carefully. The Akatsuki member doesn't intend to fight. That's a surprise. But Naruto defeated the enemy who destroyed our village. His current strength likely surpasses even that of my former teacher, Orochimaru. Even with our numerical advantage, we might not match him in raw power. Fortunately, Naruto's abilities are well documented. We can use that to devise a strategy. Takuma, use your Byakugan to scan for Naruto's shadow clones. Takuma replied, aside from the Akatsuki woman, there's only Naruto himself. Anko's eyes narrowed. So he doesn't plan to enter Sage mode. Does he think it's unnecessary? That brat I once intimidated with killing intent has really grown. Formation B. Shing. The team dispersed. Anko remained in front of Naruto, Takuma moved to the right, Muta to the left, and Avro circled around to the back. Naruto, show me if your strength is the real deal. A sly smile spread across Anko's lips as she bit her finger and formed the seals for a summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Boom! With a cloud of white smoke, a massive snake coiled into view. Naruto exclaimed, whoa, that's huge. It looks just like the ones in the Chunin exam's Forest of Death. Speaking of which, Miss Anko, you were Orochimaru's disciple, weren't you? Crash! The snake lunged at Naruto, who leapt backward to evade. The tree he had been standing on was smashed to splinters by the serpent's attack. Shing! 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 From behind, Avro hurled several kunai fitted with explosive tags. Clang! 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 Naruto casually threw shuriken to intercept them all. Boom! The tags detonated mid-air, but Naruto landed safely, unscathed. Avro's expression turned grim. He didn't even look back, yet he intercepted my kunai perfectly. Is he judging their positions by sound? His shuriken skills are absurdly precise. The summoned snake launched another attack from the front. But this time, Naruto smirked, forming hand seals before pressing his palms to the ground. Earth release. Swamp of the underworld. Squelch. A swamp suddenly materialized, trapping the snake within its depths. Anko was stunned. Earth style? Naruto's chakra nature is wind. Isn't it? Naruto crouched, maintaining the swamp. Shing. From behind, Avro formed hand seals, his chest swelling. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Whoosh. A stream of fire erupted from his mouth, forming a massive fireball that sped toward Naruto's back. Poof. A shadow clone jutsu appeared in a puff of smoke. The team was shocked. He created a shadow clone in that situation? The clone, facing Avro, formed its own hand seals. Wind release. Gale palm. Boom. A fierce gust of wind reversed the fireball's trajectory. Avro was stunned. Impossible. He used wind style to overpower fire style. Arg! The fiery explosion uprooted trees and sent Avro flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Hey, are you okay, old man? Naruto called out, alarmed. He had only intended to test his skills, not harm his comrades. Avro, lying on the ground, held a nearly broken ninja shield. It had saved his life. Huff! Naruto sighed in relief. A Jonin shouldn't be so fragile, right? I'm a Chunin. Avro muttered before losing consciousness. Buzzing filled the air as Muta unleashed a swarm of parasitic insects from his jar, forming a black cloud that surrounded Naruto. Naruto didn't underestimate the threat. Before the insects could reach him, he threw a kunai at Muta. Muta dodged, and the kunai embedded itself in a tree behind him. The insects enveloped Naruto. Muta declared, "I can feel it. The insects are draining his chakra. We have the upper hand now." "Good. Let's finish this," Anko shouted. Hidden shadow snake hands. Snakes shot out from Anko's sleeves, coiling tightly around Naruto. "Give up, Naruto." Whoosh! But in an instant, the insects scattered, and the snakes fell limp to the ground. Muta was stunned. "What?" The target vanished. Takuma shouted, "Muta! Behind you!" Too late. Naruto delivered a swift hand chop to the back of Muta's neck. Ugh! Muta collapsed, unconscious, falling from the tree. Shing! Naruto calmly retrieved the kunai he had thrown earlier. Inscribed on it was a peculiar formula. Anko's face turned grim. "No doubt about it, that's the fourth Hokage's flying Raijin Jutsu. He has mastered the fourth Hokage's flying Raijin Jutsu. Captain Anko, what do we do now?" Takuma Hyuga asked with a serious expression. Anko replied, "We have no chance of winning. Take Avaro and Muta and retreat." Naruto spoke, "The others can leave, but Miss Anko, you must stay." Buzzing sounds filled the air as the scattered Kikeichu insects regrouped. Naruto formed seals. Fire release. Tornado. Boom. Flames spiraled around him and incinerated the approaching swarm. "This is our chance to retreat," Muta Aburame said. Suddenly, multiple Naruto shadow clones charged forward, wielding Rinnegan. Takuma activated his Byakugan. 8 trigrams palms. Revolving heaven. Bang. 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 As the revolving heaven subsided, Takuma's Byakugan locked onto the real Naruto. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Thud. The blast forced Naruto back. Naruto smirked. As expected of a Hyuga elite, but this is as far as you go. Massive Rinnegan. Naruto leaped high into the air. "Captain Anko, I'll cover here. Retreat now and report everything that happened here to the village." Boom! The massive Rinnegan shattered the barrier. Landing on the ground, Naruto looked at Anko and said, "Now no one else is in the way, Miss Anko." Clenching her fists tightly, Anko demanded, "Naruto, why are you doing this?" After a moment of silence, Naruto pulled up the hood of his cloak and said in a low voice, "For the future of the ninja world, I need that man's help. Miss Anko, you are indispensable." Relieved that the snake had safely escaped with the intel, Anko said, "Now, I can play with you properly." Naruto replied, "You could also try escaping. You might even succeed." Pressing her thumb against her forehead protector, she declared firmly, "A Konoha ninja never abandons their comrades to flee alone. As someone from Konoha, you should understand this better than anyone." Naruto smiled. "Ah, I understand. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum." Then there's nothing more to say. Anko began forming seals. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Swish. Swish. Naruto formed seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Whoosh. Naruto dashed forward, reaching out toward Anko. "This is a mutual destruction technique, Naruto. As you are now, you pose a threat to the village. I will die here with you." Twin snakes mutual death technique. Boom. A massive explosion erupted. Whoosh! The light of the flying Raijin Jutsu flashed as Naruto reappeared at a marked location, carrying the unconscious Anko. Shortly after their departure, a group of Konoha ANBU arrived at the scene. The black-cloaked ninjas examined Takuma and the others before reporting, "All 3 of them are still alive. Uzumaki Naruto didn't deliver fatal blows. As for Anko Mitarashi, her whereabouts are unknown. Judging by this, she was likely taken by Uzumaki Naruto. What should we do with these 3? Should we take them back and await orders from Lord Danzo?" The white-cloaked ninja responded coldly. "Although they are also Konoha ninjas, differing ideologies make us irreconcilable. Root's way is to mercilessly eliminate any unfavorable factors." Raising the scroll, he continued, "With this intel scroll and the corpses of these 3, Uzumaki Naruto's defection from Konoha will be fully certified. Furthermore, with the rumors spreading among the lower-level populace, this will serve as the most convincing evidence. There's no need to consult Lord Danzo. Root's ideology will be upheld by us. Kill them." Understood. Chapter 4. a display of power. Whoosh! Deep within the forest, a swirling vortex suddenly appeared before Sasuke and his team, interrupting their rest. Although the timing was slightly off, Tobi, wearing his mask, descended before Sasuke once again. With a deep voice, he greeted, "Yo, Sasuke!" Sasuke, Karen, and Suigetsu all stood up simultaneously. Karen frowned. That guy's chakra appeared out of nowhere. How is that possible? Suigetsu, ever nonchalant, remarked, "Well, isn't this just great timing?" Sasuke, cold and indifferent, asked, "How did you know I was here?" Tobi replied calmly, "Don't underestimate me. I have my ways." The spatial movement of Kamui, much like the flying Raijin Jutsu, relies on markings. However, unlike the flying Raijin, Kamui's markings can be left with the eye, making it more convenient. Both are indelible except by yin-yang release. Asterisk. Sasuke said coldly, "Why are you here now? We, the Taka, have already left the Akatsuki. We have nothing to do with each other anymore." Tobi's voice turned stern. "I told you before, betraying the Akatsuki leads only to death. You broke our agreement." Sasuke frowned. "What are you referring to?" "The task of capturing the tailed beasts," Tobi said. Karen interjected, "Didn't we already capture the 8 tails for you?" "That was merely a decoy," Tobi replied. "In other words, you failed." The 3 of them were stunned. "You were completely fooled by the 8 tails," Tobi continued. "To be honest, I'm deeply disappointed in you." Sasuke recalled the battle at the Valley of Clouds and Lightning. "I confirmed it with my Sharingan." He had no opportunity to use a clone. Suddenly, a detail came to mind the moment his Chidori sharp spear severed. The 8 tails' tail, it had sunk into the river. Could it have been then? Asterisk. Suigetsu, trying to maintain his composure, said, "Even so, what do you want us to do? We have nothing to do with you anymore." "No," Tobi replied. "I just hope you'll finish what the Akatsuki entrusted to you. That said, forget about the 8 tails for now. There's another task for you today." "And if I refuse?" Sasuke asked. Tobi continued as if he hadn't heard. "The reason I'm here is to stop you from heading to the Leaf Village. It seems I'll have to use force." Sasuke launched a Chidori asterisk thrust, only for it to pass right through Tobi. Exclamation point. Sasuke was startled, recalling his encounter with Deidara. My attack passed through him again, just like last time. So this is his ability. Asterisk. Tobi glanced sideways. "I've heard about your intentions. Unfortunately, they will come to nothing." Sasuke turned sharply. "What do you mean?" "The Leaf Village no longer exists," Tobi said. The 3 of them were once again stunned. Karen demanded, "What do you mean?" "Rustle, rustle." At that moment, Zetsu emerged from the ground beside Tobi. Karen tensed up. Don't worry. He's with me," Tobi assured her before turning to White Zetsu. "Who's the new Hokage?" Zetsu replied, "It's that guy, Danzo." "Just as I expected," Tobi muttered. Sasuke frowned. "Danzo became Hokage?" "That's right," Tobi confirmed. "One of the Konoha elders who drove your brother away has become the new Hokage." "What happened to the Leaf Village?" Sasuke finally asked. Tobi glanced at the 2 behind Sasuke. "Where's that subordinate of yours, Yugo?" Suigetsu replied. "He went to fetch water. Though, it's taking him quite a while." Karen adjusted her glasses, annoyed. "Honestly, everyone's so unreliable." Her face turned serious, but her inner thoughts betrayed her. "Sasuke, hurry up and fire them so we can elope together." Suigetsu shrugged. "You could have just drunk the water from me. Yugo only went because you were thirsty." Karen clenched her fists, veins bulging on her forehead. "Who would drink water from an idiot like you? What if I turn into an idiot after drinking it?" Her inner monologue continued unabated. Asterisk. "And what about my future children?" With Sasuke asterisk. Suigetsu teased, "You're already not very bright, so it wouldn't make much of a difference." "You bastard." Thud. Karen punched Suigetsu's head, which turned into water, and then began kicking him as he cried out in pain. Sasuke sighed in exasperation. "Stop it, Suigetsu." Karen, watching this farce, even Tobi seemed at a loss for words. Returning to the main topic, he said, "Enough. It doesn't matter if he's not here. It won't affect what we need to discuss next. The Leaf Village was destroyed by my subordinate, Pain. Sasuke, both you and Pain have been too conspicuous, and now the 5 Kage are preparing to act." Sasuke's gaze darkened. "The 5 Kage," Tobi continued. The 5 Kage summit is about to convene. Zetsu added, I'll explain the details from here. The news of Naruto's defection and his alleged betrayal spread like wildfire in the Leaf Village, thanks to Root's machinations. Previously, Root had circulated rumors that the Akatsuki's leader, Pain, had attacked the Leaf Village in collusion with Naruto, staging the event to gain the villagers' trust. After being exposed by Danzo, Naruto fled the village overnight. Initially, the villagers were skeptical of these rumors. After all, Naruto had spent years earning their trust through his actions. But the corpses of Takuma Hyuga, Muta Aburame, and Avaro, along with the scroll left by Anko, were undeniable evidence. The villagers gathered in front of a temporary tent set up for high-level discussions, waiting for news. When it was confirmed that the scroll's contents were true, public opinion completely shifted. As expected, the Nine Tails is just the Nine Tails. Naruto was a cancer hiding in plain sight. We were all deceived by him. That damn Naruto should be executed. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a cane silenced the crowd. Danzo approached, speaking in a steady tone. Konoha has always shown no mercy to traitors. It was only due to the 5th Hokage's indulgence that things escalated to this point. But I, Danzo Shimura, will put an end to this chaos and give Konoha the resolution it deserves. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. We swear allegiance to Lord Danzo's leadership. No one noticed the sly smile beneath Danzo's Hokage hat, a sign of his scheme's success. In the original cave where Naruto and Konan resided, Konan asked, Is it time to begin? Naruto replied, Yes, let's begin. Konan lifted the unconscious Anko Mitarashi. I still can't believe this is actually possible. Naruto explained, The essence of the curse mark developed by Orochimaru is an independent consciousness. As long as the curse mark exists, he is immortal. However, to awaken him, we need the blueprint of the curse mark, which I obtained earlier from Yugo. Naruto stepped forward, placing his left hand on the curse mark on the back of Anko's neck. Whoosh! The sage energy absorbed from Yugo flowed into the mark. Slowly, Naruto lifted his hand. Rustle, rustle. A white snake emerged from the curse mark, its mouth opening wide as Orochimaru's elegant figure materialized. Thud! Anko collapsed to the ground, still unconscious. Naruto and Konan took a step back in unison. Rising from the viscous substance on the ground, Orochimaru's slit pupils locked onto the blonde-haired boy before him. His raspy yet seductive voice echoed, Hehehe. How unexpected. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that the one to bring me back to life would be you. Naruto, with his jet-black hair, golden vertical pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to his nose, pale skin, and blue-green Magatama-shaped earrings, along with a light yellow sash tied in a lavender knot at his back. He exuded an otherworldly aura. Orochimaru, the man known as the Wind of Calamity, still carried an air of transcendent elegance. He fixed his gaze on Naruto, his expression devoid of the disdain he once held. This was inevitable. Through Anko's body, he had already witnessed Naruto's current capabilities. Naruto Uzumaki, the clumsy boy who used to trail behind Sasuke-kun, seems to have grown into something resembling a ninja. So, why have you gone to such great lengths to meet someone like me, who once wronged you? Naruto got straight to the point. Orochimaru-san, I won't beat around the bush. I want to gain immense power and create a new ninja world. For that, your knowledge and jutsu are indispensable. Hearing this, Orochimaru's gaze deepened. I thought it would be something simple, like letting you meet your father, Minato Namikaze. But it seems your ambition is far greater than I imagined. Naruto replied. It seems you're not too willing. Orochimaru responded. My goal is to uncover all the truths of this world, not to serve any individual or organization. Villages, Akatsuki, they're all just shackles that hold me back. Naruto said, I won't become your shackle. While helping me, you can continue your research as long as… Orochimaru interrupted with a smile. As long as what? I don't harm this ninja world. Naruto unexpectedly replied. Completely avoiding harm is impossible. I only hope you act within certain boundaries. Oh, Orochimaru was slightly surprised. Hearing such a pragmatic statement from you is intriguing. I wonder, what exactly happened to you? Naruto said. If you're interested, I can tell you slowly in the future. Orochimaru chuckled. I'd rather not. Rationality tells me not to delve too deeply into such matters. At this moment, Konan stepped in to assist. Orochimaru, you need a stable place right now. If you're willing to assist Naruto, Amage Cure is prepared to provide you with experimental facilities and protection. Orochimaru said, that sounds appealing, but I'm afraid I'll have to decline. Is that so? What a pity, Konan said coldly, glancing at Naruto, who was deep in thought, his head lowered. Orochimaru seemed determined to dash Naruto's hopes entirely. Let me be honest with you, Naruto. I've long studied the power of the Uzumaki clan. Their immense vitality can suppress a tailed beast's chakra, and their sealing techniques hold potential rivaling that of the Senju. But compared to these, the power of the Uchiha is far more alluring. The impact Itachi had left on Orochimaru was profound, fueling his obsession with Uchiha power. Naruto raised his head. So, you still can't let go of Sasuke? Can you? Orochimaru replied. The pursuit of truth requires unwavering dedication. Naruto, even if your current strength surprises me, I won't give up on Sasuke. He is the perfect vessel I've chosen, with potential surpassing even Itachi no, perhaps even Uchiha Madara. Unlike in his previous life, Orochimaru had not yet witnessed Kabuto's fate before being resurrected. Thus, he still harbored ambitions of taking over Sasuke's body. Naruto's gaze turned cold. In that case, I can't let you leave. That's not up to you. Swoosh! Orochimaru's legs transformed into a snake tail, propelling him swiftly toward the exit of the cave. Whoosh! Naruto appeared at the cave entrance, where he had placed a flying Raijin marker, blocking Orochimaru's path. The flying Raijin jutsu, is it? Orochimaru's thoughts raced. My hands are still sealed in the belly of the Shinigami due to the dead demon consuming seal. Any jutsu requiring hand signs is unusable. From what I saw through Anko, Naruto's basic combat abilities are on par with an elite jonin. If he activates Sage Mode, the situation will turn dire for me. **ninja art. Soft physique modification. Whoosh! While darting forward, Orochimaru's neck suddenly elongated, coiling around Naruto before sinking his sharp fangs into Naruto's neck. I'll bind his body with the power of the cursed seal for now. Buzz! Black curse mark patterns spread from Naruto's neck across his body. But at that moment, Naruto suddenly raised his arm, locking Orochimaru's neck with his elbow joint, preventing him from retracting his head. Orochimaru was startled. Could it be he let me bite him on purpose? You inject chakra into my body through your fangs. Likewise, I can do the same. Naruto closed his eyes, meditating to enter Sage Mode without moving. Whoosh! Natural energy surged in, causing Orochimaru's beautiful face to contort in pain. Ugh! Natural energy is flowing back into my body through our connection arc. Naruto opened his eyes, smiling. How does the sage energy of Mount Myaboka differ from that of Ryuchi Cave? Orochimaru-san, care to share your thoughts? Snap! Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth, and a hand emerged, followed by a head and body. Within seconds, a new Orochimaru stood on the ground, putting distance between himself and Naruto. Sizzle! Naruto suppressed the curse mark, glancing at the shriveled snake skin in his hand. Orochimaru's substitution technique truly is unparalleled. It seems you won't let me leave so easily. Formation of 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru crouched on the ground, laughing as hundreds of snakes slithered from his mouth. Each snake opened its jaws, spewing countless Kusanagi swords, forming a torrent of blades surging forward. Konan-senpai, I'll leave Anko-san to you, Naruto shouted, retreating outside the cave. Konan picked up Anko and moved to safety. Boom! Naruto's shadow clone outside the cave dispelled, feeding Sage Chakra back to the original body. Orange eyeshadow appeared, and his exposed right eye took on the horizontal toad pupils of Sage Mode. Boom! A new shadow clone appeared mid-air, assisting Naruto in shaping the Rinnegan with a single hand. Buzz! The sharp sound of cutting accompanied the rising wind blades. Naruto leaped into the air, hurling the deadly weapon toward the torrent of snakes and swords below. **Sage art. Wind release. Raisin shuriken. Boom! The white storm exploded, obliterating the advancing serpents and shaking the cave to its core. Boom! Suddenly, with an even louder crash, the cave collapsed entirely. Standing before them was a colossal 8-headed serpent. Swoosh! Orochimaru's slimy, sticky body emerged from the central serpent's head, laughing hoarsely. Hee, too bad, Naruto. Your jutsu is strong, but it can't completely defeat me. So that's Orochimaru's ultimate technique, the 8 branches technique. Naruto landed, his expression solemn. Since my return, Kurama has refused to cooperate. Should I summon the Great Toad? But that might complicate the situation. From above, Conan asked, Naruto, do you need my help? No need. Even if we forcefully capture Orochimaru, it won't mean much if he doesn't willingly cooperate. Swoosh. As he spoke, Naruto removed the bandage from his left eye, revealing a pale purple iris with 3 concentric rings, radiating a divine glow. The Rinnegan, the symbol of the 6 paths. Orochimaru's pupils contracted. That left eye, could it be? Naruto smirked. This should make things a bit more interesting. Rinnegan. Before Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki, he had a little-known encounter with Pain's Deva Path. The moment he saw Pain's eyes, he immediately recognized them as the legendary, exalted eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. Driven by his insatiable thirst for truth, Orochimaru made a rare, reckless move. Without any feints or preparations, he directly lunged forward, attempting to gouge out Pain's eyes. The result? He was sent flying hundreds of meters away, rolling to a stop amidst the shattered remains of trees. Covered in dust, he struggled to his feet, the vast distance between them a stark testament to the gap in their power. For the first time in his life, Orochimaru was awed by sheer strength. This encounter also sparked his intense interest in the Akatsuki, prompting him to join with the intention of fishing in troubled waters. Unfortunately, Pain's overwhelming power left him with no opportunity to act. It was then that Orochimaru truly grasped the harshness of reality. That Pain, you actually defeated him. And not only that, you managed to seize those eyes before Tobi could. I think I understand now why you dared to release me without fear of betrayal, Naruto asked. So, will you submit to me willingly? Orochimaru replied. Judging by your demeanor, it seems you've only just obtained those eyes. How much of their power can you actually wield? Naruto smiled. Even if it's just 10%, that should be enough to deal with you. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Hehehe. Then I suppose I'll have to see it for myself. Boom! The ground quaked as the 8-headed serpent charged forward with overwhelming force. Without a colossal chakra construct like the Susanoo, it was nearly impossible to withstand such an assault. Retreating would have been the wisest choice, but Naruto stood his ground. It was simple. He intended to completely subdue Orochimaru with raw power. As the 8-headed serpent closed in, its massive snake heads struck down one after another, each blow carrying strength far surpassing that of the giant snake. Naruto's left eye narrowed as he raised his palm, forming an invisible barrier that blocked the serpent's ferocious attacks. The barrier was one of the Rinnegan's abilities, specifically categorized under the Deva Path. When Nagato, as a child, had yet to master the Rinnegan, he had unintentionally used this ability to protect Yahiko and Conan from an explosion. Later, Pain's Deva Path employed the barrier to easily block Naruto's 6-tailed beast bomb attacks. The only drawback of this barrier was that it required the user to extend their hand beforehand. Not bad. But how about this? Seeing that brute force couldn't break through the barrier, Orochimaru commanded the 7 other snakeheads, excluding the one he inhabited, to each spew out a giant-sized Kusanagi sword. After gathering power, the 7 swords struck together at Naruto's position. Naruto raised his hand. Clang, 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 clang. The 7 Kusanagi swords came to an abrupt halt in mid-air. Orochimaru's slit pupils narrowed. This isn't the barrier's range. Naruto's left eye glowed as he declared firmly, Shinra Tensei, **. Boom! A powerful repulsive force erupted from Naruto, centered around him. The ground beneath him caved in, forming a basin. Ugh! This is the same technique Pain used on me back then. The massive body of the 8-headed serpent was relentlessly pushed back under the overwhelming repulsive force. In the sky, Conan, carrying an unconscious Enko, observed the battle with her white paper wings spread wide. It's like watching Nagato fight. Naruto has already mastered this technique so quickly. Boom! The 8-headed serpent retreated until it crashed into a distant mountain wall. Swoosh! Naruto swiftly launched a kunai into the air. As the kunai reached the serpent's level, he teleported to it using the flying Raijin Jutsu star. Grasping the kunai in his left hand, his cloak billowing, Naruto performed a graceful mid-air spin. With his right hand extended towards the distant mountain, his left eye suddenly radiated light. Bansho Tenin. Rumble. The mountain collapsed, sending massive boulders crashing down onto the 8-headed serpent. Clang. The kunai landed, and Naruto returned to the ground, crouching to pick it up. Glancing at the serpent buried under the rubble, he muttered to himself, I can't use Chibaku Tensei *4 now, so this will have to do as a substitute. Rumble. With a deafening roar, The 8 snake heads burst out from beneath the rocks. Naruto shrugged with a smile. Looks like it's not a good substitute after all. Naruto, you've successfully ignited my fighting spirit. As Orochimaru spoke, his body retracted, and the 8 snake heads converged, channeling chakra to form a massive purple sphere. Naruto's eyes widened. That technique, Conan warned. Be careful. That chakra is extraordinary, Naruto muttered. Yeah, it's almost on par with the tailed beast bombs of Kurama and the others. Inside Naruto, the dormant 9 tails twitched its large ears at the mention of Kurama. Boom! The 8-headed serpent unleashed its condensed chakra sphere, firing it straight at Naruto. Asterisk Yamada no Tama. Asterisk. This must be your strongest attack under the 8-headed technique. This must be your strongest attack under the 8-headed technique. Naruto stood firm. As the Yamada no Tama approached, he suddenly raised his palm, his left eye flashing with brilliance. Preta path. Asterisk. Whoosh! A translucent barrier appeared, halting the Yamada no Tama in its tracks. This was the sealing barrier of the Preta path, capable of absorbing any jutsu activated with chakra. Every technique has its limits, and the Preta path is no exception. However, among all known techniques, none have exceeded its absorption capacity, not even the tailed beast bomb. The Yamada no Tama was no exception. Whoosh! The Yamada no Tama rapidly shrank, reverting to pure chakra and being absorbed by the barrier. Orochimaru, emerging from the central snake head, watched this scene with trembling eyes. After fully absorbing the Yamada no Tama, the playful look in Naruto's eyes vanished entirely. It's over. Naruto launched another attack. Orochimaru's body retracted again. Not this time. In midair, Naruto thrust out his palm. Asterisk Bansho Tenin. Whoosh! A powerful gravitational force pulled Orochimaru's retreating body forward, forcibly separating him from the 8-headed serpent. Orochimaru resisted with all his might. He's trying to separate my true body from the 8-headed serpent. I can't let him succeed. Whoosh! Naruto's palm intensified its gravitational pull. Orochimaru was finally dragged out. Naruto slammed his palm down. Boom! The gravitational force smashed Orochimaru heavily into the ground. Thanks to his extensively modified, highly flexible body, Orochimaru was still able to move despite the severe impact. It's over. Naruto leaped into the air, releasing multiple black rods from his sleeve that precisely pierced Orochimaru's chakra points. Ugh! Naruto's immense chakra surged through the black rods of the 6 paths technique, completely suppressing Orochimaru's own chakra. After struggling in vain, Orochimaru sighed. I can't move. Poof! Behind him, the 8-headed serpent vanished in a cloud of smoke, having lost its master's control. Swoosh! Naruto reappeared with the flying Raijin Jutsu, standing over Orochimaru. Orochimaru-san, can I finally ask you to stop targeting Sasuke now? Compared to making Orochimaru submit, Naruto was more concerned about Sasuke's safety. Orochimaru too was unsettled. To think he could wield these eyes superior even to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to such an extent in such a short time. Uzumaki Naruto, a branch of the Senju clan, could he also possess the potential to embrace the Uchiha? Asterisk. For the first time in his life, Orochimaru began to suspect he had misjudged someone. He straightened up and said seriously, the defeated have no right to speak. I will abandon my pursuit of Sasuke from now on. However, asking me to immediately pledge allegiance to you is still a bit difficult. A ninja of Orochimaru's caliber would never simply yield to strength alone. Naruto's expression softened somewhat upon receiving Orochimaru's promise to leave Sasuke alone. Moreover, Orochimaru had said he couldn't immediately submit, not that he couldn't submit at all. With that, Naruto removed the black rods from Orochimaru. After standing up, Orochimaru asked with interest, Naruto-kun, aren't you afraid I'll just leave? Naruto smiled faintly. He was no longer the naive boy he had once been. After years as Hokage, he had become well-versed in the art of leadership. A balance of kindness and authority was far more effective than brute force alone. Orochimaru-san, you are free to leave any time you wish. But I assure you, one day, you will willingly return to my side. This calm confidence only piqued Orochimaru's curiosity further. The last time I clashed with Naruto was only half a year ago. Back then, he was still reckless, relying solely on his incomplete Nine-Tails power, with nothing else to his name. Yet in just 6 months, he's become someone I can no longer see through. Asterisk. Orochimaru said, very well. Let me see what you do next. That will determine my choice. Naruto pondered for a moment and said, We'll go to the Shinigami, who casts the *dead demon consuming seal, and retrieve your hands first. What? Orochimaru's slit pupils contracted sharply. Naruto smirked. The place I've chosen is not far from the Uzumaki clan's mask shrine. It's quite convenient for your purpose, isn't it? As he finished speaking, he suddenly extended his hand to the side. Bansho Tenin. Swoosh. A white Zetsu, who had been observing the scene from the bushes, was pulled over by an invisible force. Naruto grabbed white Zetsu by the throat with his left hand. Did Tobi send you? So he's already scouting this place. Impressive. Uzumaki Naruto. I won't let you relay this information to your companions. ZZZT. Naruto's left Rinnegan glowed, and white Zetsu's gaze instantly turned vacant. Turning away, Naruto said, "Let's go, Orochimaru-san. Don't you want to reclaim the technique you've longed for?" Orochimaru stared deeply at Naruto's back. This storm called Naruto has already surpassed Sasuke in intensity. It's truly intriguing. Where will this storm blow next? At the mask shrine of the Uzumaki clan, amidst a dazzling array of masks, Orochimaru found the one described in the secret scroll. The Hanya mask, which housed the spirit of the dead demon consuming seal, was the key to undoing the seal. Orochimaru said, "This is it. I only discovered its existence after scouring countless documents." Naruto, how did you know about it? Konan couldn't help but glance at Naruto. As the only one who knew the truth, she was curious whether Naruto would reveal everything to Orochimaru. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto replied, "The dead demon consuming seal is a sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. As a member of the clan, it's not surprising that I know about it, right?" Konan withdrew her gaze, slightly relieved. Such a significant secret couldn't be casually shared with someone whose loyalty was still uncertain. If they became an enemy in the future, it would only spell trouble. Naruto said seriously, "Orochimaru-san, perform the technique here." Orochimaru sighed. "In my original plan, this scene was supposed to take place elsewhere." He was referring to the Uchiha shrine. Performing the ritual there would have symbolized his reverence for the Uchiha and added a sense of ceremony. But performing it here in the Uzumaki clan's mask shrine carried its own sense of ritual, didn't it? Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru donned the Hanya mask. Boom! Ugh! A powerful storm of chakra erupted. Orochimaru, swept up in the torrent, trembled as his arms stretched outward. The Shinigami of the dead demon consuming seal revealed its imposing form. Orochimaru said, "Naruto-kun, aside from the souls of my arms, 4 other souls will also be released. Among them is..." Naruto interrupted. "I understand. I have my own solution." Orochimaru chuckled. "Good. Dead demon consuming seal. Release. The Shinigami drew its blade and sliced open its own stomach. Alpha Eta. As the sacrifice, Orochimaru immediately suffered a fatal backlash, letting out a piercing scream, swoosh, from the Shinigami's slit abdomen. The souls of Orochimaru's arms and the 4 Hokage flew out one after another. Naruto crouched down, prying open the mouth of the white Zetsu. Orochimaru regurgitated his true form, the white phosphorus snake, and slithered into the Zetsu's body, a substitution transferring the Shinigami's curse to another. Using the forbidden technique, living corpse reincarnation, Orochimaru took over the white Zetsu's body. Swoosh, swoosh, the souls of his arms returned, restoring the jutsu he had lost. The 4 Hokage's souls hovered in midair. Naruto's gaze lingered on the 4th soul. With a complex expression, he murmured, "I'm sorry, father. Now is not the time." His left Rinnegan opened. Naraka path. Whoosh, purple flames ignited, manifesting as the imposing king of hell, which devoured the 4 Hokage's souls. Naruto silently hoped, "But I believe the day we meet again will come soon." Orochimaru flexed his long-lost hands, then lowered them, looking at Naruto with newfound respect. Konan stepped forward and asked, "What's the next step? Are we returning to Amigakure?" Naruto closed his eyes, reflecting on the current situation. The 5 Kage summit was about to convene, initiated by the Raikage, with the main agenda being the pursuit of Sasuke and the Akatsuki. Danzo, having seized the position of Hokage, would attend the summit. Meanwhile, Sasuke, goaded by Tobi, would attack the summit and confront Danzo. Naruto vividly remembered how, back then, he had knelt before the Raikage, begging to protect Sasuke, and how, after killing Danzo, Sasuke had nearly blinded himself from overusing his ocular powers, their eyes meeting in that fateful moment. The banquet of the present. How swiftly time flies. But Naruto knew now was not the time to dwell on the past. For a long time, his genjutsu skills had been a weakness. While the Ninetales chakra mode allowed him to resist most illusions, it was ineffective against ocular techniques like Tsukuyomi, which could manipulate time within the illusion. And among the Otsutsuki clan, many possessed similar illusionary powers. To achieve bloodless victories in the future, a pair of eyes proficient in genjutsu was essential. Danzo's right eye was undoubtedly the best choice for now. Opening his eyes, Naruto had a new plan. Under the watchful gazes of Konan and Orochimaru, Naruto took a mask from the wall and slowly put it on. To the land of iron. The 5 Kage summit. We will strike before Tobi and Sasuke. Our target is Danzo. Yugo. Team Taka followed the riverbank and found Yugo lying unconscious on the ground. His form reduced to that of a child. Ugh! Yugo groaned, clutching his throbbing head as he sat up. Sasuke asked, "What happened?" Yugo's expression was blank, his memory hazy. Before leaving, Naruto had tampered with Yugo's memories. Naruto wasn't ready to reveal himself to Sasuke just yet. Although Yugo had been ambushed, Sasuke chose not to pursue the matter for now. His mind was preoccupied with tracking down his enemy. Sasuke said, "Forget it. It's enough that you're alive. We'll investigate this later. Right now, we have more important matters to attend to." More important matters? Yugo asked. Sasuke's 6-pointed Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed with a sharp light. Our target has changed. The land of iron. The 5 Kage summit. Team Taka will hunt down Danzo of the Leaf there, and so, Team Taka set out for the land of iron. Meanwhile, Obito, wearing his mask, and White Zetsu observed from the treetops in the distance. White Zetsu asked, puzzled, "Why don't you let me inform Sasuke about Naruto's movements? Wouldn't it be better to use him against Naruto?" Obito, after some thought, replied, "Naruto took Nagato's body. This concerns the Rinnegan and the Geto statue, 2 of our highest secrets. It's best not to involve Sasuke. Besides, the current Naruto is likely beyond Sasuke's ability to handle." White Zetsu nodded. "Fair point." Obito continued, "Through battles with the 5 Kage, we can cultivate Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan as a backup plan. That's the safer approach. Speaking of which, have you found Naruto's whereabouts?" White Zetsu replied, "Not yet. However, one of my clones recently went missing. It was likely eliminated by someone." "Oh!" Beneath his mask, Obito raised an eyebrow. "To take out one of your clones before it could relay information. Intriguing. Tell me where the clone disappeared." Whoosh! Seconds later, Obito appeared at the site of Naruto's earlier battle with Orochimaru, his Kamui vortex transporting him there. Kamui's teleportation required spatial markings. Over the years, Obito had marked much of the Land of Fire. While it wasn't exaggerated to say he had marked the entire region, he certainly had enough coverage to move freely within a 100-mile radius of the Hidden Leaf Village. About a minute later, White Zetsu arrived, slightly late. Surveying the scene of destruction, Obito's voice was low. "There's no mistaking it. Only those eyes could cause such devastation. Naruto has mastered the power of the Rinnegan." White Zetsu remarked, "Unbelievable. Back then, it took Nagato years after Akatsuki's formation to reach this level of mastery." Obito responded, "Not surprising. Naruto is a late bloomer. His potential now likely surpasses Nagato's." White Zetsu hesitated. "So what do we do now? We've been put on the back foot." Obito's gaze darkened. "No need to fear. As long as I control the Geto statue and the tailed beasts, Naruto can't gain the upper hand. And even if the worst happens, I still have a trump card, a last resort I've avoided using all these years." In the Hidden Leaf Village, the populace, apart from a few jonin led by Shikaku, had fully accepted Danzo's leadership. This was the result of Danzo's smear campaign against Naruto, a strategy that had proven highly effective. Now, all that remained was for the 5 Kage summit to conclude successfully and for Sasuke, the rogue ninja, to be eliminated. With that, even the jonin would have no choice but to acknowledge Danzo as Hokage. Inside the Hokage's temporary tent, Danzo sat upright, 3 root members kneeling before him. Danzo spoke, "This way, I can leave for the 5 Kage summit without worry. Given the current situation, we must ensure everything proceeds without error. Deploy more personnel. Capture Kabuto at all costs." Danzo thought to himself. Kabuto might possess knowledge of his dealings with Orochimaru, a connection that could destabilize his newly secured position as Hokage. Also, retrieve Orochimaru's research data from Kabuto. It might prove useful for my right eye and arm. Danzo revealed his ironclad right arm and pressed his bandaged right eye, his expression grim. After issuing his orders, he addressed the 3 root members. Fu and Toryun, stay here. Terai, you're in charge of Kabuto. Go. Yes, sir. Terai vanished, leaving Fu and Toryun behind. Danzo continued, now, it's time for me to attend the 5 Kage summit. By agreement, only 2 guards are allowed to accompany me. As 2 of Root's finest, you'll come with me. However, masks are not permitted. Remove them. The 2 complied, revealing their faces Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Toryun. Yamanaka Fu asked, as guards, what weapons should we prepare? Danzo replied, that's up to you. Understood. Danzo added, Toryun, have your men locate Uzumaki's whereabouts. The Ninetales must remain under our control. Also, keep an eye on Sai. He may betray Root. Be cautious. Eliminate the rogue ninja Uzumaki Naruto. Destroy the Ninetales demon fox Naruto. Restore our home. The villagers of the Leaf, outraged, marched in protest against Naruto. Some even set fire to his house, reducing it to ashes. The situation had spiraled out of control. Kakashi and others, deeply troubled, found themselves unable to defend Naruto in the face of seemingly irrefutable evidence. Danzo, now Hokage, had issued a kill-on-sight order for Sasuke, branding him a rogue ninja. Meanwhile, Naruto's reputation as a hero had been utterly destroyed. The appearance of these 2 rogue ninjas was a heavy blow to their peers. Near a makeshift bench in the village, Naruto and Sasuke's former classmates gathered to discuss the matter. Neji Hyuga and Shino Aburame remained silent, their expressions heavy. After all, the deceased link to Naruto included members of both the Hyuga and Aburame clans. Ino Yamanaka sat on the bench, crying. To her, Sasuke had once been the prince of her dreams. Sakura Haruno, too, looked pale. Her village was in ruins, her mentor comatose, and her 2 teammates had become traitors. One had been her pillar of support, the other her deepest longing. Without Naruto and Sasuke, could Team 7 still be called team? But no one was more heartbroken than Hinata Hyuga. Everyone said the boy she loved most had killed members of her clan. Shikamaru Nara, always the most rational, broke the oppressive silence. It's too early to convict Naruto. The 3 corpses were brought back by Root. Knowing their methods, there's likely more to this than meets the eye. The group fell into deep thought. After a long pause, Sakura hesitantly asked, what about Sasuke? Shikamaru sighed. Sasuke's crimes are undeniable. No one can defend him. His situation is even more precarious than Naruto's. While Naruto's actions threaten only the Leaf, Sasuke is now a global enemy. The 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron was convened specifically to discuss his elimination. Sakura bit her lip, her heart aching. Naruto, why? As a hero, why would you do something so reckless at such a critical moment? You're the only one who can save Sasuke. A soft yet firm voice interrupted her thoughts. I'm going to find Naruto. The group turned in shock. Hinata? Hinata's determination was unwavering. Naruto must have had no choice but to leave the village. There's no way he killed Takuma. There must be more to this. Neji tried to console her. Lady Hinata, I understand how you feel, but as Shinobi, we can't let personal emotions cloud our judgment. But Sakura interjected, Hinata's not wrong. Sakura? Sakura thought, Naruto, if you've lost your way, I'll bring you back myself. Rock Lee exclaimed, there's no other way. Youth means charging forward. Kiba Inuzuka churned in. Tracking someone is what we do best. Isn't that right, Akamaru? Woof woof. Akamaru barked in agreement. Neji finally relented. I don't believe Naruto would do such a thing either. Let's investigate. Shino added, count me in. If you must ask why, I was excluded from the mission to retrieve Sasuke. This time I won't be left out. Besides, I need answers about Takuma's death. Shikamaru sighed and stood. Troublesome. One after another, all of you including me. Hinata was deeply moved. Shino, Kiba, everyone, thank you. And so, as the clouds of conflict gathered, the 5 Kage Summit began as scheduled. Chapter 5, The 5 Kage Summit. The Land of Iron, the nation of samurai, was located near the lands of earth and lightning, bordering the lands of fire, waterfall, and fields. Its climate was perpetually cold, with heavy snow covering the land year-round. Due to its historical neutrality in the conflicts of the ninja world, it had avoided the ravages of war and became the ideal location for hosting the 5 Kage Summit. At this moment, near the border of the Land of Fire, Team Taka was racing at full speed, about to enter the land of iron. Karen suddenly frowned. There's an unknown chakra ahead. Sasuke and the others halted, immediately on guard. Whoosh! Countless butterflies appeared, gathering mid-air to form the graceful figure of Konan. Her expression was cold and detached. This path is closed. Sasuke frowned. That cloak you're with Akatsuki. Suigetsu turned to the white Zetsu leading them. One of your comrades? The white Zetsu shouted. Konan, you betrayed Akatsuki. Why are you here? Konan replied calmly. Akatsuki was founded by Yahiko in Amigakure. It was merely stolen by you. I can call myself Akatsuki anytime, anywhere. White Zetsu growled. Damn it, I didn't expect her to interfere, Sasuke said coldly. If she's not one of your allies, then I have no problem taking her down. White Zetsu responded. Ah, by all means, clean up the traitor for us. I'd be delighted. Sasuke gripped his sword and stepped forward. His Sharingan spun, evolving into the Mangekyo Sharingan with a faint sound. His gaze was icy. Don't get in my way. Konan's response was a rain of paper spears, rolled from countless sheets of paper. Scatter. Turn Taka dispersed. Asterisk clang. 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 Asterisk. Sasuke swung his Kusanagi sword, deflecting the oncoming paper spears. But Konan's technique was vast in range, long-lasting, and surprisingly powerful. While intercepting the attacks, Sasuke's left eye locked onto Konan's figure in the sky. A line of blood trickled from the corner of his eye, staining the snow below a stark contrast against the white ground. Bloodshot veins spread like a web across his pupil. Asterisk Amaterasu. Asterisk. Whoosh! The black flames of Amaterasu ignited Konan's paper body, ending the rain of paper spears. Unquenchable black flames. Amaterasu. The same power as Itachi's eyes, Konan murmured as her body burned to ashes. However, as paper fragments scattered through the air, more versions of Konan appeared. Yugo muttered, just now. Was that only a clone? Sasuke demanded coldly. Karen, can you locate her real body? Karen formed a two-finger hand sign, enhancing her sensory ability through her Kagura mind's eye. After a moment, she shook her head. All the chakra signatures are identical. White Zetsu groaned. That woman's abilities are incredibly troublesome. Sasuke, you should conserve your chakra before fighting the 5 Kage. Sasuke, impatient, snapped. It doesn't matter. Burn them all. Asterisk whoosh. 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 Asterisk. Black flames erupted in the air, indiscriminately attacking Konan's clones. Karen worried silently. Since learning that Danzo became Hokage, Sasuke's chakra has changed. So cold now, on the towering snow-capped mountains, the 5 Kage summit was proceeding as scheduled. The venue was adorned with the flags of the 5 great nations: wind, fire, earth, lightning, and water. Around the massive circular table oriented east to west, the 5 Kage were all present. The 4th Reikage, A. The 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki of both scales. The 5th Kazekage, Gara of the sand. The 6th Hokage, Danzo Shimura. The Kage's bodyguards stood behind the curtains, closely monitoring the proceedings and ready to intervene at any moment. In the center sat Mifune, the general of the Land of Iron and the host of the summit. Behind him stood 2 renowned samurai, Chojuro and Rikaku, both famed warriors with strength comparable to elite jonin. But in truth, these 2 were none other than Naruto and Orochimaru in disguise. Naruto, I didn't expect you to know the Land of Iron's layout so well. We infiltrated without any trouble. Of course, in his previous life, Naruto had served as the head of the 5 Kage and had organized multiple summits. He had also visited the Land of Iron at Mifune's invitation. In a stable nation like the Land of Iron, fortresses rarely changed. The 3 of them had devised their plan on the way. Naruto explained, Danzo's right eye is from Shursui Uchiha and contains the Kodo Amitsukami. That genjutsu is extremely dangerous, even for me. Unless I can kill Danzo before he activates Kodo Amitsukami, a decisive victory is nearly impossible. Therefore, the basic strategy is to exhaust Danzo's use of Kodo Amitsukami before engaging in battle. Orochimaru asked, and how do we exhaust it? Naruto replied, if I'm not mistaken, Danzo will likely use this technique on Mifune during the summit to gain the upper hand. It's not a jutsu that can be used multiple times in a day. With the Rinnegan, Naruto could theoretically resist Mangekyo Genjutsu, but he decided to err on the side of caution. Konan asked, so, does that mean we ambush him after the summit? On his way back to the village? Naruto shook his head. That would be too late. We're not the only ones targeting Danzo. If we encounter others, it could complicate things. I'll infiltrate the venue with Orochimaru, blending in as samurai maintaining order. We'll keep a close watch on Danzo's movements. To be honest, transformation jutsu is my specialty. As for Sasuke, Konan, I'll need you to stall them. But remember, don't engage in a prolonged fight. Back to the present. Mifune announced in a deep voice, the 5 Kage summit begins now. Gaara rested his hands under his chin and addressed the other 4 Kage. I'll speak first. Listen carefully. Inoki chuckled. The 5 Kage certainly have changed. To become a Kage at your age? Impressive. It seems your father taught you well, though not manners. Damn that old man. Behind the curtain, Kankuro, one of Gaara's bodyguards, clenched his teeth in anger. Gaara responded calmly. Indeed, that's why I sit here as Kazekage. Ha 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 ha. Inoki laughed. What an arrogant young man. What's with that Tsuchikage? Kankuro, hot-headed as ever, was itching to storm out and confront him. Be quiet. Temari, the more level-headed of the two, cautioned him. Despite her words, her hand moved to her weapon pouch, ready to act if necessary. Tsuchikage, please refrain from interrupting. Mei Terumi, the Mizukage, interjected diplomatically. Kazekage, please continue. Gaara said, I was once a Jinchuriki, captured by Akatsuki. I believe Akatsuki poses a grave threat. I've repeatedly requested action from the 5 Kage, but my pleas were ignored, except by the previous Hokage. And now, with the Jinchuriki of each nation taken, it's too late to join forces. Inoki offered his perspective. For the great nations to lose their Jinchuriki is a disgrace, a humiliation that undermines their authority. Seeking help from other nations immediately after such a loss would be unthinkable. Gaara scoffed. Tradition? Authority? Such outdated notions are meaningless. Inoki thought to himself, the arrogance of youth. Mei Terumi added, whether outdated or not, as Mizukage, I admit we've been too passive. But even if the tailed beasts are taken, they don't immediately become a threat. Controlling them requires knowledge, skill, and time. Inoki agreed. A Jinchuriki must grow alongside their tailed beast, forming a bond over time. Even then, control is difficult. But I digress. Isn't that right, Kazekage? Gaara remained silent. At that moment, Danzo spoke, his tone measured. Before we continue debating, there's something I'd like to address. The Raikage roared. What's the meaning of this? Danzo replied. The leader of the Akatsuki is very likely Uchiha Madara. What? The 4 Kage exclaimed in unison. Inoki muttered with disbelief. That guy. Didn't he die a long time ago? Danzo said. The details are unclear, but the intelligence is accurate. Inoki frowned. I can't believe it. Madara is still alive. At this moment, Mifune, the leader of the neutral land of Iron, spoke up. As a neutral party, I would like to say something. The leader of the Akatsuki is well-versed in exploiting the development of the times. He has used the mistrust among nations to expand his influence during this period of relative peace. However, every crisis comes with an opportunity. The fact that the 5 Kage have gathered here today is a blessing. I propose forming a united ninja army to counter the threat of the Akatsuki. Inoki responded, a united ninja army? That's not something that can be decided so easily. The 5 great shinobi villages are evenly matched in power. Who would lead such an army? Mifune said. Currently, the only remaining Jinchuriki is the Nine-Tails of Konoha. How we guide him is of utmost importance. The Kage fell silent. Mifune continued. In that case, why not let the Hokage command the united ninja army? His words sent shockwaves through the room. After all, outside of Konoha, no one was yet aware of Naruto's defection. What did you say? The Raikage reacted the most violently. Danzo, unfazed, said, if there are no objections, then I humbly accept this responsibility. The Raikage shouted. Why should it be the Hokage? He represents the darkness of the shinobi world. How can we entrust such a person with this responsibility? Mifune glanced at the Raikage and asked, then, Lord Raikage, who do you believe should take the lead? The Raikage roared. No one from our village has joined the Akatsuki. Those who are untrustworthy cannot bear such a heavy burden. I am the most suitable candidate. Library, Mifune replied calmly. That would be difficult to convince others. The Raikage growled. What did you say? Mifune pointed at the shattered table in front of the Raikage and reasoned. Is this the kind of method and power you would use to lead the ninja? Do you think it's appropriate? If decisions are made impulsively and power is prioritized above all, the United Army will end up like this table shattered into pieces. Crack, crack, crack. The Raikage clenched his teeth in frustration, knowing he had been outmaneuvered. Mifune withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "Of course, this is just an objective evaluation from an outsider. Lord Kazekage is too young to command respect. Moreover, as the Kazekage, he already has enough responsibilities on his shoulders. Lord Tsuchikage, on the other hand, is advanced in age, lacking vitality. Furthermore, his inclination to use the Akatsuki makes him difficult to trust. As for Lady Mizukage, the Akatsuki originated from Kirigakure. The issue of intelligence leaks is concerning, not to mention the matter of spies. Although we still don't understand why the Akatsuki is collecting tailed beasts, we cannot allow the Ninetails to fall into their hands under any circumstances. And since the Ninetails belongs to Konoha, we believe that having the Hokage lead is the safest option." Mifune's argument was well-reasoned, leaving the Raikage aware that his hopes of becoming the commander were dashed. He bellowed, "I came here to showcase the strength of Kumogakure. As for this united ninja army, it has nothing to do with me." Ao, one of the Mizukage's guards, who had a sharp mind, noticed something suspicious. "There's something off. This situation needs to be verified. Chojuro, prepare for combat." "Ha!" The young and inexperienced Chojuro was momentarily confused but still gripped his sword, Hiramakarei, tightly. Zzz. Ao formed a hand seal with 2 fingers, and the veins around his right eye, covered by a black-sealed eye patch, became visible. Byakugan. Through the Byakugan, Ao could clearly see the chakra flow around Danzo's right eye. He was shocked internally. How can this be? The chakra color around his right eye and its surrounding pathways. There's no mistaking it. It's Uchiha Shirsue's chakra, that formidable enemy I once faced. I could never forget that chakra. Swish. Ao landed behind Mei Terumi and addressed Danzo. "Lord Hokage, could you let us see your bandaged right eye?" The 4 Kage were stunned. Danzo remained silent. Inoki asked, "What's going on?" Ao accused Danzo. "That right eye, it must have been transplanted from Uchiha Shirsue. Shirsue's dojutsu allows him to enter someone's mind and manipulate their thoughts without them even realizing it. It is the most powerful genjutsu." The Raikage caught on. "Hokage, don't tell me you've been manipulating Mifune." Mifune was startled. "What?" Ao explained. "This right eye of mine was a trophy from a battle with the Hyuga clan, so I won't criticize others for using such means. However, the genjutsu on Lord Mifune has already been dispelled. Furthermore," Ao suddenly turned his gaze behind Mifune. "You too. Reveal your true forms." Everyone turned their attention to Chukiai and Rikyaku standing there. The tall samurai Rikyaku, who was actually Orochimaru in disguise, thought to himself, "Heh, so I've been discovered. After all, who would have expected this?" Naruto-kun, one of the Mizukage's guards, possesses the Byakugan. The one-eyed samurai Chukiai, disguised as Naruto, remained expressionless. This was a distant memory. Naruto had only heard about this meeting from others and couldn't possibly know every detail. But the objective had been achieved, the depletion of Danzo's Kodo Amitsukami. Poof! The transformation jutsu was dispelled. Naruto, wearing a mask, and Orochimaru revealed themselves to everyone. Clang! Without hesitation, Mifune drew his sword and struck. Naruto unsheathed the blade at his waist, blocking Mifune's swift attack. Naruto smirked, as expected of the samurai leader. Such impressive swordsmanship. Mifune demanded, "Where are Chukiai and Rikyaku?" "Who knows?" Naruto replied nonchalantly. He pushed Mifune's blade aside with his left hand and reached for his ninja pouch with his right. Mifune's eyes narrowed as he retreated, sword at the ready. Naruto pulled out a ninja smoke bomb from his pouch and smashed it on the ground. Boom! 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 Amidst the smoke, the sound of fists and feet clashing echoed. Then, with a loud crash, the wall shattered. Danzo clutched his shoulder and fled, followed closely by Fu and Toryun. Naruto and Orochimaru were about to give chase when Ao blocked their path. "Even if you're wearing a mask, your chakra cannot be hidden. You're the Ninetails Jinchuriki from Konoha, aren't you? And you're Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, a dangerous figure rumored to have died. Yet here you are, alive and with the Jinchuriki." "Heh." Orochimaru chuckled seductively. Naruto thought to himself, "Ao of Kirigakure, Although I haven't interacted with him much, I can see now that he's a sharp ninja. I can understand why he was recruited by the Kara organization after surviving the 4th Shinobi World War. At this moment, the Raikage roared, "Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, so you're Uzumaki Naruto. Tell me, do you know where Uchiha Sasuke is?" Naruto replied, "I do." The Raikage demanded, "Where is he?" Naruto smirked, "I'm not telling you. What did you say?" Raikage's fury erupted instantly at Naruto's attitude. Crackle, lightning armor burst to life around his body. Heavy stream break, he charged straight at Naruto's face. So fast. Naruto marveled, already bracing himself for impact. Whoosh, but suddenly, sand intercepted Raikage's path. It was Gaara's doing. Raikage turned back angrily. "Kazekage brat, you owe me an explanation." Raikage's guards, Darui and C, prepared to strike. Kazekage's guards, Tamari and Kankuro, also readied their giant fan and puppets, standing in formation. In this tense standoff, Gaara slowly stood up. "He's my friend. Can you let me ask him one question first?" Raikage snorted coldly. "Humph. Make it quick, or I'll take you down with him." "Gaara." Naruto looked at Gaara with a complicated expression. He hadn't told Orochimaru about his roundabout reasoning, not just because of his fear of Danzo's Kotoeme Tsukumi, but also because of the bonds he once shared with someone in this room. A boy once alone in the desert, burdened with the same fate. A demon who only loved himself, had learned to love others. Who? Gaara took a deep breath to calm himself. Seeing Naruto here had almost made him doubt his own eyes, but he still believed in Naruto, convinced that he must have an unavoidable reason for his actions. Gaara stared at Naruto. "Naruto, I only have one question. Are those 2 samurai still alive?" Mifune, the samurai leader, tightened his grip on his sword slightly. The safety of his subordinates was his utmost concern. Naruto's gaze was steady. "Of course, I would never harm the innocent." Gaara's tense lips relaxed, and a faint smile appeared. "All right, I've asked my question. Do what you need to do. I trust that you have your reasons." "Thank you." Naruto clenched his fists. The gratitude in his heart was beyond words. Raikage scoffed. "Kazekage, are you kidding me? Such childish words, are those what a ninja should say?" Gaara replied firmly, "Childish or not, if you attack Naruto again, you'll have to face me. I'll fight you to the end." Raikage roared. "Fine, I'll kill you first, then the Nine-Tails." "Tisich, these young people are so troublesome." Inoki, the Tsuchikage, floated into the air. His old eyes, though dim, were still sharp. In the current ninja world, the Nine-Tails was the only one Akatsuki hadn't captured. Eliminating the Jinchuriki here would not only thwart Akatsuki's plans but also weaken Konoha's power. "Young man, blame yourself for taking such an ambiguous stance, giving this old man a legitimate reason to deal with you openly." Zzz. As he thought, a transparent white cube formed between Inoki's hands, aimed directly at Naruto below. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Gaara shouted urgently, "Naruto, watch out!" "Too late. No one survives my dust release," Inoki declared. Whoosh, the dust release beam, capable of disintegrating anything into molecules, shot downward at an angle. Naruto calmly raised his left hand, and the beam vanished instantly. Inoki was stunned. "What?" Akatsuchi was equally shocked. "He neutralized the old man's dust release? How?" Kuratsuchi's eyes sparkled. "Amazing!" Naruto looked up, murmuring, "The Tsuchikage's dust release is as troublesome as ever." The Mizukage, Mei Terumi, the only one who had yet to act, observed with her enchanting eyes. Naruto Uzumaki. His actions and motives remain unclear. For now, I won't interfere with him. But Orochimaru, once a member of Akatsuki, cannot be allowed to go free. Swoosh. With that thought, Mei formed hand seals, her crimson lips parting to unleash a highly corrosive liquid towards Orochimaru. Lava release. Lava monster technique. Splash. The lava poured down, corroding the ground into a smoky mess. Dozens of protective gray snakes dissolved and fell from Orochimaru's body, revealing his tattered clothing. Orochimaru remarked, "The bloodline limit of lava release. Truly troublesome." Mei's eyes turned cold. "Chojuro, yes, even though he's one of the legendary Sannin. I'll do my best." Though Chojuro's voice trembled, his grip on his sword was firm. As he infused it with a massive amount of chakra, Hiramakerii grew to an enormous size. He swung it with all his might. Hiramakerii unleashed. Boom! Ugh! Orochimaru was struck squarely by Hiramakari, crashing through the wall and into the hallway. Tap, tap, tap. Mei quickly pursued him. When Orochimaru got up, he found the collapsed wall sealed off by Mei's lava release. The area had become a sealed chamber. Mei's phoenix-like eyes glinted with authority. Orochimaru, it said that you've conducted many dangerous experiments and colluded with Akatsuki. Your existence is a threat to the ninja world. Eliminating that threat is the duty of a Kage. She formed another seal, and scorching acidic mist spewed from her lips. Boil release. Skilled mist technique. Whoosh! As the mist's concentration increased, the air in the chamber grew hazy. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Orochimaru's skin began to show signs of melting. His vertical pupils gleamed. Lava release and boil release 2 bloodline limits. Though you're young, you surpass the potential of the previous Mizukage, Yagura. Would you be interested in becoming one of my test subjects? Mei retorted, don't be ridiculous. Just dissolve here obediently. I'm not joking. Swoosh. Orochimaru's neck suddenly extended towards Mei in a bizarre manner. Ha! Mei gasped, retreating quickly. But the confined space left little room to evade. Orochimaru's neck coiled around her torso several times before sinking its fangs into her neck. Whoosh! Orochimaru's neck retracted. Ugh! Mei collapsed weakly. That's a curse mark to restrict movement. But the mist's concentration is at its maximum. Your body will melt. Not necessarily. The heavily injured Orochimaru chuckled seductively before opening his mouth wide, regurgitating a brand new version of himself and rising amidst the gooey mess. Mei's eyes trembled. How is this possible? Your techniques aren't strong enough to kill me. Among the current 5 Kage, the only one truly capable of threatening my life is Tsuchika Jinoki's dust release. Swoosh! Naruto suddenly appeared in the sealed chamber, placing a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. We have more important matters to attend to. Orochimaru. Swoosh! He teleported away with Orochimaru. The flying Raijin Jutsu. He must have marked Danzo back then. Mei's eyes narrowed. Her weakened state made it impossible to control her chakra precisely, causing the lava release sealing the wall to dissolve. Damn! The acidic mist is leaking into the conference hall. I have to adjust the concentration. The confrontations during the 5 Kage summit came to a temporary halt. Naruto was about to face Danzo in battle. In the snowy plains of the Land of Iron, Naruto and Orochimaru appeared before Danzo and his entourage. Unlike the bridge that served as the battlefield years ago, though they had similarly escaped from the 5 Kage summit, Naruto used the flying Raijin Jutsu to arrive here. This time, Danzo had yet to leave the Land of Iron. Danzo, deep in thought, glanced at his shoulder out of the corner of his eye. The flying Raijin Jutsu mark. He deliberately waited until I left the summit to strike, avoiding dragging the other Kage into this. Orochimaru greeted him with a sly tone. Danzo, long time no see. How is that right arm treating you? Ignoring Orochimaru's taunt, Danzo released his grip on his cane and began unwrapping the bandages on his right arm, revealing a finely crafted arm guard. Fu Toryun, buy me some time. I need to undo the seal on my right arm. Understood. Fu and Toryun stepped forward. Naruto has taken Nagato's body. He must have gained the power of the Rinnegan. Be cautious, Danzo instructed as he unclasped the first latch on his arm guard. As Fu and Toryun approached, Naruto's expression remained indifferent beneath his mask. My target is Danzo alone. If you insist on standing in my way, I won't hold back. Aburame Toryun stood firm, his voice resolute. If you want to get to Lord Danzo, you'll have to step over our corpses first. Naruto replied. That's unfortunate. Fu thought to himself. The Ninetales' life is crucial for Lord Danzo's future plans. I must capture him alive if possible. With that thought, he formed a peculiar hand sign, aiming it at Naruto from a distance. Naruto's gaze sharpened. That hand sign, Fu declared. This technique is unavoidable. Mind-body switch technique. Buzz. Naruto's body trembled as Fu's consciousness entered him. I'll destroy your left eye. Due to the connection of the mind-body switch, my own left eye will also be destroyed. But this sacrifice is worth it. Controlling Naruto's body, Fu drew a kunai and aimed it at Naruto's left eye. Clink. But the kunai's tip suddenly stopped just short of his eye, unable to move any further. A few seconds later, Fu opened his eyes and sighed. I failed. The Jinchuriki's willpower is extraordinarily strong. My mind-body switch was broken in just 3 seconds. Beside him, Aburame Toryun said, Then I'll use my technique to deal with him. He removed his black shirt, revealing dark purple venom flowing across his torso, and charged straight at Naruto. Orochimaru warned, he's the son of Aburame Shikuro. He can use nanoscale poisonous insects. Without the first Hokage cells, even a single touch means certain death. Be careful, Naruto-kun. Ah, I understand. Naruto's left eye beneath the mask suddenly focused. Shinra Tensei, boom, what? The sudden burst of repulsive force sent Toryun flying backward. He tumbled to the ground, landing face down. Fu exclaimed, what was that just now? Was it the Rinnegan's power? Toryun struggled to get up. Ugh. My whole body feels like it's falling apart. If I take 2 or 3 more hits like that, I'll probably die. At this moment, Naruto took out a pair of black gloves, put them on his left hand, and reached out toward Toryun from a distance. Bansho Tenin, whoosh! The gravitational pull dragged Toryun toward him from afar. Toryun shouted, this time it's gravitational force. Clang. Suddenly, Fu rushed forward, grabbing Toryun's shoulder while throwing a chain behind him, which wrapped around a tree in the background. Clink. The chain tightened, freezing both of them in place. Rustle, rustle. However, the dark purple venom began spreading from Toryun's shoulder to Fu's arm. Toryun yelled in panic, Fu! Let go of me. You'll be infected by the poisonous insects. Naruto watched the scene coldly, then intensified the gravitational pull from his palm. Whoosh! Fu could no longer hold on, and Toryun was pulled forward. Naruto pressed his gloved left hand against Toryun's chest and yanked forcefully. Human path. Whoosh! Toryun's soul was forcibly extracted, and his lifeless body collapsed at Naruto's feet. Naraka path. Boom! A ghostly purple flame ignited, manifesting as the King of Hell statue. It devoured both Toryun's body and soul before disappearing. Naruto removed the glove and tossed it aside, addressing the stunned Fu. Do you want to join him in there? Fu glanced back at Danzo, who was still calmly undoing the latches on his arm guard. His subordinates' lives were merely tools to buy him time. Fu turned back, his face set with determination. From the day I joined Root, my life has belonged to Lord Danzo. Clang. He severed his insect-infected arm with his blade. Knowing his death was inevitable, he didn't even bother to bandage the wound. Grabbing his sword, he charged at Naruto. Boom! Another burst of repulsive force sent Fu sprawling to the ground, his sword flying from his grasp. Thud! A black rod pierced cleanly through his heart. Fu died instantly without any pain. Naruto murmured, even as members of Root, symbols of darkness, you couldn't escape the essence of being a ninja. Fu Yamanaka, Aburame Toryun, I will remember your names. Thanks to the time bought by his loyal subordinates, Danzo finally undid the seal on his right arm. 10 Sharingan eyes spun erratically, exuding an unsettling aura. Naruto remarked, so that's Danzo's right arm, a fusion of Senju and Uchiha powers. If I recall correctly, that arm was created using Shin Uchiha cells. Orochimaru confirmed. Indeed, Shin's ability to resist rejection allowed him to simultaneously integrate Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan collected after the Uchiha massacre. Naruto thought to himself, even I feel furious just looking at it. Sasuke must have been enraged when he saw this back then. That's why this time, I'll take care of Danzo myself. His ideology and methods will only hinder our future plans. Danzo, confident of victory, declared, Naruto Uzumaki, it seems you've gained one of Nagato's Rinnegan and have begun to master its power. However, against the combined might of Senju and Uchiha, you stand no chance. Swish, swish, swish. He swiftly formed 3 hand seals and charged at Naruto. Naruto stood firm, unmoving as a mountain, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Izanagi? Is it coming? Orochimaru retreated to a distance, leaving the stage to Naruto. With Danzo wielding the combined powers of Senju and Uchiha, and Naruto possessing the Rinnegan, both of them embody the essence of the Sage of Six Paths He. Let's see how this clash unfolds. The left eye of Shursui, I didn't get it back then. In hindsight, it must have been fate, a sign that I would obtain the Rinnegan. Your left eye, Naruto. I'll be taking it without hesitation. Swish. As Danzo closed in, he reached directly for Naruto's left eye without any preamble. Danzo closed in swiftly, his right hand darting toward Naruto's eye socket. Digging out an eye barehanded, it was not a reckless move. With Izanagi, any damage could be turned into an illusion, giving Danzo the confidence to act so boldly. Failure would cost him nothing, and success would mean everything. Why not take the chance? Is this how you obtained Shirsue's right eye as well, Danzo? Naruto murmured inwardly, his left eye narrowing sharply. Shinra Tensei, boom, ugh. A powerful repulsive force exploded outward, sending Danzo flying in a sorry state. Shinra Tensei a technique that emits an omnidirectional repulsive force centered on the user, deflecting all physical and ninjutsu attacks. It's a flawless move for both offense and defense. Whoosh! The figure of Danzo, flung away, dissolved into a fleeting mirage. His true body reappeared right in front of Naruto. But between uses, there's a 5-second interval. That's the weakness of this technique. It's worth noting that during Pain's assault on Konoha, Danzo and his root operatives remained underground, observing the battle without participating. The intelligence on the Rinnegan gathered by Jiraiya and Konoha's forces during their skirmishes was also collected by Root. Danzo's original plan had been to wait until Pain and Konoha were both severely weakened before stepping in as the savior. This would not only diminish Tsunade's faction but also elevate his own reputation, allowing him to seize power. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Naruto returned from Mount Myaboku and defeated Pain. Swish! As Danzo charged, a kunai slipped from his sleeve, thrusting straight toward Naruto's face. Naruto closed his eyes briefly. The shadow clone he had hidden earlier dispersed, feeding back Sage Chakra to his main body, instantly activating Sage Mode. Swish! Naruto shifted his body slightly, dodging the kunai. His right hand grabbed Danzo's arm while his left hand formed a Rinnegan, striking Danzo squarely in the chest. Sage Art. Rinnegan. Arg! The Rinnegan exploded, leaving Danzo's chest a bloody mess. Thud! Naruto followed up with a powerful kick, sending Danzo flying. He crashed through 3 trees in a straight line before coming to a stop, covered in snow. Moments later, Izanagi took effect, and all of Danzo's injuries vanished. Danzo stood up, brushing the snow off his shoulders, his expression calm. Sage Mode enhances both perception and physical abilities significantly. Combined with the Rinnegan's powers, you almost have no weaknesses. A smirk appeared on his face. But no matter how strong you are, Izanagi ensures that I remain undefeated. Whoosh! Danzo formed hand seals, took a deep breath, and held it in. The wrinkles on his face seemed to converge toward his mouth. Wind release. Vacuum bullets. Bayu. 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 Danzo exhaled, and the wind release chakra shot out like bullets wide in range and incredibly fast. Swish! Naruto ducked, weaved, and flipped through the gaps between the vacuum bullets, closing the distance toward Danzo. You like using wind release too? Let me return the favor. As Danzo's vacuum bullets came to an end, Naruto created shadow clones, combining them with the nature transformation of the Rinnegan. A piercing wind howled, chilling everyone to the bone. Naruto spun elegantly, building momentum, and hurled the deadly weapon at Danzo. Sage Art. Wind release. Raisin Shuriken. There was no escape. The wind blades struck Danzo, sending him flying backward. Boom! Rumble! The devastating windstorm obliterated Danzo and the surrounding forest completely. Whoosh! Danzo reappeared 20 meters away in an open clearing, gazing at the aftermath of the storm with a grave expression. To incorporate nature transformation into the Rinnegan, combined with Sage Chakra for a long-range attack. This is the pinnacle of wind release. But it's a pity such a brilliant jutsu will disappear from the ninja world today. As he spoke, Danzo looked down at his right arm. The first Sharingan had closed completely, and the second was already counting down. His thoughts raced. Naruto wields the Rinnegan and Sage Mode. He has too many ways to finish me off. To be cautious, I can't afford to conserve chakra by deactivating Izanagi midway. With 9 Sharingan, I have about 9 minutes of Izanagi's duration left. Fortunately, Naruto's Sage Mode isn't like the first Hokage's. It can't be maintained indefinitely. According to the intel, Naruto can replenish Sage Chakra using up to 2 shadow clones during battle. However, using that wind release Sage Jutsu will accelerate his chakra consumption, increasing the risk of his Sage Mode deactivating. With 9 minutes, I still have a good chance. I'll keep up the pressure, look for an opening, and take his left eye. Victory will then be mine. Whoosh! Having finalized his strategy, Danzo formed seals and took a deep breath. Wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. Boom! An overwhelming wind release transformed into a massive cannon, sweeping up snow as it blasted toward Naruto's position. Naruto reserved Shinra Tensei for defending against Danzo's close-range attacks. The Rinnegan's 6 paths abilities were incredibly versatile, offering many options. Facing the oncoming vacuum Great Sphere, Naruto extended his left hand, and a sealing barrier appeared before his palm. Predapath. Whoosh! The vacuum great sphere rapidly shrank as it was absorbed by the Predapath. That's the Rinnegan's ability to absorb ninjutsu, as described in the intel. Swoosh! Danzo quickly unfurled a stack of explosive tags, detonating them on himself. In the state of Izanagi, death allowed him to respawn at a chosen location. Exploiting this ability, Danzo reappeared behind Naruto, launching a surprise attack. Naruto continued absorbing ninjutsu, glancing backward out of the corner of his eye. Danzo smirked inwardly. Yes, use that repulsive force against me. That 5-second interval will give me the perfect opportunity. But then, Naruto's lips curled into a sly smile. He reached into his ninja pouch, pulled out a smoke bomb, and smashed it to the ground. Poof! Thick smoke spread, obscuring the view behind him. Danzo hesitated mid-step. What? A smoke bomb? In that brief moment of doubt, Naruto finished absorbing the ninjutsu. He formed hand seals and spun around dramatically. Sage art. Fire release. Great flame technique. Boom! Roaring flames erupted, cutting off Danzo's path. The two stood tensely, separated by dozens of meters. Naruto raised a hand, smiling faintly. I've just been playing around with these Rinnegan abilities because they're new to me. Don't think that just because I've learned to run, I've forgotten how to walk. Danzo was momentarily speechless as his gaze shifted to his right arm. The second Sharingan had closed completely, and the third was already halfway through its countdown. A quarter of Izanagi's duration had been consumed, yet he had gained no advantage. It's worth noting that while Izanagi was powerful, its chakra consumption increased over time, making it a risky technique. Naruto's tone was laced with amusement. Are you sure you're okay? You've already used up almost 3 eyes. My chakra reserves are still plenty full. Danzo clenched his fists tightly, then slowly relaxed them. A smile crept across his wrinkled face. Naruto, I've seen countless people in my lifetime, and I've never misjudged anyone. You have the potential for darkness. There's no soil more suitable for you than root. Naruto narrowed his eyes. And Danzo made a shocking proposal. So let's join forces. I've already risen to the position of Hokage, and I'm no longer suited to remain in root. If you agree, I'll appoint you as the leader of root. What do you say? After listening to Danzo's proposal, Naruto rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, That does sound like a good idea. Danzo's expression shifted slightly. Exactly. As long as we join forces, making Konoha reign supreme over the entire ninja world will be within our grasp. Naruto lowered his hand from his chin, his gaze becoming deeper. Making Konoha reign supreme over the ninja world. Do you think that's enough? Oh, Danzo raised an eyebrow. Could it be that you have an even grander plan? Naruto replied bluntly. Of course I do. But you wouldn't understand because your vision and abilities are far too limited. Danzo's tone grew darker. Abilities aside, why do you claim my vision is lacking? Naruto countered. Let me ask you this, where were you and the root when Pain attacked the village? Danzo defended himself. For the future of the ninja world, proper patience and concealment are necessary. For root to step into the light, it requires the right opportunity. With Tsunade's slug techniques, the village wouldn't have been completely destroyed. Those sacrifices were temporary. Once I take the position of Hokage, Konoha will enter a new era of prosperity. He then shifted the topic. Speaking of which, why did the Pain incident happen in the first place? Isn't it because of Jiraiya's naivety and Tsunade's indulgence? If I had been in power, Pain would never have been born, and the Akatsuki would never have risen. Root's way is to nip all risks to the village's development in the bud. Tell me, where exactly is my vision lacking? Naruto said solemnly. Along with the risks you eliminate, you also kill hope. Danzo chuckled. Hope? You want me to place the future in something as intangible as that? Naruto replied coldly. Calling it intangible is exactly where your narrow-mindedness lies. Flowers wither in soil devoid of hope. Even if they manage to survive, they grow covered in poisonous thorns. Danzo, you keep claiming that Pain wouldn't have been born and the Akatsuki wouldn't have risen under your watch. But the early Akatsuki was a righteous organization. It was your secret interference that caused Nagato to lose his faith, turning him into Pain and twisting the Akatsuki's ideals. That's right. The one truly responsible for the village's destruction isn't Jiraiya-sensei or Tsunade-bachan. It's your so-called Dark Root Doctrine. In the end, you're just using the pretense of protecting the village to satisfy your own ambitions. Danzo, You are unworthy of being Hokage. Danzo clenched his fist tightly, his aged face filled with cold fury. So, you're refusing my proposal? Naruto smirked. Bakadash, with so many paths ahead, why would I choose a dead end? Danzo's voice dropped dangerously low. Then leave behind your Nine Tails and Rinnegan, and become the stepping stone for my ascent. During their conversation, Danzo had been gathering an unprecedented amount of chakra, preparing to unleash a move even more powerful than the ones he used against Sasuke. After forming a series of hand seals, Danzo suddenly clasped his hands tightly in front of his chest. Would release. Nativity of a world of trees. Boom, boom, boom. Saplings broke through the earth's surface, growing into towering trees within seconds. The wood release of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the power that ended the Warring States era and even suppressed the Nine Tails. Uzumaki Naruto, bow before this power. Ugh, hi! Danzo's forehead bulged with veins as his clasped hands trembled violently. He poured all his chakra into the trees, driving them to strangle Naruto. Observing from the sidelines, Orochimaru murmured to himself, using both Izanagi and would release simultaneously. The chakra consumption is unimaginable. It seems Danzo has concluded that ordinary ninjutsu won't suffice against the current Naruto. After failing to negotiate, he's decided to stake everything on this gamble. Now then, Naruto, how will you respond? The forest erupted into chaos, shaking the earth as it advanced. Would release, huh? Perfect. There's a technique I've been wanting to try. Naruto's lips curled into a smile as he formed hand seals in front of his chest, taking a deep breath. ** Sage Art. Fire Release. Great Blaze Annihilation. *. Whoosh! A thin pillar of fire shot from Naruto's mouth, extending 10 meters before erupting into a massive inferno that blocked the advancing forest. The heat was so intense it evaporated the snow in the air. Danzo was stunned. You've got to be kidding me. He used fire release to suppress my wood release? Naruto thought to himself. I've seen wood release 10 times stronger than this. If you wanted to surprise me, you should have at least used Flower Tree World. Poof! In a puff of white smoke, Naruto's shadow clone appeared in midair at the boundary between fire and wood. The clone's hand buzzed with spinning wind blades as it hurled them downward. * Sage Art. Wind Release. Raisin Shuriken. *. Boom! The violent winds merged with the blazing flames, completely consuming the forest. The approaching wave of fire sent Danzo into a panic. He even has the energy to use shadow clones and such a powerful fire release at the same time. But after this attack, his Sage mode should run out. Sizzle. Sure enough, the orange markings around Naruto's eyes gradually faded as his Sage mode dissipated. Danzo glanced at his right arm, where 3 Sharingan remained open. There's no time to waste. Now's my chance. He pulled out a vial of his own blood and used it to perform a summoning jutsu. Poof! Amid a cloud of smoke, the Baku appeared. It opened its massive mouth, sucking in the raging flames at the cost of its own life, and vanished with a scream. SSSSHHH. Using the opening created by sacrificing his summoned beast, Danzo infused wind chakra into his shuriken and hurled them forward in rapid succession, using them as a diversion while charging at Naruto. With his Rinnegan, Naruto's visual perception had far surpassed his former self. He easily tracked the trajectory of every wind-release shuriken, dodging them nimbly. For those he couldn't avoid, he skillfully used kunai to deflect them through the holes in the shuriken. Most importantly, he refrained from using Shinra Tensei. As long as he kept that technique in reserve, Danzo wouldn't dare approach recklessly to steal his eyes. Frustrated by his failed attempts to bait Naruto into using his techniques, Danzo frowned and formed another set of seals. * Wind Release. Vacuum Wave. *. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind, sharp as a sickle, shot from Danzo's mouth, sweeping across the battlefield. Naruto leaped into the air, his body horizontal as the wind narrowly grazed his back. Danzo's eyes hardened as he slammed his right hand onto the ground. * Would Release. Violent Spear Technique. *. Boom! Sharp wooden spikes erupted from the ground directly beneath Naruto. ! Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Poof! A substitution jutsu activated, and the wooden spikes pierced a log instead. Naruto landed safely 5 meters away. At the same time, his second shadow clone, which had been storing Sage chakra, dispelled itself, allowing Naruto to re-enter Sage mode. TCH, what a troublesome brat. But if I calculate correctly, my right eye's ability should be ready to activate by now. Note: In this timeline, Danzo didn't use Kodo Amatsukami on the daimyo of the Land of Fire, so its cooldown time has been shortened. Danzo calculated in his mind as he glanced at his right arm to check the remaining time for Izanagi. To his shock, he saw that the number of open Sharingan hadn't changed. It was still 3. Impossible. It was 3 just now. So why is it still 3? Hiss. Danzo drew a sharp breath, realizing a catastrophic truth. Could it be that Izanagi hadn't activated? Unbeknownst to him, his excessive use of wood release beyond his capacity had drained his chakra to the point where it fell below the threshold required to activate Izanagi. Naruto's eyes gleamed as a smirk spread across his face. Danzo panicked. No! Swish! In the next instant, Naruto teleported directly in front of Danzo using the flying Raijin mark he'd left on him earlier. His left hand traced a swift arc, slash, accompanied by a spray of blood. Danzo's right eye was forcibly gouged from its socket. Ugh, hi! Danzo screamed in agony, clutching his bleeding eye as he staggered backward. Crack, crack, crack. To make matters worse, the arm implanted with Hashirama cells began to lose control. Orochimaru sighed. Danzo is finished. The gap in strength is now painfully clear. At this point, Naruto-kun has already surpassed the level of a Hokage. Naruto held a blood-soaked, still warm eyeball in his hand. Orochimaru retrieved a jar filled with a nutrient solution and nonchalantly tossed it to Naruto. Thanks, Dash. Naruto gave a casual word of gratitude, opened the jar, and gently placed Shirsue's eye, its optic nerve still intact, into the container before sealing it. He thought to himself, I heard that during his final battle with Sasuke, Danzo sealed this eye. While I could break that seal, it would have taken a lot of effort. Being able to retrieve it like this is much better. Arg! Suddenly, Naruto lost control of his power. The wood sprouting from his right shoulder began to grow wildly toward the sky. This isn't good. At this rate, I'll be consumed by the first Hokage cells. Crack! Gritting his teeth, Naruto severed his right arm, collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. Danzo, now stripped of his claws and fangs, had become a true paper tiger. Rustle. Paper butterflies fluttered through the air, converging to form the figure of Konan. Naruto greeted her with a light-hearted smile. Konan's voice was cold. It seems everything went smoothly. More or less, Naruto replied casually, though it cost me about 20% of my chakra. He then asked, how's Sasuke? Konan responded, as you instructed, I kept him occupied. But that boy is incredibly persistent. He chased me relentlessly. I calculated the timing and managed to withdraw just in time. I see, Naruto chuckled. That sounds just like Sasuke. Suddenly, in sage mode, Naruto sensed something. He turned toward the distant forest and sighed. So, they've come after all, Konan remarked. One of his subordinates is a girl with exceptional sensory abilities. Orochimaru added, that must be Karen, one of my former subordinates. Like you, Naruto-kun. She's also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and possesses extraordinary sensory abilities. Naruto reminisced. Ah, I know her. Before long, Team Taka arrived, stopping some distance away from Naruto and the others. Sasuke, with a dried blood stain near his left eye, scanned the battlefield. His gaze lingered coldly on the defeated Danzo before locking onto Naruto's cloaked back. A flicker of emotion flashed in his eyes, only to be quickly concealed. He demanded coldly, Naruto, what is the meaning of this? Sasuke, I took care of Danzo for you. As you can see, he's now powerless and nothing more than a cripple. Naruto spoke calmly, still facing away from Sasuke. Yet his emotions were complicated, so much so that he didn't immediately turn to face him. Clenching his fists, Sasuke shouted, who gave you the right to meddle? Naruto's back shifted slightly. If you had followed your original plan, you would have attacked the 5 Kage summit, right? Given your current status, doing so would only worsen your crimes. You wouldn't want to become a true enemy of the entire shinobi world, would you? With that, Naruto raised his hand, removed the mask from his face, and slowly turned around. The swirling snow seemed to momentarily calm. Sasuke's expression turned to surprise. What happened to your left eye? The man who once tried to destroy Konoha and fought Minato. This eye was his parting gift before he died, Naruto replied internally. One day you will have it too, Sasuke. Behind Sasuke, the now childlike Yugo suddenly exclaimed upon seeing Naruto's face. I remember now. He's the one who attacked me by the river before. Huff! Sasuke closed his eyes. Naruto, it seems you've been busy while I was unaware. But I don't have time to deal with you right now. Swish. With his cloak billowing, Sasuke strode forward, heading straight for Danzo. Naruto felt a pang of regret. No matter what, you can't let Danzo live, can you, Sasuke? Although he didn't want Sasuke to take action, Naruto knew that at this stage, Sasuke's heart was filled with hatred, and with Tobi's instigation, it would be nearly impossible to dissuade him. If he didn't let Sasuke act now and vent his hatred, it might cause even more trouble in the future. With that thought, Naruto stepped aside, giving Sasuke a clear path. Crackle. Lightning release formed into a blade in Sasuke's hand as he glared at his enemy. He demanded coldly, Danzo, tell me, was it you who ordered Itachi to carry out the Uchiha clan massacre? Huff, huff, huff. Danzo panted heavily, his left eye glancing at his severed right arm, which still had 3 Sharingan embedded in it. Though he'd lost his arm, there were still some of Hashirama's cells left in his body, giving him just enough to activate one more Izanagi. Sasuke shouted, answer me. Danzo's voice was weak but low. So, you've learned the truth. It seems Itachi couldn't keep his mouth shut. Sasuke's gaze turned icy. So it's true, then? Danzo admitted, yes, it's true. Sasuke's eyes grew colder. Just as I thought. Danzo quickly reached for a Sharingan, plucking it out and inserting it into his right eye socket. The remaining Hashirama cells in his body connected the optic nerve. Forming a single-handed seal, a pale smile appeared on his lips. Sizzle. Izanagi activated. Then, without hesitation, he turned and fled at full speed. Humph! Sasuke snorted, his cloak flaring as he gave chase. Do you think you can escape? Sasuke's left eye locked onto Danzo's retreating figure. Amaterasu. Whoosh! Black flames erupted, engulfing Danzo's body. Arg! Danzo screamed in agony as he collapsed to the ground. But then, the burning Danzo vanished, his real body reappearing further away, still running. Sasuke was stunned. What? Naruto shouted. Sasuke. Danzo used Izanagi. Right now, he's invincible, but the effect will last less than a minute. Keep up your strongest attacks, and you can kill him. Sasuke's eyes flashed with determination. Huff, huff, huff. Danzo ran desperately, but his dwindling chakra filled him with despair. Am I really going to die here? Tap. Suddenly, Sasuke stopped his pursuit. Everyone was stunned. Sasuke. It doesn't matter. Let him live for today. A vengeance carried out through others' hands is not enough to purify the Uchiha clan to its highest glory. Sasuke slowly turned around, his Mangekyo Sharingan radiating an inscrutable darkness as he gazed at Naruto. Especially not you, Naruto. You're the last person I'd ever want to act on my behalf. In the swirling snow, Danzo's fleeing figure faded into the background. Naruto and Sasuke locked eyes, as if time had frozen. Whoosh! A strange vortex swirled as masked Tobi appeared. In the distance, near the land of Iron's border, Konoha's group raced through the snow. Leading the charge were Hinata and Sakura. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun. Conflicting beliefs were about to collide. Naruto and Sasuke faced each other in silence, as if some inevitable event was about to unfold. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with anticipation, his heart filled with longing. The two winds I most look forward to are about to collide so soon. Sasuke, of course, noticed Orochimaru's presence. A man who shouldn't be here. His expression remained stoic as he thought. Orochimaru has returned as well. It seems like Naruto's doing. Was attacking Yugo part of this plan too? And earlier, when that woman from the Akatsuki blocked my path, was it to buy time to deal with Danzo? Naruto, with his identity, is doing the things I want to do. Is it just a coincidence? It's absurd. That idiot who only knows how to charge forward, why am I finding him harder to read? Damn it! Frustrated, Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. Whoosh! A strange vortex stirred, and Tobi, wearing his mask, descended upon the scene. Everyone turned to look. Their expressions varied. Konan's gaze was icy cold, her entire being on high alert. Orochimaru's thoughts were unreadable, but his guarded stance was evident. Naruto pulled his mask back over his face, his thoughts turbulent. Tobi, he's appeared sooner than I anticipated. He's one of the very few I consider an SSR-level threat. I must tread carefully. Note: during Boruto's era, a ninja card game became popular. The 7th Hokage Naruto was classified as an SSR-level card. Since then, he has used SSR to describe those on par with him. Tobi, who had been searching for Naruto, now found him standing right in front of him. Yet, upon meeting him, he remained unusually calm. Go ahead and talk. Don't mind me, He adjusted his robe and sat down leisurely, exuding an air of unshakable composure, as if he were a fisherman calmly awaiting a storm. The more he acted this way, the harder it was to ignore him. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The white Zetsu accompanying Sasuke emerged from the ground beside Tobi, whispering in a voice only the two of them could hear. Is it all right? Nagato's Rinnegan is within reach, Tobi replied. At this point, there's no rush. With Orochimaru and Konan here, it's not going to be easy to get it. White Zetsu asked, how's the 5 Kage summit going? After a moment of thought, Tobi said, Naruto got there first. After some consideration, I realized now isn't the best time to declare war. Kisame has already gone to hunt the 8 tails. With Naruto, the 9 tails Jinchuriki, defecting from Konoha, he's become a target for everyone. The purpose of war is merely to capture the tailed beasts within these two. If there's an easier way, why resort to full-scale war? By a twist of fate, the 4th Great Ninja War, which should have begun immediately, was thus postponed. White Zetsu sighed. I can't help but feel that sending Nagato to Konoha was a mistake. Our original plan has completely deviated from expectations. Regret is useless now. I underestimated Naruto back then. Who could have imagined he'd take Nagato's Rinnegan, resurrect Orochimaru, and even turn Konan, who was working for me, over to his side? As he spoke, Tobi's gaze grew profound. Now, just how much has his power grown? Let me witness it myself. It seems he truly has no intention of making a move here. Naruto felt slightly relieved and withdrew his peripheral gaze. However, he continued to monitor Tobi's actions using Sage Mode's sensory abilities. Sasuke, indifferent to everything else, had his eyes solely on Naruto. He could no longer hold back and wanted to test Naruto's strength now. He commanded, Yugo, Suigetsu, keep an eye on the Akatsuki woman and Orochimaru. Understood. Whoosh. Yugo flashed in front of Konan, his cursed seal activated to the brink of rampage. Konan's expression remained calm. She stayed vigilant against Tobi and had no intention of holding back from the start. As for Suigetsu, gripping his most stylish blade, he said the most cowardly words, Orochimaru-sama, I'm so happy to see you revived. Orochimaru chuckled, teasing, Hehe, Suigetsu, my kawaii subordinate, you look quite spirited. I wonder if your skills have improved. Suigetsu forced a smile. You're joking, right? I'm just here to assist. Please don't make things difficult for me. Orochimaru laughed. Hehe, that sounds interesting. Should I ask Naruto-kun to spar with you for a bit? Suigetsu quickly replied. No need to ask. This is perfect as it is. Let's just maintain this tense atmosphere and have a pleasant chat. Karen adjusted her glasses and asked, Sasuke, what about me? Sasuke replied in a low voice. Stay on the sidelines and provide support. Is Sasuke worried about me? Karen's inner monologue was dramatic, though her face remained concerned. If you get hurt, I can heal you. Humph. Sasuke snorted coldly and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his Mangekyo Sharingan shone brilliantly. Get hurt? That's not going to happen. Whoosh. His hands flew through hand seals, his chest swelling. ** fire release. Phoenix Sage fire technique. *. Whoosh. 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 A series of fireballs shot out from his mouth, their trajectories resembling the fruit of a phoenix sage tree. They not only targeted Naruto but also sealed off all escape routes, leaving no room to dodge, only to defend. Though not a flashy technique, its practical effectiveness was outstanding, making it a favorite among elites like Itachi. Here it comes. Naruto's eyes lit up as he drew the katana he had carried from the 5 Kage summit. Moving forward, he swung the blade to deflect the incoming fireballs. Screech, the chirping of Chidori echoed. Using the cover of the fireballs, Sasuke closed in with incredible speed. His eyes locked on Naruto as he thrust forward with lightning in hand. Clang! Naruto's left hand swung the blade to repel the remaining fireballs, while his right hand instantly formed a Rinnegan to meet the attack head-on. Boom! The clash of Rinnegan and Chidori created a roaring shockwave. When the dust settled, both figures retreated simultaneously. Humph! Sasuke smirked as he unsheathed his Kusanagi sword and dashed forward. Naruto met him head-on, wielding his katana. Clang! 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 Their blades collided fiercely, sparks flying. Even the falling snow couldn't approach their battlefield. The more Sasuke fought, the more shocked he became. When did the rough and reckless Naruto, who always relied on brute force and chakra reserves, master such refined swordsmanship? Naruto, too, was filled with admiration. Sasuke's swordsmanship, honed from a young age and enhanced by the Sharingan, was truly exceptional. Back then, after sealing Kagaya, I spent a lot of effort making up for my lack of basic ninja skills. How about this? Frustrated by the stalemate, Sasuke infused his Kusanagi sword with crackling lightning release chakra. I can do that too. Naruto followed suit, enveloping his katana with whistling wind release chakra. Clang. Their blades clashed, their eyes meeting. Sasuke coldly remarked, "Is your left eye just for show?" Naruto replied, "I don't want to use the power of this eye against a friend." Friend. A flicker of emotion crossed Sasuke's eyes before it was replaced by coldness. Still so naive. You'll regret it. Buzz. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan glowed ominously. Genjutsu. Sharingan. Naruto was puzzled. Why are you staring at me? Sasuke was stunned. My Genjutsu doesn't work on him? Naruto's Rinnegan completely nullified Sasuke's Sharingan Genjutsu, to the point where he didn't even realize Sasuke had used it. Screech. Library. Enough. Sasuke sheathed his sword and stepped back, his eyes radiating genuine coldness. Drip. A line of blood trickled from the corner of his left eye, falling onto the snow, where it spread like a spiderweb. Naruto, if you don't get serious, you'll die. Amaterasu. Chapter 6. The Oncoming Turmoil. Amaterasu is theoretically an unavoidable technique, with the exception of someone like the Raikage, who possesses extraordinary reflexes, and the lightning release body flicker technique. While Sage Mode enhances sensory abilities and taijutsu, it is still insufficient to dodge visual-based dojutsu like Amaterasu. During the battle between Itachi and Sasuke, there was a moment of setting oneself on fire, which the observant understood well. Boom! Black flames erupted on Naruto's body, and the intense heat immediately made his expression tense. Ugh! It's so hot. At this rate, I'm really going to be burned to death. In their previous battle, Sasuke had also used Amaterasu on Naruto. Back then, Naruto's solution was to use the Ninetales chakra to isolate Amaterasu and peel away the flames. At this moment, the Ninetales was unwilling to lend chakra to Naruto, even closing off their chakra channel, making that method unusable. Using the powers of the Rinnegan's Deva Path and Preta Path could easily dispel Amaterasu. But Naruto had previously stated that he wouldn't use the Rinnegan's abilities against Sasuke in this fight. Sasuke kept his left eye partially closed, watching Naruto intently through the gap between his fingers. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The left eye released Amaterasu, while the right eye controlled its shape transformation, including extinguishing it. Still not planning to use your left eye's ability? Or is it that your left eye is only capable of this much? In any case, I won't extinguish these flames. Let them burn, Naruto. Once you're dead, no one will be able to stop me. I can finally wage my lone war of vengeance against Danzo and Konoha. Naruto pulled out a scroll from his cloak, quickly scribbling incantations with a pen from his ninja tool pouch. Once done, he bit the pen's shaft and pressed both hands on the scroll. Fire sealing method. Whoosh! All the Amaterasu flames flowed into the scroll's center, forming a character for fire, surrounded by black incantations in the blank space. Though the Amaterasu flames had burned his body, it was unavoidable. The experts observing from the sidelines were moved in their own ways. Konan. That's Jiraiya-sensei's technique, Orochimaru. To perform such a complex fire-sealing method so smoothly while being burned by Amaterasu requires extraordinary endurance and precision. I'm increasingly curious, Naruto-kun, about what you've experienced during my time sealed away to grow this much. Tobi. He and Sasuke are no longer on the same level. Naruto calmly put away the pen and scroll and stood up, asking, "Shall we continue? Sasuke, don't get cocky. You loser." Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, responding to his inner rage as dark purple chakra manifested outside his body. Karen shivered. It's that chakra, as cold as falling into an ice cellar. The purple chakra sublimated, solidifying into a skeletal frame. What can you do about this? Sasuke's arrogance was at an all-time high. Susanoo. Huh. How nostalgic. Naruto's expression turned solemn as he formed a seal with 4 fingers in front of his chest. Poof! A shadow clone appeared from the smoke, infusing wind release into the Rinnegan forming in Naruto's left hand. Buzzing! Accompanied by the screech of wind blades, the Raisin Shuriken took shape. Sasuke's pupils shrank. What is that? A strengthened version of the wind release. Rinnegan? Poof! The shadow clone dispersed. Catch this, Sasuke. Naruto charged and threw it at Sasuke. Sage art. Wind release. Raisin shuriken. Asterisk. Whoosh, the raisin shuriken tore through the air, and Sasuke relied on Susanoo to take it head-on. Boom! The storm exploded, engulfing the spot where Sasuke stood in an instant. Ugh! The storm spreading outward forced Yugo and others observing the battle to retreat. Crack! Crack! Amidst the storm, the sound of bones shattering could be heard. Karen screamed, "Sasuke!" As the storm gradually subsided, Sasuke remained unharmed, but Susanoo's skeleton was nearly shattered, leaving only a thin layer of purple covering his body. Sasuke hung his head low, his shoulders trembling, his expression dark. Again and again, snap, snap, snap. New bone sprouts emerged from the purple exterior. Sasuke suddenly raised his head, his gaze ferocious as he shouted, "How many times do you want to provoke me until you're satisfied?" Ah! Boom! The dark purple skeleton reared up, with extra chakra forming muscles around the bones, and soon, an outer garment manifested. Susanoo advanced to another stage. Tobi's gaze was deep. "Yes, just like that. Keep pushing Sasuke to grow, Naruto." Snap, snap. In Susanoo's left hand, a magnificent longbow formed, while a mighty arrow appeared in the right. Naruto's eyes flickered. The Totsuka bow, Sasuke's Susanoo's divine weapon, has appeared. Snap, snap, snap. The bow was drawn. Arrow knocked, aimed directly at Naruto. Exclamation point. Naruto dared not be careless. He pushed his Sage Mode sensory abilities to the limit, leaning back with all his might, his left hand releasing a surge of chakra. As the great arrow approached, he thrust the Sage Art, Super Big Ball Rinnegan upward. Boom! With a muffled sound, the great arrow veered off course, shooting into the forest behind, raising a cloud of dust. Having witnessed Naruto's previous prowess, Sasuke was no longer as shocked. The first shot being deflected was within his expectations. Huff, 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 huff. Every cell in my body is in pain. Is this what Itachi felt back then? Sasuke panted heavily, enduring the pain as another arrow formed, knocking it onto the bowstring, pulling it taut. The same trick won't work twice. This arrow will have even more force, and it won't be deflected by you. Whoosh! An arrow with even greater force tore through the air. Snap! No choice! Naruto bit his finger and pressed his single hand onto the ground. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled. This is triple Rashomon. Bang! 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 3 massive gates adorned with demonic faces, bristling with fierce iron spikes and adorned with bells, rose before him. Bang! 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 The great arrow pierced through 2 Rashomon gates in succession, embedding halfway into the third, its tip about a meter from Naruto. Poof! The Rashomon vanished in a puff of white smoke, taking the arrow with it. Amidst the drifting snow of the land of iron, Sasuke, with his eyes unfocused from overusing his dojutsu, stared at Naruto and asked a complicated question. "Naruto? What exactly are you?" Naruto replied sincerely, "I'm your friend past, present, future, that has never changed." "Friend?" Hehehe. Sasuke chuckled absurdly before asking in a deep voice, "Then if I want to destroy the village, will you lend me a hand? Answer me." "Well." Naruto lightly pinched his chin, his gaze carrying the weight of years. "How about this time I use my right hand instead?" Sasuke asked in confusion. "Right hand? What do you mean?" "Well." Naruto took a deep breath and extended his left hand. "Do you remember what happened back in the Ninja Academy? What Iruka-sensei asked us to do afterward?" Sasuke lowered his gaze, recalling. The two of them had a scuffle in the training field and were eventually ordered to form the seal of reconciliation. Back then, Sasuke used his left hand to form the seal. "So this time it's the right hand. Is that what you mean?" Sasuke pondered. "What you're implying is that if I destroy Konoha, not only will you not lend me a hand, but you'll also break my left hand so I can never form seals again?" Pfft! Naruto couldn't help but laugh. Sasuke pressed on. "Answer me!" Naruto's mischievous side emerged, as if he was sulking or deliberately provoking Sasuke. "Ah, yes, you got it right. I'll break your hand." Sasuke was infuriated. "So that's how it is, you arrogant fool. Speaking of the past, did you forget who was defeated at the Valley of the End? If I had intended to forget your left hand, your life would have been over." Indeed, Naruto had lost at the Valley of the End back then, and Sasuke had every opportunity to kill him. But many people overlooked an important detail. At the moment of close combat, Naruto's Rinnegan was aimed diagonally upward, targeting Sasuke's forehead protector. The scratch in the middle of the protector was left by Naruto's sharp claw during his tailed beast transformation. Meanwhile, Sasuke's Chidori was aimed diagonally downward, striking Naruto's chest at a critical point. Had it been otherwise, the one who fell might not have been Naruto. Naruto's expression was reminiscent. Then he gently said, "Don't take it seriously. Can't you see I'm joking with you?" Sasuke's expression softened slightly, but he quickly retorted coldly, "I'm not joking with you. You keep saying you consider me a friend, yet you mock me with your words. Stop underestimating me. Do you think I don't know anything? You're now Konoha's hero, the darling of the ignorant masses. If I want to destroy Konoha, you'd be my #1 enemy." Naruto pondered, "I've already betrayed Konoha." "What?" Sasuke was stunned, only then noticing that the forehead protector Naruto wore was the one he had left behind, symbolizing a rogue ninja. Sasuke turned to look at Tobi. Earlier, in the forest outside Konoha, Tobi had only mentioned the 5 Kage summit and Danzo becoming Hokage, briefly mentioning Naruto defeating Pain but not a word about him defecting from the village. Tobi's masked face revealed no emotion. Sasuke turned back to Naruto and asked, "What's really going on?" Naruto replied, "My goals are at odds with the village's ideals, so I must leave the village's constraints to act." Sasuke's eyes flickered with a hint of inexplicable disappointment. "So, your move against Danzo was for your own purposes, not to clear obstacles for me? People are such complex creatures. If it's for you, it feels like meddling, but knowing it wasn't for you, there's resentment." Naruto sighed. "That's not entirely true. It's half and half. I thought if you killed Danzo, it might ease your hatred, and maybe you wouldn't turn your vengeance toward the village. But you let Danzo go out of spite. I underestimated your current thirst for revenge. This will surely lead to trouble in the future." Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, and the chakra of Susanoo around him wavered. Naruto's expression turned serious. "Sasuke, if you seek revenge on Danzo again, I still won't stop you, but beyond Danzo, I hope you don't harm others." Sasuke's gaze turned cold. "What if I insist?" Naruto responded firmly. "Then I will do everything in my power to stop you." Sasuke's tone grew colder. "You're saying you still have strength to spare?" Naruto replied without hesitation. "At least I haven't gone all out. Heh heh heh." Sasuke chuckled lightly. He was arrogant but not foolish, knowing Naruto's words were true. However, he retorted coldly, "Yes, your power has grown, but what do you understand about me? Do you know the real reason for my revenge against Konoha?" Naruto made a startling revelation. "Ah, I know. About Itachi's truth." "What?" Sasuke was shocked. "That's the highest secret. How do you know? Could it be?" He turned to look at Tobi again. Tobi shook his head, indicating it wasn't him who told Naruto. In fact, Naruto had indeed learned from Tobi in another timeline. Tobi thought, "This kid Naruto, I really underestimated him in the past." Sasuke said coldly, "Since you know what Itachi went through, you still want to stop my revenge?" Naruto said, "If Itachi were alive, he would definitely not want you to do this." Sasuke's shoulders trembled. Itachi was his reverse scale. Touch it and he would be enraged. Even if Naruto was someone special to him, it didn't mean he could comment on Itachi, whether positively or negatively. He had no idea that Naruto wasn't making baseless claims. He had indeed interacted with Itachi, more than once. "Don't act like you understand Itachi so well, and don't use Itachi's name to interfere with my revenge." Naruto. Boom. Responding to Sasuke's furious emotions, the purple chakra surged outward, forming a majestic armor around the existing Susanoo. This was the ultimate form of the half-body Susanoo, the Tengu form. Boom. The powerful and cold chakra shook the hearts of Team Taka and made the experts present take notice. Karen trembled incessantly. He's completely not the Sasuke from before. Tobi's gaze was dark. Oh, to push Susanoo to this level at once, indeed, for Sasuke the best catalyst isn't the 5 Kage. But you, Naruto, boom, boom. The Totsuka bow was drawn tight again, but this time paired with the blaze release. Kagetsuchi arrow, its scale and power were on another level. Sasuke's pupils showed genuine killing intent. "Naruto, I don't want to hear your endless chatter anymore. You're too much of a hindrance. I will eliminate you here, then raise Danzo and Konoha to the ground." Naruto's expression turned solemn. This form of Susanoo is a qualitative change, and that arrow can no longer be resolved by ordinary means. Whoosh! The black flame arrow tore through the air. Enough! Naruto closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, The brilliance of his dojutsu flowed within. Shinra Tensei. Boom! A repulsive force field erupted, shattering the solid black flame arrow into fragments of black flames that fell to the ground. Toby's gaze darkened. Finally willing to use the Rinnegan's powers, Sage Mode detected something. The battle here has already attracted external attention. A large number of chakras are approaching. Let's end this quickly. Naruto formed seals with his hands, gathering an unprecedented amount of chakra. Poof, poof, poof. Hundreds and thousands of shadow clones appeared with a burst of white smoke, each one forming a super big ball Rinnegan, converging on Sasuke's Susanoo. Sage art. Super big ball Rinnegan barrage. Boom, 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 boom. Layer upon layer of spheres covered Susanoo completely, the waves of explosions rising and falling, and the sturdy armor of Susanoo was brought to the brink of collapse under this relentless sage art bombardment. Sasuke raged. Where did he get this power? Splat. Naruto dipped his hand in the blood from the wound Amaterasu had burned earlier and formed seals. Summoning. Food cart destroyer technique. The massive toad Gamakichi, with a sash around his waist, descended from the sky, becoming the last straw that broke Susanoo. Ugh! Before Susanoo shattered, Sasuke leaped out with all his might. Naruto extended his palm. Bansho Tenin. Whoosh! The powerful gravitational pull drew Sasuke in from a distance. Sasuke reacted swiftly, forming seals with his hands as he approached, leveraging the gravitational pull. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Naruto stood firm, maintaining Bansho Tenin, activating the Rinnegan's protective barrier, isolating the flames while grabbing Sasuke's throat. Pretapath. Whoosh! Sasuke's chakra flowed into Naruto through his palm. Sasuke smirked. So this is your left eye's ability. Naruto apologized. Sorry, but this is the only way to calm you down. If you keep overusing your dojutsu, your eyes will go blind early. Sizzle. As the chakra drained, Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan regressed to the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Then the Tomo faded, leaving ordinary, dull eyes. Before losing consciousness, Sasuke murmured intriguingly, "Heh! Such things no longer matter." Seeing Sasuke lose consciousness, Naruto gently laid him on the snow, sighed softly, and retreated. Sasuke! Karen ran forward. Whoosh! But Toby, with his masked face, appeared beside Sasuke first, lifting him onto his shoulder. His right eye spiraled, absorbing both Sasuke and Karen. Go restore Sasuke's chakra. Eek! Swish! Swish! Konan and Orochimaru arrived at Naruto's sides. Konan asked with concern, "How is it? Are you okay?" Naruto smiled. "Sorry, I've overused my chakra a bit. The situation ahead might be troublesome. I'll have to rely on you two more." Konan smiled gently. "Of course, heh." Orochimaru's lips curled up. As expected, you still couldn't bring yourself to completely drain Sasuke's chakra. To this, Naruto remained silent. To the south, led by Mifune, the samurai of the Land of Iron, and the other Kage, except for Danzo, arrived one after another. To the north, in the snowstorm, silhouettes could be faintly seen running. They were all young and wore Konoha forehead protectors. Seeing this, Toby's expression under the mask was subtle. "Oh well, this time I'll be a complete outsider. Think carefully about how to wrap this up, and remember to protect the Rinnegan. It's my treasure." Naruto. Whoosh! With a swirling vortex, he and Zetsu disappeared into the mysterious whirlpool. Crack! With lightning speed, Raikage A and his two bodyguards arrived first. Gazing at the Amaterasu flames remaining on the snow, Kumogakure Jonin-C said, "The inextinguishable flames of Amaterasu are Itachi's exclusive dojutsu, but Itachi is dead, so there's only one person who could use it." Darui said, "Not long ago, was it Uchiha Sasuke who was here?" Raikage roared angrily at Naruto. "Where is Sasuke? Where did Sasuke?" Naruto paid no attention, for at that moment, his entire focus was drawn to the figure at the forefront of another group, full of urgency. Hinata! Huff! 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 Hinata stopped in her tracks, sweat streaming down her exhausted face, freezing into icicles in the wind and snow. Ahead, a crowd had gathered, but in her Byakugan, all she could see was Naruto. Naruto's eyes trembled violently, his heart aching with pity. How far did you run to get here? After so many years, seeing each other again should have been a joyous reunion. but the shadows of past events cast a somber tone over the moment. Before him was the anxious girl he cared for deeply. Behind him were the watchful and hostile Reikage and his men. Please, don't come any closer, Naruto silently pleaded in his heart. Naruto-kun. Hinata couldn't contain her urgency and was about to step forward. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow extended from behind, connecting to Hinata's feet. Shadow imitation jutsu. Asterisk. In the sky above, ink-formed birds flew by. Shikamaru, whose leg had been broken during Pain's attack on the village, sat atop one of the birds, forming hand seals. Hinata, I understand how you feel, but now isn't the time. Look at the situation on the field. If you go now, you'll only distract Naruto. Hinata bit her lip, suppressing her overwhelming emotions. Naruto felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. Shikamaru. Thank you. See, one of the Reikage's guards observed the scene and commented, Konoha's people. Judging by their age, they must be his peers. 2 from the Hyuga clan, no less. The long-standing tension between Kumogakure and the Hyuga clan made the Byakugan a particular focus of attention. Darui's gaze fixed on Niji. I've seen this kid during a mission. Niji Hyuga, one of Konoha's youngest and most capable jonin. It's a pity he's from the branch family, destined to be a caged bird. Sending such a green and inexperienced team to deal with their rogue ninja Konoha is as pretentious as ever. Let me beat Uzumaki Naruto half to death, drag him back to the Kumogakure prison, and interrogate him for Sasuke's whereabouts. Crack, crack, the Reikage cracked his neck, lightning surging around his body, and charged at Naruto with blinding speed. Too fast. Even Konan and Orochimaru, standing beside Naruto, couldn't react in time. All they saw was a flash of lightning before Naruto was sent flying. Whoosh! Naruto braced himself with a katana against the Reikage's punch, sliding across the snowy ground. Humph! The Reikage snorted, increasing the force of his punch. Crack! Naruto's katana shattered under the pressure. Thanks to the sensory abilities of Sage Mode, Naruto managed to sidestep the punch at the last moment, but the Reikage turned his fist into a hand blade, slashing horizontally at Naruto's right shoulder. Crack! The sound of a dislocated joint echoed as pain flashed across Naruto's face. He activated the power of his left eye. **Predapath. Zap! The lightning armor surrounding the Reikage dissipated, transforming into pure chakra that was absorbed by Naruto. Ha! The Reikage's expression showed his surprise. Crash! At that moment, Konan sent paper infused with explosive tags flying toward the Reikage's back. Boom! 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 The explosion erupted at point-blank range. Naruto took the opportunity to retreat, grabbing his right shoulder with his left hand. With a forceful push, crack, his dislocated shoulder was reset. He thought to himself, that was close. If I hadn't absorbed that troublesome lightning chakra in time, it wouldn't have been just a dislocation. C watched the explosion site nervously. Hey, is the boss okay? Darui remained calm. Even without the protection of the lightning chakra mode, that level of explosion won't hurt the boss. Sure enough, the Reikage emerged unscathed, his eyes wide with fury. Humph, it seems you've obtained quite the eye. You used its power earlier at the summit to counter Inoki's dust release, didn't you? But unfortunately, there's a brief delay between being hit and activating the absorption. That tiny delay is enough for me to kill you 3 times over. Zap! An even more intense surge of lightning enveloped the Reikage, his hair standing on end like sharp spikes. Darui remarked, Oh, to deal with the Ninetales Jinchuriki, the boss has cranked that move up to maximum power. The Reikage roared. This level 2 lightning release chakra mode was honed specifically to counter the yellow flash of Konoha. Too bad the yellow flash is already dead. So I'll settle for finishing off his son right here. Naruto's mind raced. The lightning release chakra mode, a powerful taijutsu technique passed down through generations of Reikage. Each user has their own unique strengths. The 4th Reikage's defense isn't as strong as his father's, but his speed surpasses it. Even though I've learned the flying Raijin without Kurama's chakra, my reflexes still can't match my father's. Darui called out, Boss, weren't we supposed to capture him alive to interrogate him about Sasuke's whereabouts? The Reikage replied, Doesn't matter, as long as that brat keeps causing trouble. Finding him will only be a matter of time. Boom! As he spoke, the Reikage charged at Naruto with unstoppable force, his speed so great that even a single Rinnegan struggled to keep up. Fortunately, Sage Mode could still sense the impending danger. Shinra Tensei. Boom! An omnidirectional force field exploded outward. Thud! The Raikage's charging form came to an abrupt halt right in front of Naruto. His lightning-clad fist mere inches from Naruto's face. Damn it! The Raikage planted his feet firmly, trying to push his fist forward another half-inch. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't close the gap. After a tense moment, with a muffled bang, the Raikage was blasted backward, landing in front of Darui and C. Swish! Swish! Orochimaru and Konan once again moved to shield Naruto. This time, Konan scattered a large number of paper sheets, while Orochimaru summoned several large serpents. Naruto covered his left eye, his heart still racing. The Raikage, when he gets serious, is truly terrifying. Just now, he almost resisted Shinra Tensei. Orochimaru commented, "The Raikage's combat style makes him a natural counter to you in your current state. His overwhelming power combined with absolute speed, anyone who lets their guard down for a moment could lose their life." Konan added, "But if you had both Rinnegan, you'd be able to track his movements precisely, and the Deva Path's techniques wouldn't reach their limits so easily." Naruto reflected, "Ultimately, my chakra at this stage isn't strong enough. I've relied too much on Kurama's power in the past. Even the sustainability of Sage Mode required Kurama's cooperation. The gap between me and the first Hokage is immense, and thinking back, if not for the Sage of Six Paths granting me power midway, how could we have defeated Madara or even Kagaya? The road ahead is still long. This time, I'll find a different way to achieve true strength." Darui remarked, "Boss, the enemy's eyes are troublesome, and he has two strong allies. It'll be hard to take him down quickly." The Raikage turned to the others behind him. "Are you all just going to stand there and watch?" Mifune replied politely, "Raikage-sama, the two subordinates they impersonated earlier have been found unharmed. Since this is a matter between ninja, we samurai won't interfere for now. My back is killing me. I'll leave this to you young folks." Inoki clutched his lower back, glancing at Gaara out of the corner of his eye. He thought to himself, "Since earlier, the Kazekage has been glaring daggers at me." Meitarumi said, "This is the land of iron. If we ninja act recklessly, it might seem disrespectful to our hosts." Gaara reiterated, "I'll say it again. I trust Naruto. He wouldn't do anything to harm the interests of the ninja world." What a bunch of spineless fools. Seeing that none of the other Kage intended to act, the Raikage gritted his teeth and shouted at Naruto again, "Uzumaki Naruto, I know Uchiha Sasuke was just here. Where did he go? Tell me now, this is your last chance." "Sasuke was just here?" Hearing this, Sakura, standing behind Hinata, looked shocked. Naruto, however, smiled and said, "Raikage, why do you insist on making things difficult for Sasuke?" The Raikage roared, "Damn it, he killed my brother." Naruto replied, "Your brother, Killer Bee, is still alive, but he's already been targeted by the Akatsuki. If you act quickly, you might still make it in time." The Raikage froze in shock. "What did you say?" The Raikage's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Naruto turned his head slightly and replied, "Absolutely. In front of all the Kage here, do you think I would dare spout nonsense?" MMHMHMHM. The Raikage clenched his fists tightly. In the end, his concern for his brother's safety outweighed everything else. Crack! The lightning release chakra mode dissipated as the Raikage prepared to leave. Before departing, he left behind a harsh warning, "Naruto Uzumaki, I'll let you off the hook for now, but Uchiha Sasuke has stained his hands with the blood of Kumogakure. If he falls into my hands, I swear he won't leave alive. And you'd better watch yourself." Naruto responded with a meaningful smile. "Very well, I look forward to it." This was no mere pleasantry. In the future, Naruto would cross paths with the Raikage many times. In fact, not long after, they would engage in an epic battle of taijutsu in the secret grounds of Kumogakure, the Valley of Hell. Inoki adjusted his Tsuchikage hat and sighed, "Well, this was quite the show. Worth the trip. Who knows when the next 5 Kage summit will be?" Meitarumi's charming eyes shifted toward him. "Tsuchikage-sama, are you heading back already? Since you're here in the land of iron, why not experience the famous hot springs? They might even help with your back pain." "Wow!" Kuratsuchi's eyes lit up, clearly tempted by the idea. Hot springs were not exclusive to the land of iron, but in this frigid climate, they were particularly appealing. Inoki replied thoughtfully, "Humph, with so much unrest in the shinobi world, I can't shake the feeling that there are forces stirring in the shadows. I'd better return to the village to keep watch. After all, Danzo had mentioned during the summit that the leader of the Akatsuki was Uchiha Madara. That claim was unlikely to be baseless. The name Madara alone was enough to send ripples through the world. Mei Terumi's expression also turned serious. Inoki's tone grew grave. Danzo's disgraceful escape today has surely jeopardized his position as Hokage. But we can't rule out the possibility of him resorting to other schemes. I propose we Kage jointly petition the daimyo of the Land of Fire to impeach him. What do you think? Mei Terumi nodded. I'm more than willing. The ideology of Root poses a threat to the interests of the Land of Water. Gaara silently observed Naruto, his gaze complex. Temari placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "No matter what, he's now a rogue ninja of Konoha. You're the Kazekage. Remember your position." "Yes, I understand." Gaara turned away reluctantly, silently hoping, "Naruto, I hope that one day, you'll tell me what truly happened." Unnoticed by most, Suigetsu had already slipped away with Yugo. Apart from Naruto, Konan, and Orochimaru, the only ones left were Mifune and his samurai, along with the Konoha delegation. Naruto turned to Mifune. "Mifune-sama, I apologize for the trouble caused today. I still have matters to discuss with the Konoha ninja. Could we impose on your hospitality a little longer?" Mifune replied, "You must leave the Land of Iron by midnight at the latest." Naruto nodded. "Thank you." Mifune departed with his men. The samurai, who had long maintained a neutral stance in the shinobi world, adhered to their code of Bushido more out of survival than principle. As long as their interests were not threatened, they preferred not to meddle in the conflicts of ninja. Yet Mifune was a man of great conviction. In a previous life, when Obito declared war during the summit, Mifune had led his samurai to join the fight against the Akatsuki for the sake of the world's safety. For this reason, Naruto maintained a basic level of respect for him. Orochimaru, ever perceptive, spoke up before Naruto could. "Naruto-kun, I'll excuse myself for now." Naruto replied, "Go ahead. Wait for me at the usual spot. I'll be there shortly." Konan and Orochimaru left. With everyone else gone, the snowy field became eerily quiet, save for the crackling of black flames. Perhaps it was the psychological effect of the flames, or perhaps it was the tension of facing his former lover and comrades again. But Naruto wiped away a bead of sweat. The Konoha delegation felt a similar sense of loss. Naruto's deliberate reference to them as Konoha ninja during his conversation with Mifune stung deeply. It signified that Naruto had formally severed ties with them. The atmosphere was heavy. No one spoke. Hinata, in particular, seemed utterly dejected. Her shoulders slumped and her face obscured by shadows. Whoosh! In the sky above, a large bird dissolved into ink as Sai landed, supporting Shikamaru, whose right leg was in a cast. Sai, known for his lack of social awareness, bluntly asked, "Where is Danzo-sama?" Naruto answered without hesitation, "He's alive. I intended to kill him, but Sasuke appeared and wanted to take revenge himself. However, Sasuke refused to use me as a tool for his vengeance, so we let him go." Exclamation point. The sheer weight of this revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. Shikamaru, the sharpest among them, quickly pieced things together and asked pointedly, "No matter what, Danzo is still the Hokage right now. By attacking him, you've placed yourself in direct opposition to Konoha, haven't you, Naruto?" Naruto's gaze darkened, but he soon steeled himself. "That's correct. You idiot." Sakura could no longer contain her anger. She stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch. Naruto could have dodged, but he chose not to. He was sent flying by the blow. Crash! Sakura lunged at him, grabbing his collar and shaking him violently. "Do you even know what you're saying?" Naruto replied coldly and calmly. "Haven't I made myself clear enough?" Sakura grew even more agitated. "Liar! Where is the Naruto who was always so determined and kept his promises? Where is the Naruto who dreamed of becoming Hokage?" Naruto glanced at Hinata, who was watching in pain, and swallowed his own bitterness. "That was then. This is now." Shink! Sakura drew a kunai and pressed it against Naruto's neck. "Don't joke around. Do you believe I'll kill you right here and now?" Everyone knew Sakura wouldn't actually harm Naruto. She lowered the kunai, her fragile emotions breaking through. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "Naruto, just tell me the truth. Is this because of that promise you made to me? Did it put so much pressure on you that you ended up like this?" This was the only reason she could think of for Naruto's betrayal. "No," Naruto denied immediately. "How could it be for such a childish reason? There are many things that can't be explained in a few words, Sakura. I hope you won't ask anymore. One day you'll understand. I don't want to wait for that day. Sakura cried, tears streaming down her face. Then what if I told you that the promise doesn't count anymore? What if I begged you to come back to Konoha? Naruto replied, I refuse. Sakura's voice trembled. Then what if I said, the one I love isn't Sasuke, but you? Naruto remained silent. Sakura had said the same thing years ago. Back then, even though he knew she was lying, it had still shaken him. But now he was no longer the same boy. Her words stirred no emotions in him. Yet he knew Sakura's heart was in the right place. She was desperate and out of options. Enough, Sakura. Don't say such childish things. There are too many things in this world that neither you nor I can change. Don't forget, we are Shinobi, those who endure and move forward. Naruto's voice was low as he placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder and gently pushed her away. Sakura stood there in a daze. The sudden distance and unfamiliarity in Naruto's demeanor left her at a loss. But Naruto's words, though directed at Sakura, carried a deeper meaning. If Hinata were to beg him like this, Naruto feared he might lose his resolve. Ha! Naruto exhaled deeply as he stood up, brushing the snow off his clothes. Then, he began walking toward Hinata. I'm sorry, Hinata. Naruto walked up to Hinata, trying to mask his emotions with indifference. But in the end, his words were filled with tenderness and guilt. Everyone assumed Naruto was apologizing to Hinata for the battle against pain, where she had risked her life to protect him. Even Hinata herself thought so. After all, perspectives differ. Naruto, having lived through an entire cycle of reincarnation, saw Hinata as his wife, the mother of their 2 children. This apology, this gaze, carried profound meaning. But from Hinata's perspective, she had merely mustered the courage to protect Naruto from pain and confess her feelings. Thus, she couldn't yet understand Naruto's feelings for her or the depth of his gaze at this moment. Even so, she could feel the deep helplessness emanating from him. Hinata raised her face, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Why are you apologizing? Naruto-kun has always followed his ninja way. I'm sure you're doing the same now, keeping your word and moving forward bravely. That's the Naruto-kun I know. Then why, Hinata, are you crying? Naruto's heart trembled as he clenched his fist tightly under his sleeve, resisting the urge to reach out and wipe away her tears. Yes, why indeed? When she first learned of Naruto's defection, the pain nearly drowned her. But the trust and attachment she had built since childhood made her believe that Naruto must have his reasons. She was desperate to find him and uncover the truth. Now that she had found him, Hinata began to understand. Naruto-kun is trying to avoid us. He's carrying something heavy all by himself, and that's why he's pushing us away. I can see it in his eyes, in his every movement. I'm sure of it. Naruto-kun, you must be in so much pain, aren't you? No, Hinata wasn't crying out of her own sadness. She was crying for Naruto's sorrow. Ha! 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 Suddenly, a lack of oxygen caused intense dizziness, and Hinata stumbled. Hinata! The anxious cries of those around her rang out, but Naruto's strong hand was already supporting her shoulders. Don't panic. Breathe slowly. Through her blurred vision, Hinata saw Naruto's face so familiar, yet now carrying a weathered, aged sorrow despite his youth. She raised her hand, gently touching his face, her eyes shimmering with tears, full of tenderness. Naruto-kun, I trust you. I know you must have your reasons. You don't have to tell us now. Just, I have one request. Can I stay by your side? What? Kiba's face immediately changed, but Shikamaru stopped him with a glance. Naruto quietly listened to Hinata's plea. Naruto-kun, I know I'm not strong enough, but I promise I'll be good. I won't cause you any trouble. So, please, don't bear all of this alone, okay? She didn't know what Naruto was going through, yet she still put herself in his shoes, thinking only of him. Naruto replied with a heavy heart. That would be too dangerous. Hinata's eyes were resolute. I'm not afraid. I understand your feelings. Truly I do. And it's precisely because of that I can't let you stay by my side. Stay in Konoha and wait for me to come home. These words were Naruto's heartfelt whisper to himself. Hinata's almost pleading gaze lingered before him. Naruto feared that if he looked at her any longer, his resolve would waver. He placed his left hand on the back of Hinata's neck and waved his right hand gently in front of her face. It was a technique that induced sleep-a jutsu he had often used to lull his daughter, Himawari, to sleep. It was a jutsu filled with love and connection. Naruto-kun, Hinata's eyes grew heavy as she called out to him, unwillingly drifting into slumber. Ha! This was the most emotionally turbulent moment for Naruto since his return. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to calm his heart. When he opened them again, his gaze fell on Neji. To Naruto, Neji was also a deeply important figure. He was a genius who had tragically died young, never breaking free from the curse of the caged bird. He had played a pivotal role in Naruto's growth. Neji, I won't let the same tragedy happen again. I swear. Naruto made this vow silently. He spoke solemnly. Neji, please take care of Hinata. Don't let her leave the village recklessly. It's too dangerous. I will. Neji supported Hinata on his shoulder. The answer he sought had already been confirmed. Shinobi asked, Naruto, I only have one question. Did you kill Muto? Muto Aburame and Takuma Hyuga, both members of Anko's team, had died in the forest. Their bodies had been returned by root operatives, who framed Naruto for their deaths. Naruto was shocked. They're dead. Shino, his black sunglasses hiding his emotions, replied, Yes, they're dead. Anko left behind an intelligence scroll. It mentioned that you fought their team in the forest outside Konoha, making you the prime suspect. Naruto said, I did fight them, but I didn't kill them. Shino paused before saying, Such words are hardly convincing. Even if we believe you, the people in the village won't. Naruto's mind was clear. It seems Root got there first after we left. Shikamaru asked, What about Anko? Is she still alive? Naruto glanced at Sai. In the past, Sai had only officially left Root after Danzo's death. But now he was still a member. Naruto chose his words carefully. Who knows? Shikamaru, deep in thought, took out a pre-prepared scroll and handed it to Naruto. The scroll read, Danzo has already smeared your name. The current atmosphere in the village is extremely hostile toward you. Anko is the only one who knows what happened in that battle and the only one who can prove your innocence. If she's in your hands, don't let her go. Danzo will certainly silence her. Similarly, if you ever plan to return to Konoha, you must protect Anko. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he wrote on the scroll. As long as Danzo remains in power, Konoha will inevitably face a period of darkness. You and your father must tread carefully. As I suspect, Sasuke will seek even greater power, determined to kill Danzo without my help. His hatred needs an outlet, so this time I won't interfere. If, after killing Danzo, Sasuke still aims to destroy Konoha, then I will step in to stop him. Snap. Shikamaru retrieved the scroll, read it, and looked deeply at Naruto. So, are you now our ally? Or our enemy? Naruto adjusted his rogue ninja headband and swished his cloak. If we meet on the battlefield in the future, you need not hold back. Whoosh! Using the asterisk flying Raijin Jutsu, Naruto disappeared. Shikamaru let out a helpless chuckle. This is turning into such a mess. Whoosh! At a mountain stream outside the Land of Iron, Naruto appeared before Konan and Orochimaru. You took your time. I had a long overdue chat with some old friends. Konan asked, Are we heading back to Amigakure? Naruto surveyed the barren wasteland around them. I don't have a flying Raijin mark in Amigakure yet. If we go on foot, it'll take some time. Naruto reached into his pocket and took out a vial containing Shursue's right eye. He held it carefully. To be safe, let's find a place to implant this eye first. Kanehagakure, temporary Hokage tent. Danzo Shimura, who had narrowly escaped death in the Land of Iron, now leaned on a cane with his left hand. His right eye and arm had been replaced with a prosthetic eye and arm, both tightly wrapped in bandages to avoid drawing attention. A letter from the daimyo had just arrived, and its contents were far from favorable. It read, Danzo, your performance at the 5 Kage Summit was, to be frank, utterly disappointing. However, since I personally appointed you as Hokage, dismissing you immediately would only reflect poorly on my judgment. I am giving you 100 days to rectify the situation and steer Kanehagakure back on track. Failing that, I will select a new Hokage. After reading the letter, Danzo burned it with a candle, his gaze dark and brooding. If only I still had Koto Amatsukami in my right eye, I could have easily resolved this with the daimyo. Once the letter was reduced to ashes, Danzo sat in deep thought for a long time. He summoned the overseer of Kanehagakure's reconstruction to inquire about the village's rebuilding progress and added a new directive, the construction of the 6th Hokage's face on the Hokage Rock. The overseer hesitated, clearly concerned. Although the village has received reconstruction funds from the Land of Fire, the workload is immense, and public morale is unstable. Wouldn't focusing on the Hokage Rock at this time be Inappropriate. He carefully observed Danzo's expression, speaking with caution. But Danzo, who had managed to seize the position of Hokage through cunning and patience, was not one to lose his composure so easily. The inauguration of every Hokage is marked by the addition of their likeness to the Hokage rock, Danzo said with feigned earnestness. It symbolizes renewal. Now, more than ever, the village needs a new Hokage rock to serve as a spiritual pillar for the people. The overseer wanted to object further, but the cold, piercing gazes of the root members flanking him silenced his protests. That does make sense, he finally conceded. Then begin immediately, Danzo commanded. The Hokage rock must be tailored to reflect my stature. From materials to craftsmanship to manpower, everything must be approved by me. Understood, Lord Hokage. After the overseer left, Danzo stepped out of the tent, his single visible eye fixed on the distant ruins and the cliff where the Hokage rock stood. My visage as Hokage will finally be etched into history. The experience in the Land of Iron, where he had narrowly escaped death, still left him shaken. Even now, he often found himself sleepless and restless, haunted by the memory. Back in his seat, he gripped his cane tightly. I was so close. Just as I seized the position of Hokage, it nearly slipped away. I never imagined Uzumaki Naruto's strength would reach such heights. The power of the Rinnegan is unparalleled. If only I had foreseen this, I would have done whatever it took to obtain Nagato's eyes back in Amigakure. The loss of his right eye and arm had stripped him of his most crucial survival tools. Now, wherever he went, elite root members guarded him within 100 paces. Even the village's ANBU security had been replaced by root operatives. That evening, Terai, whom Danzo had sent to hunt down Kabuto Yakushi before the 5 Kage summit, returned, battered and bruised. Lord Danzo, Terai reported. I found his whereabouts, but his strength far exceeded our intelligence. Danzo frowned. Far exceeded? Then how did you survive? To be honest, it seemed he deliberately let me live. SSS. A serpent's slit pupil flickered in Terai's eyes for a brief moment. Snap. Danzo's gaze sharpened. He suddenly dropped his cane, leapt from his seat, and seized Terai by the throat. Erg dash! A white snake emerged from Terai's mouth, clutching a scroll in its jaws. Terai collapsed, lifeless. Danzo bent down, picked up the scroll, and unrolled it. His eyes flashed with intensity as he read its contents. Lord Danzo, dispose of Terai's body. Yes, sir. Also, I must leave the village for a time. This is an absolute secret. No one must know. But, Lord Hokage, what about the village? My double will handle things in my absence. As a seasoned schemer, Danzo had long prepared a body double. From appearance to mannerisms, the double was indistinguishable, even to most Jonin-level shinobi. Even though it's a double, Danzo added, the Hokage's presence must remain impeccable. Anything less will arouse suspicion. The daimyo is already pressuring me. I cannot afford any mistakes now. And your personal guards? Danzo's former guards, Fu and Toryun, had both fallen to Naruto. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Recall Ryoma. Aburame Ryoma? The root operative in white showed a hint of reverence. Aburame Ryoma, one of the most formidable members of the Aburame clan, had once partnered with Orochimaru during his time in Root. Refer to the orphanage arc, where Ryoma stood alongside Orochimaru behind Danzo. That night, after making all necessary arrangements, Danzo donned a black cloak to conceal his identity and quietly left the village. Before departing, he glanced back at the Hokage rock and murmured, By the time I return, my likeness will surely be complete. The era of Danzo Shimura is finally dawning. He turned and vanished into the night. The long night stretched on, shrouded in darkness. In the southern region of the Land of Fire, within the Akatsuki's hideout. Ugh! Sasuke Uchiha stirred awake. Sasuke! Karen greeted him with a radiant smile. You're awake. Tobi, seated on a high ledge, rested his chin on one hand. As Sasuke's muddled consciousness cleared, he asked, Where's Naruto? Tobi replied. After clashing with the Raikage, he safely left the Land of Iron. Bang! Sasuke's fist slammed into the stone platform. Damn it! Naruto's power. It's already reached such heights. Tobi said, There's no need to be disheartened, Sasuke. During your battle, your own power awakened significantly. If Naruto hadn't obtained Nagato's eyes, he wouldn't have defeated you so easily. Don't insult me with such childish excuses, Sasuke snapped coldly. Tobi probed. Then, what do you plan to do? If you go to Kanehagakure seeking revenge now, the outcome won't change. Sasuke's eyes burned with the desire for strength. I will transplant Itachi's eyes. Oh! Tobi's gaze shifted slightly as he descended from his perch. So, you finally decided? I need power strong enough to crush Naruto and destroy Konohagakure. Nothing else matters. Tobi looked at Sasuke intently. Come with me, then, outside the land of iron, in a cave hidden among the mountains. ZZZ. Naruto's right eye slowly opened, revealing the sharp, angular pattern of 4 Mangekyo Sharingan Tomo, the eye that once belonged to Shisui Uchiha. Naruto-kun, how do you feel? Orochimaru asked with a sly smile, having personally performed the transplant. Naruto replied, the darkness is even clearer to me now. Orochimaru explained, Kodo Amitsukami is an extraordinarily unique dojutsu. Without Hashirama's cells, it can only be used once every decade. But as a member of the Uzumaki clan, distant relatives of the Senju, your waiting period will be much shorter, approximately half a month. However, the risk of blindness remains. Naruto asked meaningfully, Orochimaru, aren't you afraid I might use this dojutsu on you? Orochimaru chuckled knowingly. Hehe, if you truly intended to use it on me, you wouldn't bother warning me first. Besides, even if you did, I wouldn't realize it until it was too late. Would I? Naruto withdrew his gaze. Konan stepped forward. Now that your goal has been achieved, shall we return to Amigakure? Naruto's eyes deepened with thought. The Akatsuki was now targeting the Eight Tails. The Raikage was already rushing to rescue it. That man was likely doomed. Naruto could never forget the sight of that man, defending his comrades to the very end. To facilitate our next move, we should increase our manpower wherever possible. Konan asked, do you plan to recruit more once we return to Amigakure? Naruto half-closed his right eye. There's one man I want to save and bring to our side. Who is it? Konan inquired. Naruto's gaze burned with intensity. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, wielder of Samahata the Sharkskin Blade, Kisame Hashigaki. Hashigaki Kisame's fate seemed sealed. At least that was what Naruto had mistakenly predicted. Due to Naruto's unexpected actions, Obito had not declared war during the 5 Kage summit as originally planned, leading to a cascade of unforeseen consequences. In the original timeline, after the 5 Kage summit, the Raikage quickly located Killer Bee. This was a result of all the major shinobi villages uniting against a common enemy and forming joint search teams. But this time, the situation was different. Only Kimogakure had formed a search team, which significantly slowed down their progress. And then, there was Kisame's mission. Obito, a man of meticulous foresight, had previously anticipated that declaring war would compel the 5 great shinobi nations to unite and protect the 8 Tails and 9 Tails for their collective wartime interests. In such a scenario, it would have been more strategic for Kisame to fake his death and infiltrate, uncovering their protective stronghold and capturing both Jinchuriki in one fell swoop. But this time, with Naruto defecting from Konohagakure, even if war broke out, he would not be shielded by the 5 great nations. Different circumstances called for different strategies. If capturing both Jinchuriki at once was no longer feasible, then the approach would be divide and conquer. Thus, there was no need for subterfuge. Kisame's mission this time was straightforward. Defeat Killer Bee and bring him back to Akatsuki's base, securing the 8 Tails firmly in their grasp. Splash dash! Amidst a forest nearly razed to the ground, water splashed violently as Killer Bee, his chakra completely drained, collapsed to the ground, powerless. It should be noted that Samahata's supposed betrayal in the past had merely been a prearranged ruse. In this altered chain of events, there was no longer any need for Kisame to stage a betrayal, and certainly no need for White Zetsu to sacrifice himself as a decoy. Huff, huff, huff. Kisame panted heavily. What a stubborn octopus bastard. But now you should behave yourself. Indeed, the 8 Tails had been utterly defeated by the man known as the tailless-tailed beast. Rustle, rustle, rustle. White Zetsu emerged from the ground nearby. As expected of you, Kisame, reliable as always. Kisame, bare-chested, asked, where's the leader? White Zetsu replied, Tobi is preoccupied at the moment and can't come. After all, Sasuke had decided to transplant Itachi's eyes, and Obito needed to prioritize that task. White Zetsu thought to himself, besides, this remote wilderness isn't marked by his Kamui's spatial coordinates, so he can't teleport here. He said aloud, head east for 100 kilometers. There's a village that used to serve as one of our safe houses. Bring the Jinchuriki there, and Tobi should arrive by the time you get there. Swish! Kisame hefted his massive blade, Samahata, and slung the barely conscious Killer Bee over it. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move. White Zetsu cautioned. Be careful. I've received intelligence that Kumogakure's forces are already searching for the Eight Tails. It's possible you'll encounter them. The Raikage is furious that his brother has fallen into our hands again. Kisame smirked. The Raikage, huh? With taijutsu even more formidable than that beast from Konohagakure, he's a tough opponent. If Itachi were still alive, dealing with him would have been much easier. White Zetsu remarked. Akatsuki is indeed facing a manpower shortage right now. Once the Eight Tails is securely ours, we can focus all our remaining strength on capturing the Nine Tails. Fortunately, Sasuke is still on our side. By choosing to transplant Itachi's eyes, he's about to gain a whole new level of power. Kisame mused. Itachi's little brother. Huh? Even with Itachi's eyes, what he sees may not be the same as what Itachi saw. The future of Akatsuki. It's truly something to anticipate. Then we'll await your good news, Kisame. With that, White Zetsu sank back into the ground. Under the cover of night, Kisame, with his blade and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, began his journey to the designated village. It was this 100-kilometer stretch of road that would rewrite the course of his life. At dawn the next morning, Kumogakure's search team finally arrived at the site where Killer Bee and Kisame had fought. Kumogakure ANBU. There are numerous traces left by swords here. It's definitely Bisama, and there's another blade judging by the cuts. It's the Mist Village's great sword, Samahata, Raikage. Humph. Hashigaki Kisame, it's Akatsuki. No doubt. ANBU. The battle marks are fresh. The fight likely occurred last night. Bisama didn't use a tailed beast bomb. Otherwise, this entire area would have been leveled. Indeed, before encountering Kisame, Killer Bee had been training in Enka with his mentor, Sabu. Using a tailed beast bomb would have risked harming his teacher, so Killer Bee hadn't gone all out. Raikage. What about Bee? Can you find him? ANBU. The ground here is damp with significant water residue. Judging by the chakra traces, this was caused by a large-scale water release jutsu. If the caster had been defeated, the water would have dissipated quickly. Since it's still here, it suggests the caster is alive. Bisama isn't skilled in such large-scale water release techniques. Therefore, we deduce that this is the enemy's doing, which means Bisama has likely been defeated. Damned Akatsuki. In a fit of rage, the Raikage punched a massive tree, shattering it in one blow. The fight happened last night. He can't have gotten far with Bee in tow. Search every inch of this area. There's no way he escaped unscathed after fighting Bee. He must have left some trace. Track down that Akatsuki scum, I'll rip his head off myself. With that, Kumogakure launched a full-scale pursuit of Kisame. By noon, Kisame was only 10 kilometers away from the designated village. Boom! 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 A series of explosions echoed from the forest behind him. Kisame stopped and turned to look back. The traps I set are being triggered one after another. Clearly, the pursuers know the traps are there and are charging through them anyway. This kind of reckless behavior. He glanced at the still unconscious Killer Bee. Must be your big brother, coming to save you. Knowing that a fierce battle was inevitable, Kisame took out an iron chain and securely bound Killer Bee to his back. Gripping Samahata tightly, he faced the forest behind him. From the distance, lightning crackled as the Raikage led the charge, followed by Darui, C, and a squad of Kumogakure ANBU. Unfazed, Kisame declared, Raikage, your brother is right here on my back. If you want to save him, you'll have to turn me into a corpse first. The Raikage roared. As you wish, Darui. The rest of you stay out of this. I'll deal with this Akatsuki scum myself. Crackle. Crackle. Encased in his lightning release chakra mode, the Raikage crouched after landing, then launched himself forward with explosive speed. The 100-meter distance was covered in an instant as he drove his lightning-charged elbow straight toward Kisame. Liger bomb. This was the same technique that had once reverted Yugo from his Cursed Seal level 3 state back to normal. Kisame raised Samahata to block in front of him. With a heavy thud, the Raikage's elbow struck the blade head-on. Exclamation point. Kisame gritted his teeth, struggling to hold his ground as he was forced to retreat. He quickly braced the back of the blade with his free hand, channeling his monstrous strength to resist. Even so, he was pushed back repeatedly. Boom! With a second surge of force from the Raikage's elbow, Kisame was sent flying backward. As he soared through the air, he drove Samahata into the ground, skidding dozens of meters before coming to a stop. The trees on either side of his path had been shattered in the process. Feeling the numbness in his arms, Kisame muttered with genuine admiration. What a terrifying monster. Your strength surpasses even your brother's pseudo-tailed beast transformation. Humph! The Raikage snorted, cracking his thick neck with an audible pop. Now that you understand fear, it's already too late. He launched another assault. Kisame didn't dare underestimate him. **Samahata. Flying chain slash. The hilt of Samahata extended over 10 meters, twisting like a chain as the blade slashed toward the Raikage. Crackle! Crackle! The Raikage shifted his position mid-charge, dodging the attack. Kisame frowned. Even more troublesome than your strength is your speed. He let go of Samahata and rapidly formed hand seals. **Water release, water shark bullet technique. Whoosh! A massive amount of chakra condensed into a shark-shaped water projectile, hurtling forward at incredible speed. Humph! A mere trick, the Raikage scoffed, charging straight through the water shark bullet with his body. However, the water's resistance slowed him down slightly. Kisame seized the moment to retrieve Samahata and reposition himself. Ordinary water release techniques are meaningless against a body like his. I'll have to use that move. He rapidly formed more hand seals, his chest swelling as he inhaled deeply. **Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. Whoosh! A massive wave erupted from Kisame's mouth, forming a colossal, ellipsoid water prison. From above, the surrounding forest could be seen submerged under the vast sphere of water. Darui and the others, who were observing from a distance, quickly retreated further back, marveling at the sheer scale of the technique. What a monstrous jutsu! The water left behind at the previous battlefield must have been from this technique, right? Fighting in the enemy's domain puts the boss at a disadvantage. Shing! Darui unsheathed his blade. Prepare to assist the boss if needed. Inside the water prison, the Raikage, now fully submerged, struggled against the overwhelming pressure. His vision was obscured, his movements hindered by the water's tension, and most critically, he couldn't breathe. You might wonder why lightning doesn't conduct through water here. That's because the lightning release chakra would be absorbed by the water. Rustle, rustle, rustle. On the other side of the water prison, Kisame had fused with Samahata, transforming into a half-man, half-shark form. In this state, Kisame could breathe and move freely underwater, while also gaining the abilities to absorb chakra and sense chakra signatures. Your greatest advantage, your speed, is now nullified. That layer of lightning around your body is made of chakra, which means it's destined to be absorbed. And I'll make sure to expedite that process. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Kisame darted through the water at high speed, repeatedly slamming into the Raikage's body. Fused with Samahata, Kisame himself acted as the blade. Each collision drained a significant amount of the Raikage's chakra. The lightning armor surrounding the Raikage began to flicker and fade. He closed his eyes, burying his face deeper into his chest. Kisame taunted, losing chakra and unable to breathe. Painful, isn't it? Don't worry, your suffering will end soon. Outside, Darui anxiously asked, what's the situation? C activated his sensory abilities. The boss isn't moving right now. Damn it. Is it still not enough? Darui prepared to charge in. Wait. The boss's chakra, it's not decreasing. It's increasing. Darui stopped, sheathing his blade. Looks like the boss is about to use that. It's his way of saying he doesn't need our help. What a stubborn guy. He could have just let us gang up on the enemy. But no, he insists on a one-on-one fight. Crackle. Crackle. Inside the water prison, the Raikage's lightning surged even more violently. His hair stood on end, transforming into sharp, hardened spikes. **lightning release chakra mode. Full power. Swoosh. Kisame darted toward the Raikage again, only to find his target had vanished. What? He's resisting the water pressure and dodging my attacks? And his chakra suddenly surged to a level comparable to a tailed beast's. What's going on? Bubbles rose as the Raikage held his breath and charged forward. Realizing the danger, Kisame immediately switched tactics, retreating rapidly. The water prison moved with him as it was centered around his body. By maintaining distance, he aimed to keep the Raikage trapped within the water prison's boundaries. With continuous chakra loss and suffocation, even the Raikage couldn't hold out for long. The Raikage, aware of Kisame's strategy, pushed himself even harder to close the gap. However, despite his speed, the water prison still restricted his movements. Moreover, this was Kisame's domain, and the Raikage couldn't sense his chakra. Gradually, the Raikage began to falter. Damn it! These Akatsuki bastards. Every one of them has such disgusting abilities. Focusing all his senses on the Reikage, Kisame thought with relief. Now, it's just a matter of time, the 8th blade. But at that moment, a low murmur escaped from Killer B, who was still bound tightly behind Kisame. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood-red chakra bubbles began to emerge from Killer B's dark skin, transforming into the transparent form of a tailed beast cloak. Kisame immediately sensed something was wrong. Even fused with Samahata, just by touching him, I should be continuously absorbing his chakra. So how is he producing this much chakra? Crack, crack, way dash. Killer B flexed his arms, his muscles swelling as the chains binding him snapped one by one. Kisame's expression turned grim. Could it be? Samahata is willingly giving him chakra? Rustle, rustle, rustle. As if fate were piling on, Kisame's body was suddenly rejected by Samahata. He was flung backward as the sword forcefully separated from him, breaking their fusion. Kisame gritted his teeth. Damn it, that traitorous sword even took my chakra with it as it left. Whoosh! Without chakra to sustain it, the great exploding water colliding wave began to rapidly collapse. Reikage and Killer B were freed from their watery prison. Huff, huff. Reikage greedily inhaled the fresh air. Samahata happily scurried over to Killer B, transferring the chakra it had absorbed from Kisame into him. Killer B stroked the sword, which was now nuzzling against him like a pet, and hummed a tune. Yo-yo, life's a stroke of luck dash. From now on, you're my god kid dash. Kisame was filled with a mix of emotions. Samahata, you really like his chakra that much? Huh? Killer B slung Samahata onto his back, breaking into a dance as he rapped. Betrayal in the Afternoon Shark's lonely tune, Sashimi's fresh blood twilight's melancholy gloom. Oyo. I've still got the moves. My charm shines through dash. Eight Tails Killer B. That's who. Yeah. The battle's just begun, but it's almost done dash. Seeing his lively younger brother, Reikage smirked. Humph. You're as restless as ever. B. Use that move. It's time to end this. Okay dash. Brother dash. Boom. The tailed beast chakra around Killer B instantly condensed, forming a dense crimson cloak on his body. From his back, massive skeletal structures began to emerge. Crackle. On the other side, Reikage's lightning armor reignited, surging with terrifying energy that made the air itself tremble. Darui observed the scene and remarked, without his life-saving sword, facing the strongest combo attack of the Cloud's AB brothers, Hashigaki Kisame. This is the end for you. Way dash. Ha! Reikage and Killer B adjusted their positions, then charged at Kisame from opposite directions, launching a devastating pincer attack. Dash asterisk double lariat. Asterisk. Kisame, knowing his fate was sealed, closed his eyes and sighed. A traitor will always be betrayed in the end. I guess I can't escape that fate either. Itachi-san, did you feel the same before your death? But just at that critical moment, a hand suddenly shot out from the ground, grabbing Kisame's ankle and yanking him downward. Dash asterisk earth release. Hiding like a mole technique. Asterisk. From the perspective of the charging Reikage and Killer B, their target suddenly vanished. However, it was too late to stop their momentum. Boom, boom. The two brothers, in their respective powerful modes, ended up locking arms around each other's necks with full force. Ugh! A woo! The scene that unfolded defied description. Too massive. Muscular men frozen in a comical embrace before flipping over and crashing to the ground, sliding and twitching in a heap. Darui instinctively clutched his throat. Man, this isn't something to joke about. Meanwhile, Kisame, who had narrowly escaped death, was now buried up to his neck in the ground. He chuckled. I see. This technique really does make it look like I've been decapitated. Well then, whoever you are hiding underground, it's about time you showed yourself, don't you think? Rustle, rustle, rustle. The earth parted, and a blonde, cloaked young man rose from the dirt, standing tall amidst the earthy scent. He smiled. Although this isn't my usual style of entrance, caution is necessary when dealing with the Cloud's AB brothers. The sight of the newcomer left Kisame stunned. It's you. Naruto Uzumaki turned to face him with a grin. Kisame-san, long time no see. I assume I don't need to introduce myself, do I? Back in the day, when Kisame infiltrated Konoha alongside Itachi, Naruto was just a child. Apart from his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kisame hadn't paid him any mind. In just a few short years, however, Naruto's growth had been nothing short of astonishing. First, he took down 2 of Kakuzu's hearts in a single strike. Then, not long ago, he defeated Akatsuki's frontman, Pain. Now, even Obito had begun to perceive him as a threat, forced to make a series of countermeasures. Kisame spoke in a deep voice. "You're someone Akatsuki will take sooner or later. You've even taken the eyes he wanted. Our positions are irreconcilable. I can't think of a single reason why you'd save me," Naruto replied. "Things always happen suddenly. Reasons are something we search for afterward." Kisame frowned. "Even so, whatever your motives may be, I won't act according to your wishes." Beneath his mask, Naruto smiled faintly. "I understand. That's precisely why I admire you." Ugh. Ah. Both the Raikage and Killer Bee lay on the ground, still recovering. The sheer force of their high-speed collision was enough to prove their resilience, even though they hadn't succumbed to death. Darui, leading the Kumogakure Shinobi, quickly stepped forward to assist them. Darui said, "Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it's you again. Causing a scene at the 5 Kage Summit wasn't enough? The intel you provided barely convinced the boss to let you off the hook, and yet you're still not giving up. Why have you come here?" Naruto glanced at Killer Bee, pushing aside memories of the past. With neither arrogance nor humility, he replied, "He's already fulfilled his wish of saving his brother. Now, I'm here to save someone I want to save. Isn't that fair?" Darui narrowed his eyes. "Someone you want to save? You mean that Akatsuki shark? But he doesn't seem to appreciate your kindness. What's your real goal?" Naruto shrugged. "I'm under no obligation to tell you more." Darui raised his voice. "Then let's settle this with ninjutsu. Storm release. Laser circus. Asterisk. Storm release, a combination of water and lightning, possessed both the destructive power of lightning and the control of water. From Darui's hands, multiple powerful laser beams shot toward Naruto. Naruto simply raised his palm. A translucent ceiling barrier unfolded before him, his left eye glowing faintly with its unique power. *Pretapath. Whoosh! The lasers from Storm Release instantly dimmed, completely absorbed by the Pretapath. Lowering his hand, Naruto said indifferently, "Stop. I have no intention of fighting you right now." Darui gritted his teeth. "Tisage, what a boring eye." Naruto raised his hand to the mask on his face. The mask had a single eye hole, exposing only his left eye. "Kisame-san, I know full well that you won't abandon your position no matter what. So, forgive me for being presumptuous." As he removed the mask, Naruto turned to face Kisame. His right eye, previously hidden, revealed a Mangekyo Sharingan, its 3 tomo spinning and transforming into a 4-pronged pinwheel. A dark red glow emanated from his eye. Kotoamatsukami. Buzz. The effect of this technique was subtle and imperceptible. The target wouldn't even realize they had been influenced, naturally aligning their actions with the caster's will. Without any resistance, everything fell into place. The earth broke open as Kisame's arm extended out. Naruto reached out and pulled Kisame to his feet, smiling. "Kisame, I look forward to working with you." Dusting off the dirt from his clothes, Kisame replied politely, "The pleasure is mine." "What?" Darui couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Kisame's attitude earlier clearly showed he didn't care for Naruto's help. A man who faced death without fear, how could he betray his position over a simple life-saving favor? The glow in Naruto's right eye faded as it reverted to its 3-tomo state. He replaced the mask on his face, concealing the Sharingan once more. He extended his left hand toward Darui from a distance. Bansho Tenin. Whoosh! A powerful gravitational force pulled Samahata from Killer Bee's back, sending it flying into Naruto's grasp. Slash! Samahata resisted, sprouting barbs from its hilt that pierced Naruto's hand, causing blood to flow freely. Yet Naruto's expression remained unchanged as he gripped the sword tightly. Rustle! Samahata flailed wildly, trying to escape. When that failed, it began absorbing Naruto's chakra, causing its blade to swell. Naruto smirked and activated the Pretapath's ability, reversing the flow and absorbing Samahata's chakra instead. When it came to absorption, the Pretapath was unmatched. Defeated, Samahata's massive blade rapidly shrank, drooping powerlessly. Chirp! Samahata let out pitiful whimpers, completely subdued. Clang! Naruto tossed Samahata at Kisame's feet. "Here, it's yours." Kisame picked up Samahata, brushing off the dirt. "A fellow traitor, huh? Looks like we'll be sticking together from now on, Samahata." With Samehada returned to its rightful owner, Hoshigaki Kisame had now pledged allegiance to Naruto. Such was the power of Kotoame Tsukumi. Naruto wrapped his bloodied left hand in a bandage, his gaze falling on the blood-stained ground beneath him. He placed a kunai, marked with an explosive tag, into the soil. Raising his left hand, he rested it on Kisame's shoulder and said to the stunned Darui, "Well then, I'll be taking my leave." Whoosh! Flying Raijin Jutsu. Naruto and Kisame vanished in an instant. Boom! The explosive tag detonated, obliterating the blood-stained ground entirely. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the grass nearby, a small snake flicked its tongue, its vertical pupils glinting with frustration. Not even a drop of blood left behind. Naruto's no longer the reckless brat he used to be. Every move reeks of the caution of an old fox. No wonder even Orochimaru-sama was. Ugh! No sooner had Naruto left than Raikage and Killer Bee regained consciousness. Raikage growled, "Where's that Akatsuki shark bastard?" Killer Bee exclaimed, "Where's my good kid?" Darui replied, "They've been taken." Raikage's temper flared. "What did you say?" Uzumaki Naruto again. "If I get my hands on him, I'll take his head myself." Though disappointed at losing Samehada so soon after acquiring it, Killer Bee still broke into an impromptu song. Raikage glared. Killer Bee looked back. "Big bro, snap, running around everywhere, causing me nothing but trouble." Raikage's iron grip clamped down on Killer Bee's head. "Awoo!" Big bro's scolding, as fierce as ever. Killer Bee's cries of pain echoed far and wide. Darui and the other Kumogakure Shinobi exchanged helpless smiles. Naruto and Kisame returned to the rendezvous point where Konan and Orochimaru were waiting. They were all familiar faces. Kisame chuckled. "Konan, Orochimaru. Who would have thought we'd be working together again?" Orochimaru smirked. "Even more surprising, can I have a closer look at your Samehada for research this time?" Konan asked. "Now that the objective is complete, shall we return to Amigakure?" In the twilight, amidst the chirping of orioles and the lush greenery, Naruto couldn't help but recall the days of his training. Back then, after every training session, there was always one place he would go, but now perhaps he'd never set foot there again. Before that, "There's one more place I need to visit." Konohagakure had been under reconstruction for some time. The desolation from before was gradually fading, and scattered wooden frames of houses were beginning to form the outline of a village. Even Ichiraku Ramen Temporary had reopened, bustling with a steady stream of customers. In an inconspicuous corner, an inconspicuous young man sat staring at a large bowl of tonkatsu ramen before him, drooling uncontrollably. His left hand was wrapped in bandages as he clasped his chopsticks between his palms in a ceremonial gesture and declared, "Itade kamasu, let's eat, slurp, slurp, breaking apart the chopsticks. He began devouring the ramen voraciously. Yes, this seemingly unremarkable young man was none other than Naruto. Back in the day, after completing his daily training, he would always reward himself with a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Even after becoming Hokage, this habit persisted. The taste was etched into his soul, becoming an inseparable part of his life. No ramen, no Naruto. So, even now, as a rogue ninja of the village, he couldn't resist the temptation of that flavor. He had gone so far as to use the transformation jutsu to sneak back into the village, just to savor that familiar delicacy once more. Slurp dash, slurp dash. At this moment, Naruto had forgotten all about the enmities of nations and the hardships ahead. He had returned to his roots, becoming nothing more than a diner reveling in the joy of good food. In just 3 minutes, the bowl was emptied down to the last drop of broth. Kata dash asterisk so full, so satisfied dash asterisk. Leaning back in his chair, he rubbed his stomach contentedly. But when he turned his head casually, he was startled to see a familiar figure at the neighboring table. It was Iruka-sensei. Naruto almost called out to him instinctively. For some reason, Iruka's face was filled with worry. The steam from his bowl of ramen had already dissipated, yet he hadn't touched it. Naruto's gaze dimmed, and his outstretched hand slowly withdrew. The student Iruka had once placed so much hope in had now become a rogue ninja condemned by all. It must have been a heavy blow for Iruka. Naruto couldn't bear to see Iruka looking so dejected, so he chose to leave. At that moment, Tucci, the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, who was busy rolling dough, looked up to wipe the sweat from his brow. His gaze was drawn to the departing figure. "What's wrong, Dad?" asked Ayam, Tsuchi's daughter, noticing his reaction. That back. It looked like Naruto. But that's impossible, right? It must have been my imagination, Tsuchi muttered, shaking his head as he returned to his work. Naruto walked along the streets of the village at dusk. The streets bustled with people, and many familiar faces passed by. But Naruto simply walked in silence, lost in his thoughts. Before he realized it, he had arrived at the place he knew best. When he saw the ruins before him, he snapped out of his reverie. Of course, it's gone now, he murmured to himself. After the devastation caused by pain, Konoha had been destroyed. How could that place have survived? How foolish of me to think otherwise. Shaking his head in self-mockery, Naruto was about to turn and leave when he noticed something scrawled in blood-red letters among the rubble. Demon Fox, Traitor, Beast, Monster. The twisted characters were filled with malice and hatred. Naruto's expression remained blank. He had long since grown accustomed to the coldness of the world. At this point, such misunderstandings and hostility no longer fazed him in the slightest. He stepped onto the ruins to examine them. The writing was fresh, but there were also signs of previous attempts to erase similar markings. What's going on here? He wondered. As he pondered, a boy with a bandage on his face and a bucket of paint in hand approached, accompanied by Moegi and Udon. Konohamaru, noticing the fresh blood-red writing and the unfamiliar figure standing amidst the rubble, shouted angrily, "You're the one who wrote that, aren't you?" Before Naruto could respond, Konohamaru continued, "Listen up. Big Brother Naruto isn't what you think he is. He's the strongest ninja, a man destined to become Hokage." Despite his young age, Konohamaru's eyes held a sharp determination. "Konohamaru, don't be rash," Moegi said, tugging nervously at his sleeve. "I know," Konohamaru replied. "As a ninja, I won't fight over something like this." Even as he spoke, the bandage on his face seemed to betray his words. Ignoring Naruto's presence, he poured paint over the hateful writing, erasing it. Naruto smiled faintly, leapt down from the ruins, and walked away with his hands in his pockets. His eyes glimmered with a profound light. "There's no need for that, Konohamaru. Those who've weathered the storms of life won't be blinded by mere grains of sand." He made his way to Konoha's cemetery, observing from a distance. In the glow of the setting sun, Kakashi stood before the memorial stone, as always, mourning Obito. However, his expression was tinged with more melancholy than usual. Yugao Yuzuki, having finished paying her respects to her late lover and sister, approached and greeted him. "Kakashi-senpai, are you confiding in Obito about Naruto?" Realizing he'd been seen through, Kakashi replied, "Yugao, you've caught me." Yugao said, "What happened with Naruto is hard on everyone. Now that Danzo holds the position of Hokage, public opinion is even more against him. But I believe Lady Tsunade will turn things around once she wakes up." Kakashi sighed. "Let's hope so." Standing too far away to hear their conversation, Naruto gazed at the memorial stone, his thoughts drifting to his mentor, Jiraiya. After his negotiation with Nagato, Naruto had erected a cenotaph for Jiraiya on his way back to the village. This time, however, he didn't. After all, in his future battles with the Kara organization, Naruto had encountered another version of Jiraiya, Kashin Koji, a clone created by Amato, Kara's chief scientist, using Jiraiya's cells. Naruto murmured, "If I could turn back time, this wouldn't be the ideal moment. A month earlier, and maybe Erosenin wouldn't have had to die, but now it no longer mattered. As long as he could find Jiraiya's body before Amato did, manipulating time had always been considered a forbidden act for ninja. I, Naruto Uzumaki, have already defied the flow of time. One more time won't make a difference." As night fell, Naruto glanced at the Hokage rock. Beside Tsunade's face, a new outline was being carved. He turned and walked deeper into the village. Ahead was the area where the Hokage conducted official duties. No unauthorized personnel allowed. 2 root members in white robes and animal masks blocked his path. Naruto's expression was unreadable. "Oh, the Hokage. Lord Danzo, the 6th Hokage," one of them barked. "I see. My apologies," Naruto said, turning to leave. In a deserted alley, he stopped. "So, Danzo's back in the village. The timing makes sense. But with such heavy security, does he really plan to stay here, waiting for Sasuke or me to come for him? Unlikely. Let's confirm. ZZZ. Asterisk. Naruto entered sage mode. His sensory perception extended into the Hokage's tent, and his expression shifted before a sly smile crept onto his face. "Heh, just as I thought." Placing his left hand on a nearby lamppost, he left a flying Rinnegan mark on it. Whoosh! Asterisk. He vanished without a trace. Moments later, Shikaku, Inoichi, and Choza, the older generation of the Ino Shikacho trio, walked by, supporting a drunken Choza between them. As they passed the lamppost, Shikaku suddenly stopped, staring at it. "What's wrong, Shikaku?" Inoichi asked. "That mark. Could it be?" "It's nothing," Shikaku replied, masking his thoughts as he moved on. In the forest outside Konoha, Konan, Orochimaru, and Kisame stood before a shallow pit. Whoosh! Asterisk. Naruto reappeared via flying Rinnegan, dispelling his transformation jutsu. With a sweep of his cloak, he approached them and asked, "How did it go?" Before infiltrating the village, he had assigned them another task. Kisame said, "My Samahata isn't exactly suited for digging. That guy was indeed here, but it seems he's already." Naruto stepped to the edge of the pit and looked down. At the bottom lay a dull, gray head with closed eyes and a lifeless demeanor. It was Haiden, Bansho Tenin. Asterisk. Whoosh! Asterisk. Using gravitational force, Naruto pulled Haiden's head from the pit and held it in his hand. Snap! Asterisk. Haiden's eyes suddenly opened, glaring fiercely at Naruto. But before he could say a word, Naruto shoved him into a box. Clang! Clang! Asterisk. The box shook violently, but Naruto paid it no mind. Orochimaru's lips curled into a curious smile as he watched the box. Konan stepped forward. "What's the next move?" Naruto replied, "Let's go. Back to Amigakure." The Land of Rain lies at the intersection of the territories of the Land of Earth, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Wind. Under the overcast sky, amidst the drifting rain, the village surrounded by lakes seemed abandoned by the world. The cold sculptures at the village entrance, drenched in rain, added an even more somber tone to the scene. Naruto couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt toward Amigakure. He had once promised Konan that, after becoming Hokage, he would bring peace to Amigakure. But in the future, Amigakure still fell into decline, corrupted by the Kara organization, and became a breeding ground for evil. Even after Kara, including Ishiki and Code, was completely eradicated, Amigakure never revived. It faded into the vast sea of shinobi history, with only the unending rain bearing witness. Now, this desolate village would become his haven, his base of operations. Naruto, of course, couldn't simply reap the benefits without contributing. He had resolved to weather the same storms and hardships alongside it. Standing on the lake amidst the pouring rain, he gazed at the village and silently vowed, "From today onward, Amigakure will be my second home. What I owe from my past life, I will repay in this one." Konan, Orochimaru, and Kisame, who accompanied him, were unaware of Naruto's thoughts, but they could sense a certain determination rising from his silhouette. Upon entering the village, there was no grand welcoming ceremony. However, both civilians and shinobi alike greeted Konan with reverence, their expressions filled with genuine piety. To them, Konan was the angel, the spokesperson of pain, their god. She held an irreplaceable position in Amigakure. This isolated village was unaware that their leader, Pain, was no longer among them. They observed the strangers accompanying the angel with curiosity and caution, especially the blonde man in the mask walking alongside her. Could he be Lord Pain? No, that couldn't be. Lord Pain was so mysterious and low-key, never appearing before others. His very existence was shrouded in mystery. Then he must be an outsider. Why would the angel bring outsiders into the village? Surely, if she did so, there must be a reason. Lord Pain would never harm us. Feeling the skeptical atmosphere around them, Naruto murmured, "Pervy Sage must have faced a lot of challenges when he infiltrated this place for his investigation." Konan replied calmly, "Yes, this place is isolated from the world. After defeating Hanzo and uniting Amigakure, Pain became a god in the hearts of the people. Anyone who showed hostility toward him would become a target of collective scorn." She continued, "Before Pain's rule, there were actually two shinobi villages, Amigakure in the Land of Rain and Amigakure in the Land of Rivers. Pain unified the two, creating the Amigakure we know today." Turning to Naruto, Konan said, "Now that Nagato is gone, Naruto, I want to support you in becoming the new leader of Amigakure." Naruto pondered for a moment and replied, "It's not the right time yet. I'm an outsider with no foundation here. Taking over as leader rashly would damage your reputation as well, Sister Konan." Konan's eyes flickered as she withdrew her gaze. "That's what I thought too. No secret can remain hidden forever. The fact that pain is no longer here will eventually come to light. Before that day arrives, you need to build your reputation. When the time comes, you can rightfully succeed him as leader. As they discussed, they left the civilian area and ventured deeper into Amigakure. The architecture here was primarily constructed of steel, with some stone elements. The style leaned toward cold tones, complemented by religiously themed reliefs, creating an overall oppressive yet solemn atmosphere. Numerous steel pipes of various sizes extended upward, forming a unique skyline. This was closely related to the village's heavy rainfall, necessitating such extensive piping and drainage systems. Perhaps due to his experiences in the future, Naruto felt an inexplicable resonance with this environment. Gazing at the tallest tower to the south, Naruto remarked, "Amigakure is known for its towering structures. The tallest one there is said to be where Pain resided, right?" Konan nodded. Yes, Pain liked to overlook the village in the rain from that tower. Akatsuki's highest-level meetings were also held there. That tower has even been marked by someone. Naruto glanced at her from the corner of his eye. "You mean Obito?" Konan's amber eyes darkened slightly. "Yes, that man who claimed to be Madara. His Sharingan possesses a space-time ninjutsu. After years of observation, I've roughly figured out its mechanics," she explained. "He can mark spaces with his eye and freely travel between his personal dimension and the marked locations. That tower is one of his thousands of marked spots." Naruto contemplated this. So Kamui's spatial markings target locations rather than individuals. In this regard, my flying Raijin has an advantage. Konan looked northward. "So, I plan to abandon that tower and activate the backup tower to the north. Follow me." The four of them arrived at an open space to the north. Konan formed hand seals and pressed her palm to the ground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Amidst the rumbling sounds, a tall tower buried deep underground rose to the surface, along with numerous smaller auxiliary towers. When the process was complete, Konan stood up, rain soaking her figure, her gaze full of hope. "This will be our new starting point." Naruto nodded in satisfaction. "It suits me perfectly," Konan suggested. "We've been traveling and braving the elements for so long. Let's rest well tonight and discuss future plans tomorrow. What do you think?" Naruto turned to Orochimaru and Kisame. "What about you two?" "No objections," they replied in unison. "Then it's settled." With a flourish of his cloak, Naruto stepped into the tower. From the outside, the tower didn't look very large, but its interior was surprisingly spacious. It had 9 floors in total, with corridors and rooms on the first 7 levels. As they ascended the stairs, Konan said, "Orochimaru, Kisame, you may choose any room on the first 6 floors to stay in. However, the 7th floor is off-limits without permission." Kisame stopped on the 2nd floor. Orochimaru chose the 4th floor. Konan, however, followed Naruto to the 7th floor. The 7th floor was unique, with only 3 rooms arranged side by side. Konan asked, "Naruto, which room would you like?" Naruto responded with a question. "Which one will you take, Sister Konan?" Konan replied, "I'm fine with any. You choose first. I'll take the one next to yours, so we can look out for each other." After thinking for a moment, Naruto said, "Then I'll take the middle one." Konan nodded. "All right, I'll take the innermost one. If you're not comfortable, dash." Naruto removed his mask, revealing a young yet weathered face. "Don't worry, I've grown used to living in caves over the years. Having a bed to sleep on is already a luxury." Konan smiled gently. "Those days are behind you now. Naruto, welcome officially to Amigakure." In the stillness of the night, Naruto lay on his bed, hands resting behind his head as he stared blankly at the ceiling. The journey from near death to his rebirth as a youth still felt surreal to him, even though it was undeniably real. Thus, he needed the quiet of the night to reflect and synchronize his mind and body with reality. The faint sound of running water came from the shower next door. Naruto's thoughts stirred as he withdrew his left hand from beneath the pillow, slowly lowering it to rest on his abdomen. Sizzle. Asterisk. The seal of the 8 trigram seal appeared. "Yo, Kurama," Naruto greeted. "You've finished going through the memories I brought back, haven't you?" Those memories spanned nearly a century, a colossal amount of information. It was no wonder the Nine Tails needed time to process it all. Kurama's haughty voice echoed in his mind. "Humph. So what?" Naruto remained calm. "Since you've seen it all, you should understand why I've done what I've done, right?" Kurama's tone was as cold as ever. "So what?" Naruto's voice stayed steady. "So, can we go back to being honest with each other, like before?" Kurama's voice deepened. "Honest with each other? Don't flatter yourself. I don't recall ever having that kind of relationship with you. And as for the one in your memories, he wasn't me. Naruto sat up abruptly. Hey, that was clearly you. Silence. Kurama roared. I am the embodiment of malice. How could I ever bow to a brat like you? Let alone spout such sentimental nonsense. That wasn't me. Naruto sighed helplessly. Kurama, I know you like being contrary, but you're just deceiving yourself. Shut up. Kurama barked, his voice rising. Don't call me by my name as if we're close. Inside Naruto's spiritual realm, Kurama thrashed his tails angrily, his fury so intense that it seeped through the ceiling formula. Bang. Asterisk. Ow. Naruto yelped as the back of his head hit the wooden bed frame. Even if that was me, Kurama snarled. I don't like the current you. I dislike you. No, I loathe you. I despise you so much it makes me sick. Kurama. Naruto began. But Kurama cut him off, his voice filled with venom. No matter your reasons, you are not Uzumaki Naruto. Get out of this body. I will never acknowledge someone like you as Naruto, never. Not in this lifetime. Whoosh. Asterisk. The 8 trigram seal faded, and Kurama fell silent once more. He had severed the chakra connection. Naruto shook his head with a wry smile, understanding Kurama's current attitude. After all, tailed beasts were living beings with emotions. They needed experiences to grow. In his past life, Kurama had slowly opened his heart to Naruto, eventually even sacrificing himself willingly. But the Kurama of this timeline had yet to undergo that growth. Even after seeing Naruto's memories and feeling his pain, it was too much to expect a sudden change in perspective. Such a disparity in understanding couldn't be bridged overnight. Naruto murmured to himself, but I believe the day we reconnect will come again. From the room next door, Conan's voice called out, Naruto, is something wrong? Were you arguing with someone? Naruto replied, It's nothing, Sister Conan. I just ran into an old friend. I see. Conan responded knowingly. Thinking back to Kurama's reaction, Naruto couldn't help but ask, Sister Conan, are you helping me just because I showed you my memories? There was a long silence before Conan replied, We are both Jiraiya's disciples, but from beginning to end, you have been the one to carry on his will. Even in your final moments, I could still see glimpses of Yahiko in you. She paused before continuing. Those memories played a big part. Yes, but they weren't everything. Naruto felt a sense of relief. I understand now. That puts my mind at ease. Conan's voice softened. Get some rest. The road ahead is long, and we must take it step by step. Naruto closed his eyes. All right, good night, Sister Conan. The night passed without further incident. The next morning, Naruto woke refreshed. After breakfast, he and the others gathered on the 9th floor of the tower. This was where they would discuss their plans for the future. 3 chairs were arranged in the southeast, southwest, and northwest corners. Naruto sat in the southern chair, facing north. Before him was a round table with a wooden box placed on it. From this vantage point, he could see the gloomy sky and endless rain outside the tower. Conan stood behind Naruto. Orochimaru sat in the eastern chair, arms crossed, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Kisame occupied the western chair, sitting upright with Samahata propped beside him. Naruto leaned forward, hands clasped together, his chin resting on his knuckles, his gaze steady. Let's begin. Swish! Asterisk. Conan moved her hand, and a parchment map of the Shinobi world unfurled on the wall behind her. Boom! Asterisk. Lightning flashed, illuminating her cold expression. The piercing lip stud she wore only added to her mature aura. Naruto spoke methodically. Konoha, Suna, Kumo, Kiri, and Iwa. These 5 great hidden villages dominate the Shinobi world, supported by the economies of the 5 great nations and their inherited jutsu. Our first objective is to gather the secret techniques and Kekkei Genkai of these villages. Kekkei Genkai rely on bloodlines, so we'll start with secret techniques first. Kumo's lightning release chakra mode, Iwa's lightweight and heavyweight rock techniques, Kiri's assassination techniques, Suna's puppet techniques, and Konoha's Ino Shikicho techniques. These are the powers I aim to acquire. In his past life, the 5 great villages had cooperated in harmony. As the linchpin of the 5 Kage, Naruto could have easily obtained these techniques, but he hadn't cared for them at the time. He had believed the jutsu he already knew were sufficient. It wasn't until he faced overwhelming enemies that he realized the value of versatility. Unique techniques often held the key to turning the tide. This time, Naruto intended to claim those techniques for himself. Orochimaru ran a hand through his hair, resting his chin on his palm as he studied the map. His deep, raspy voice broke the silence. Amigakure borders Suna, Iwa, and Konoha. We should prioritize these 3 villages. If we narrow it down further, Konoha with its flying Raijin markers and the weaker Suna should be our first targets. Naruto shook his head. I want to leave Konoha for last. As for Suna, the sandstorms make it difficult to traverse. Iwa's Tsuchikage, Anoki, is a battle-hardened veteran. We might not gain much there either. Besides, Amigakure's proximity to these 3 villages means we can't afford to provoke them right away. If we do, they could send Shinobi to attack us at any time. We're too weak to withstand that. Naruto rose from his seat and approached the map. Taking a pen, he circled Kumo's territory and drew an arrow pointing from Amigakure to Kumo. Kumo has already shown hostility toward us. Conflict is inevitable, so we might as well strike first. Naruto thought to himself, this will also redirect the Raikage grudge against Sasuke toward me. Orochimaru chuckled. It seems you've made up your mind. Are you that eager for the lightning release chakra mode? Naruto-kun? Naruto's gaze was resolute. Yes, the lightning release chakra mode will enhance my reflexes, taijutsu, and defense to a whole new level. Combined with Sage mode and eventually Kurama chakra mode, it might even become a power so great it terrifies me. At that moment, Kisame spoke up. By the way, our organization doesn't have a name yet. Acting under the name of Amigakure doesn't seem intimidating enough. Naruto glanced at Konan, who still wore her Akatsuki cloak adorned with red clouds. Turning back, Naruto declared firmly, our organization will still be called Akatsuki. We walk in darkness but strive for the light. To distinguish ourselves from the other Akatsuki, we'll add the word Dawn. Dawn Akatsuki? Konan's cold expression softened into a faint smile. From this moment onward, Akatsuki was reborn, its path divided into light and shadow. That day, Kisame failed to appear at the agreed meeting point with Killer Bee. Without a word, Tobi left. Late at night, in the Akatsuki hideout, in the dimly lit inner chamber, Sasuke sat clad in black, his eyes wrapped in white bandages. To gain greater ocular power, he had transplanted Itachi's eyes. Can feel it, this power surging within me. I'm getting stronger. With the flickering candlelight casting shadows across the room, Sasuke's intermittent maniacal laughter echoed in the dark chamber. In the corner, Karen hugged her knees tightly to her chest. Her senses were overwhelmed by the increasingly dark chakra emanating from Sasuke, making her body tremble uncontrollably. In the outer chamber, Tobi sat silently, waiting for updates. The oppressive atmosphere, flickering candlelight, and the tension radiating from behind his mask all hinted at his growing agitation. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Finally, aloe-like leaves sprouted from the wall as Zetsu reappeared, bringing a string of bad news. Kisame has betrayed us. He's defected to Naruto. The Eight Tails has been reclaimed by Kumo and is now on its way back to the village. Under the candlelight, the shadows cast by Tobi's mask stretched long. His low voice broke the silence. The person least likely to betray us has betrayed us, and he's defected to the person least likely to gain his allegiance. This absurd situation could only be achieved by one thing: an Uchiha ocular technique. Specifically, that person's ocular technique. Shirsue's right eye. Naruto must have gotten his hands on it. Once again, he's beaten us to the punch. Black Zetsu spoke up, his voice grave. What now? We've suffered unprecedented losses and are in an unprecedentedly passive position. White Zetsu chimed in optimistically. We still have Sasuke, don't we? He's already transplanted Itachi's eyes and is about to gain even greater ocular power. Black Zetsu retorted. If only it were that simple. Tobi interjected, his tone measured. Sasuke now only cares about his revenge against Konoha. He won't prioritize our plans. And with his new ocular power, it'll be even harder to manipulate him as we did before. White Zetsu, ever the simpleton, suggested. Well, isn't there that girl who has a crush on him? We could use her to pressure Sasuke. Black Zetsu countered. You just said it's a one-sided crush. And with Sasuke's current cold-bloodedness, he might kill her instead. White Zetsu, undeterred, added. Then let's have her bear Sasuke's child. We could use the child to control him. Even if Sasuke is cold-blooded, he wouldn't abandon his own flesh and blood, right? Black Zetsu was speechless. Are you done? Tobi's voice was icy. White Zetsu scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, come on, I was just joking. You seemed so upset. I thought I'd try to lighten the mood. Besides, Isn't this the kind of thing Deidara would say? After the brief and awkward exchange, the oppressive atmosphere returned. Tobi's gaze darkened. Ever since Naruto began acting abnormally, we've been forced into a reactive position at every turn. The Moon's Eye plan hasn't seen any substantial progress in a long time. The 8 tails, the 9 tails, and the Rinnegan 3 key elements for reviving the 10 tails, 2 of them are now in Naruto's hands, and he's obtained Kodo Amatsukami, that dangerous ocular technique. To deal with Naruto in his current state, at the very least it's imperative that we secure the 8 tails for ourselves. White Zetsu's tone turned serious. But we've already failed twice in our attempts to capture the 8 tails. We even lost Kisame. Who do we send this time? Should we try to convince Sasuke to clean up the mess? Or should we find someone else? Clink. Through the spiral hole in Tobi's mask, his Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan glowed ominously, blood vessels branching out like cracks. I'll go myself. He stood, his movements slow but deliberate, and began walking toward the exit of the hideout. Watching his retreating figure, White Zetsu muttered, "Since that battle with the Kirigakure ninja, it's been a long time since I felt such a chilling killing intent from Tobi. Looks like he's really furious this time." Black Zetsu spoke in a low voice. "If it's like that time, he might accidentally kill the 8 tails. If that happens, all our efforts will be for nothing. Someone needs to keep an eye on him. Looks like a lot happened while I was gone." A lazy voice suddenly interrupted. The speaker's white body and spiraled face were unmistakable. White Zetsu perked up. "Oh, you're finally back, Tobi. Or should I say, Obito?" Black Zetsu wrinkled his nose. "You reek. Did you just crawl out of some sewer? Anyway, did you hear what we were talking about?" "Yeah, I heard it all. He's planning to go after the 8 tails alone. But given his current mood, he might lose control and kill the 8 tails." The spiral-faced man's usual carefree demeanor shifted to something more serious. "So, I'll go with him." At the 7th floor of the tower in Amigakure, within a quiet room, Naruto stood before a mirror, examining himself in the Akatsuki's signature black cloak adorned with red clouds. He chuckled softly. "I never thought there'd come a day when I'd wear this outfit. All right then, clap." He smacked his fist into his palm, his cloak fluttering as he turned sharply and strode out of the room with purpose. In the corridor, Konan leaned against the window, her bright orange eyes watching Naruto approach. "This cloak suits you well," she remarked with a faint smile. Naruto waved dismissively, returning a casual smile. "Don't tease me. Here, take this." Konan extended her hand, revealing a ring resting in her palm. Naruto took the ring, which still carried the warmth of Konan's hand. Its center bore a light blue background engraved with the kanji for 0. Naruto murmured, his gaze sharpening. Konan's expression turned serious. "The Akatsuki operates in pairs, and each official member has a code name. Pain's previous code name was 0, symbolizing nothingness. I hope you'll inherit this name." As she spoke, Konan turned her hand to reveal the ring on her own middle finger, with a white background and white kanji. "For reference, my code name is White, symbolizing the white tiger." "I understand." Naruto nodded solemnly and carefully slipped the ring onto his left thumb. Seeing this, Konan's lips curved into a faint smile. "And this?" she continued, reaching to her waist and pulling out a bulging pouch, which she handed to Naruto. "These are soldier pills. I noticed your previous ones were damp and unusable." Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. "Ah yeah, when I went to retrieve Kisame, I spent a long time hiding underground in the damp." Konan nodded. "Throw those away. Eating them could harm your body." Naruto accepted the soldier pills with a serious expression. "Thank you, Sister Konan." Konan smiled lightly. "We're on the same path. No need for formalities." A few minutes later, the two stepped out of the tower. Orochimaru and Kisame were already waiting in the rain. Naruto's mind was sharp and cautious. Our presence in Amigakure might not go unnoticed. To be safe, he formed a hand seal. Poof. A shadow clone appeared beside him. "I'll leave my shadow clone here to guard the base. If anything unexpected happens, I can return instantly using the flying Raijin Jutsu." The journey from Amigakure to Kumogakure spanned thousands of miles, requiring passage through the land of grass, the land of waterfalls, the land of iron, the land of sound, the land of hot water, and the land of the moon before reaching the land of lightning, where Kumogakure was located. Even for a jonin, such a journey would take 10 days to 2 weeks on foot. However, with the flying Raijin Jutsu, Naruto could instantly teleport to pre-marked locations, such as the land of iron, cutting the journey time by more than half. He could even leave flying Raijin marks along the way, enabling him to travel back and forth between Amigakure and their current location. Such was the power of spacetime ninjutsu. The last location where the Raikage fought Kisame was at the southern border of the Land of Waves. For the Raikage to return to his village, he'll need to travel from south to north, crossing the vast Land of Waves. Moreover, the Land of Waves has many waterways, which will drain his chakra and force him to rest along the way. With some luck, we might reach Kumogakure before the Raikage gets back. Naruto slowly placed his mask over his face, his aura shifting dramatically. Konan placed a hand on Naruto's back, while Naruto rested his hands on Orochimaru's and Kisame's shoulders. Let's move. Before departing, Orochimaru glanced at the open space outside the tower. Once we return from this trip, I should begin preparations to build my new lab. Meanwhile, in the snowy mountains behind the Land of Iron, Arg! 2 patrolling samurai fell to the ground with pained screams. Clang! Asterisk. Suigetsu Hozuki planted the executioner's blade into the ground, baring his sharp teeth in a grin. I left one of them alive for you. Now's your chance. Yugo, in the form of a child, walked coldly toward the barely breathing samurai lying on the ground. The samurai gritted his teeth. You're Shinobi. Blame that blonde Shinobi for turning me into this. Yugo growled. Mounting the samurai's back, Yugo covered his mouth and nose, activating his cursed seal. MMFF. Asterisk. The samurai let out muffled cries as his body rapidly withered, leaving behind an empty suit of armor. Absorbing the samurai's life energy, Yugo reverted to his adult form. Suigetsu smirked. What a thrill. Doing something like this. If we get caught, we're definitely getting thrown into a death row cell dash. As the cursed seal receded, Yugo muttered darkly. We need to get back to Sasuke. I can feel my killing intent rising again. During the previous confrontation between the 5 Kage and Naruto, these two had slipped away unnoticed. Instead of leaving the Land of Iron immediately, they disguised themselves as samurai, waiting for the right moment to act. Well, Yugo, Suigetsu, fancy meeting you again so soon. A playful voice suddenly sounded behind them. Whoosh! Asterisk. The two spun around, instantly on guard. Naruto stood there, flanked by Konan, Orochimaru, and Kisame. Suigetsu's eyes widened in shock. That was a dead end behind us just now. How did he get here? Yugo's voice was low. He has the ability to jump through space, but to appear at this exact moment. What terrible timing. That's right. Life's full of coincidences. Naruto glanced at the samurai's corpse and the withered armor before shifting his gaze back to them. Suigetsu's thoughts raced. Asterisk, that monster who could pin Sasuke to the ground. Better not provoke him. Wait, that cloak? And Kisame-senpai, did he join the Akatsuki too? Asterisk. Quickly, Suigetsu raised his hands. We're on the same side. Don't attack. Naruto's tone was amused. Aren't you part of Taka? Suigetsu replied. Taka and the Akatsuki are allies after all. Naruto chuckled softly. Unfortunately, we're not Akatsuki. Yugo asked cautiously. What do you want? Did you come here specifically to find us? Naruto replied. It's purely a coincidence. But since we've met here, it must be fate. Join us, or... The faint aura emanating from Naruto made Suigetsu's hair stand on end. Yugo's expression darkened. His loyalty to Sasuke made him reluctant to betray him. Suigetsu, however, kept signaling with his eyes. Hey, survival comes first. Naruto's tone deepened. Yugo, if you want to find Sasuke, it won't be easy. And you don't want your cursed seal to go out of control and hurt innocent people or animals. Do you? Until you see Sasuke again, perhaps I can be the restraint you need. As he spoke, Naruto slowly removed his mask, revealing his left Ia Sharingan with 3 tomo. Yugo's eyes narrowed. Fine. I don't know what your goal is, but I'll stay with you for now. But I'll never betray Sasuke. Naruto gestured to the carnage on the ground. Suit yourself. But in exchange for covering up what you've done here, you'll need to contribute to our mission. Yugo hesitated briefly before nodding. Deal. Phew. Suigetsu let out a long breath and joined Yugo behind Naruto. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sly smile. Suigetsu, my dear subordinate, it wasn't long ago that you were pointing your sword at me. Who would have thought we'd be working together so soon? Suigetsu rubbed his hands together with a nervous grin. Of course. I've always believed Lord Orochimaru is my destined master. Naruto placed his mask back on, his voice steady. Let's keep moving. To Kumogakure, their mission. Infiltrate the village, locate the scroll detailing the secrets of the lightning release chakra mode, and take it. Mission difficulty, Super S rank. After this tense encounter, Naruto's group of 6 set off from the Land of Iron, heading toward Kumogakure. After 3 days of arduous travel, Naruto and his team finally reached the borders of the Land of Lightning. Scaling several towering mountains, they arrived at Tenrai Mountain on the 3rd night. Tenrai Mountain pierced the skies, shrouded in mist and echoing with deafening thunderclaps. At its summit, the terrain dipped into a massive basin, within which lay the hidden cloud village Kumogakure. Standing on the ridge overlooking the basin below, Naruto and his team gazed at the grand village hidden amidst the swirling clouds. "This is Kumogakure," Naruto murmured, "one of the 5 great shinobi villages, renowned for its military and economic power. It truly lives up to its reputation." Naruto activated his Rinnegan's observation mode, revealing a faint blue glow resembling an inverted bowl that enveloped the entire basin. "Oh, this barrier is quite something," he remarked. Though Konan couldn't see the barrier, she knew its nature well. "That's Kumogakure's heavenly retribution barrier. Anyone who enters it without authorization will be immediately detected and struck by lightning until they're utterly destroyed. It's an almost impenetrable defensive technique." Naruto turned to Orochimaru behind him. "Orochimaru, you once infiltrated Kumogakure and attacked the previous 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Blue Bee. How did you bypass this barrier back then?" Orochimaru, unbothered by how Naruto knew such details, replied, "That was many years ago. At the time, Kumogakure's barrier wasn't the asterisk heavenly retribution barrier asterisk but a sensory-based system similar to Konoha's. It relied on coded signals for authentication. I infiltrated by scouting ahead and stealing the code. After that incident, Kumogakure upgraded their barrier to the heavenly retribution barrier. Instead of codes, they now mark their shinobi with unique identifiers to avoid triggering the barrier." Naruto sighed. "Such precautions, truly troublesome." Orochimaru added, "Indeed, I wouldn't be able to infiltrate again. However, this barrier created by the first Raikage is an unfinished prototype. While powerful, it has flaws. It carries a minuscule chance of false activation, even against those with proper identifiers. In Kumogakure, accidental deaths from the barrier occur every year, though such scandals are always covered up." Orochimaru's tone turned sly. "Of course, the Raikage himself has no fear of the barrier. With his asterisk lightning release chakra mode, his body can withstand the lightning strikes." Naruto nodded thoughtfully. "I see. I wasn't aware of such details. So, what's the plan, Naruto-kun?" Orochimaru asked. Naruto smirked. "It's not as difficult as it seems." He formed a hand seal. Poof. Asterisk. A shadow clone appeared beside him, holding a flying Raijin kunai in its mouth. Naruto turned to Kisame. "Kisame, use your strength and Samahata to assist my shadow clone." Kisame grinned, gripping Samahata tightly. "Got it." Clang. Asterisk Naruto's shadow clone leapt onto Samahata's massive blade. "Hurrah!" Kisame roared, swinging Samahata with monstrous strength. Whoosh. Asterisk. With Kisame's assistance, Naruto's shadow clone shot through the mist, piercing the barrier. Crack. Asterisk. Thunderclouds gathered above, unleashing a ferocious lightning strike. Naruto's shadow clone vanished instantly in a burst of smoke, leaving a crater in the ground below. Naruto chuckled. That was fast. It didn't even have time to dispel itself. Silent infiltration is almost impossible. Whoosh. Asterisk. Naruto vanished, reappearing beside the fallen kunai using the flying Raijin jutsu. Clink. Asterisk. He caught the kunai midair and pocketed it, his cloak billowing as he landed gracefully in the crater. His left Rinnegan glowed with a mysterious light. Well then, he formed hand seals and pressed his palms to the ground. Summoning jutsu. Poof. 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 Asterisk. 5 clouds of smoke erupted simultaneously, revealing Konan, Orochimaru, Kisame, Suigetsu, and Yugo standing beside Naruto. Suigetsu exclaimed, "You can summon people like this?" Naruto stood and said, "Stick to the plan. Create chaos in different areas to draw their attention. Remember, no killing." The group responded in unison. "Understood." Naruto waved his arm. Scatter. Whoosh. 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 Asterisk. Everyone except Konan dispersed, heading in different directions. Konan cautioned, "Kumogakure has many powerful shinobi. Be careful." Naruto nodded. "You too." With a rustle, Konan spread her arms, her body and cloak transforming into countless elegant paper butterflies that fluttered away. Naruto bent down to retrieve his kunai, his gaze fixed on a blue-roofed fortress in the distance, the Reikige's residence. Kumogakure Barrier Unit Asterisk. A hooded shinobi reported, the barrier was triggered a moment ago. Based on the ripples, the intruder moved with precision and speed. Another member glanced out the window at the clear skies. The heavenly retribution barrier's lightning should have neutralized the intruder. Since no further strikes occurred, the target must have been eliminated. The unit leader ordered, conduct a field investigation to confirm. Also, send a squad to guard the Reikige's residence, just in case. Yes, Captain. Boom, 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 boom. Asterisk. Explosions echoed from all directions. What's going on? A Kumogakure shinobi appeared. The village is under attack. Multiple assaults are happening simultaneously. What? There's more than one intruder? And they somehow bypassed the heavenly retribution barrier? These invaders are formidable. Deploy reinforcements to the attack sites and use the thunderclap communication jutsu to notify the Reikage immediately. Understood. As Kumogakure's forces rushed to respond, Naruto, disguised as a Kumogakure shinobi using the asterisk transformation jutsu, approached the Reikige's residence. This is going much smoother than I expected. Your clever plan ends here, intruder. A firm voice interrupted his thoughts. A stoic Kumogakure shinobi with a black eye patch appeared, flanked by a squad of ANBU. Dodai? Naruto's mind flashed to a nickname he'd once given this man – Uncle Rubber. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Dodai had repeatedly used his lava release rubber wall to protect Naruto's shadow clones. His tactical acumen and combat skills had left a deep impression on Naruto. Dodai's cold gaze bore into him. Your intentions are clear. You created chaos across the village to distract us. Your real target is this residence. Feigning calm, Naruto replied, Dodai-san, what are you talking about? I just returned to report to the Reikage. Dodai's sharp eyes scanned him. Enough with the act. Your disguise as Samui is impressive, but Samui left on an A-rank mission 3 hours ago. There's no way she completed it so quickly. Besides, Samui never uses honorifics with me. Show your true form. Naruto glanced down at his chest and sighed. Is that so? I was quite confident in this disguise. But since I've been exposed, poof. Asterisk. The transformation jutsu dissolved, revealing Naruto in his Akatsuki cloak and mask. Dodai's eyes narrowed. That cloak. You're with the Akatsuki. Naruto's voice deepened. Not Akatsuki. Remember this name, Maisho. Soon, it will resound across the shinobi world. Dodai sneered. Arrogant fool. Neither you nor your allies will leave Kumogakure alive. Attack. Crackle. Asterisk. Electricity surged as the ANBU used the lightning body flicker technique to surround Naruto in an instant. Screech. Screech. Asterisk. Swords were drawn and stabbed into the ground. The ANBU formed hand seals in unison. Asterisk. Lightning release. Ground surge. Asterisk. Naruto's left eye glowed ominously. Asterisk. Shinra Tensei. Asterisk. Lightning surged from all directions, but the overwhelming repulsive force dispersed it with ease. The same force tore up the ground, flinging the attacking Kumogakure shinobi into the air. Ugh! It deflected our ground surge? How is that even possible? Asterisk. Shinra Tensei. Asterisk. Whoosh. Asterisk. 5 seconds later, a second wave of repulsive force blasted the shinobi even further, rendering them completely incapacitated. With repeated use, Naruto had honed his control over Shinra Tensei. Against Jonin-level opponents, one strike would leave them writhing in pain as if their bodies were falling apart. A second strike would incapacitate them entirely, though it wasn't lethal. Beneath the cracked walls of the Reikige's residence, Dodai had managed to protect himself from the second wave by using his lava release rubber ball to create an elastic shield. His mind raced. What just happened? That technique repelled both the incoming jutsu and the shinobi who cast them. Physical attacks and ninjutsu alike are completely ineffective against him. Through a gap in the rubber shield, Dodai observed the immobilized Kumogakure Jonin scattered across the battlefield. There was a brief window between the two attacks. If not for that, I wouldn't have had time to create this shield. So, that ability isn't without its flaws. Naruto, surveying the scene with his piercing gaze, casually flicked his Akatsuki cloak and strode toward the entrance of the Reikige's residence. Dodai's eyes narrowed. I miscalculated. I assumed an enemy who needed to create chaos before approaching would be cautious and relatively weak. That's why I allocated most of our forces to handle his accomplices. But it seems I was gravely mistaken. If that repelling technique has an interval of vulnerability, there might be a chance to exploit it with my jutsu. After a brief but meticulous analysis, Dodai partially opened his rubber shield and extended his hand. Naruto glanced at him indifferently. Stop, Uncle Rubber. Your jutsu won't protect you a second time. Clench. Asterisk. Dodai froze mid-motion, cold sweat dripping down his face. He saw through me completely. His strength is on an entirely different level. Who is this man? Russell. Asterisk. Dodai dispelled his rubber shield and cautiously asked, The Raikage isn't in the village right now. Naruto replied calmly. Of course I know that. Dodai's eyes sharpened. What is your goal? Naruto smiled faintly. Oh? Are you offering to fulfill it for me? Dodai's gaze flickered. You could try stating it. Perhaps. We can negotiate. We're both shinobi here. Let's not kid ourselves. Naruto averted his gaze, and with a sudden asterisk whoosh, a gust of wind swirled beneath his feet. Defying gravity, his body began to rise into the air. Dodai's eyes widened as he tracked Naruto's ascent. He's not using Inoki's lightweight rock technique to lighten his body, nor is he employing a medium like Raza's golden sand to create a platform. He can just fly? Wait, could it be? That repelling technique, its essence, is it the manipulation of gravitational fields? Naruto's mastery over the Rinnegan had grown significantly. He could now manipulate gravitational fields to overcome gravity itself, achieving flight, an ability he had only gained in his previous life after obtaining the Six Paths power. Hovering in midair, Naruto swept his sleeves dramatically. Clink, 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 clink. Asterisk. For black rods shot out, embedding themselves precisely around the Raikage's residence. Whoosh. Asterisk. Naruto raised 2 fingers in front of his chest, forming a hand seal. Asterisk. 4 violet flames formation. Modified. Asterisk. Fwoosh, 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 fwoosh. Asterisk. From the black rods, purple flames erupted and rapidly expanded, forming a massive barrier of fire that isolated the Raikage's residence from the outside world. Outside the barrier, Dodai exclaimed. He executed an enhanced version of the 4 violet flames formation all by himself. You're a rogue shinobi from Konoha who joined the Akatsuki, aren't you? Naruto's voice came from within the barrier, calm and deliberate. Not Akatsuki. Maisho. It's important, so I hope you remember the distinction. Inside the barrier, Naruto made no further remarks. He waved his hand. Boom. Asterisk. The roof of the Raikage's residence collapsed as Naruto descended into the building. Boom. 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 Asterisk. Kumogakure was in chaos, with smoke rising from all directions. Yugo, Suigetsu, Konin, Kisame, and Orochimaru unleashed their signature techniques, engaging Kumogakure's elite shinobi in fierce battles, buying Naruto precious time. Under the cover of night, in the forests bordering the land of lightning and the land of waves, the Raikage and Killer Bee's group were resting. You only escaped death this time because they wanted to capture a Jinchuriki alive. If I had arrived even a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Over the years, they've acted in the shadows, targeting the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure one after another. Even Konoha's Jinchuriki defected from the village and disappeared. It's only a matter of time before they come for you again. From now on, you're staying in the village, no exceptions. Stay put? What a drag. Bro, you're such a nag. Bro, dumb fool, stupid fool dash. Killer Bee sang, shaking his head dismissively. The Raikage's vein twitched as he snapped. Hey, you idiot Bee! I'm being serious here. Thunk. Asterisk. Killer Bee immediately quieted down after receiving one of the Raikage's infamous iron punches. Sigh. Asterisk. The Raikage sighed heavily. Fine. How about this? If you stay in the village obediently, I'll assign Samui to accompany you around the clock. Killer Bee's eyes lit up behind his sunglasses, and he stopped singing. Around the clock? Including at night, the Raikage chuckled. That depends on your charm, doesn't it? But don't you dare do anything that would disgrace the honor of a shinobi. Crack. Asterisk. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky above the Raikage. He raised his hand, catching it effortlessly. Asterisk. Thunderclap communication jutsu star. Has something happened in the village? The lightning dissipated, delivering an urgent message directly to the Raikage's mind. The village is under attack. Return immediately. Whoosh. Asterisk. The Raikage shot to his feet. Killer Bee called out, Big bro dash. The Raikage turned to his team. Mabui. Prepare the heavenly transfer jutsu. Mabui stood up, alarmed. What's going on? The village has been attacked. The shinobi around them gasped. What? Who would dare? The Reikage voice was cold. In today's shinobi world, who else but the Akatsuki would have the audacity? B was just rescued, and now the village is under attack. Who else could it be? The Kumogakure shinobi grew tense. They had all heard of the devastation Akatsuki had wrought upon Konoha. To them, Akatsuki was a dire threat to the shinobi world. The Reikage turned to B. I need to return to the village immediately. Killer B, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded solemnly. Don't worry, big bro. This time I won't sneak off. Go back and take care of the enemy. The Reikage smiled appreciatively. Good. Once I crush those Akatsuki bastards, I'll see you back in the village. The two brothers bumped fists, grinning. Mabui, activate the jutsu. Mabui had already prepared the heavenly transfer jutsu. Crackle. Asterisk. The Reikage activated his lightning release chakra mode and stepped into the jutsu seal. This was necessary to prevent his body from being torn apart during the lightspeed transfer. Mabui closed her eyes and formed a hand seal. Asterisk ninja art. Heavenly transfer jutsu. Asterisk. Whoosh. Asterisk. With a flash of light, the Reikage vanished. Darui sighed. The shinobi world is truly a troubled place these days. Let's hurry back as well. Whoosh. Asterisk. At that moment, an ominous black vortex swirled into existence, distorting space itself. A cold voice greeted them. Well. Finally, we meet Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer B. From behind his mask, Tobi's Sharingan glinted coldly as he surveyed the wary shinobi before him. The Reikage isn't here? That saves me a lot of trouble. From an unknown swirling vortex, a masked man appeared before the Kumogakure shinobi. Mabui. What was that just now? Darui. It's a space-time ninjutsu. Does Akatsuki have someone like this? Under the eerie night sky, a pitch-black vortex gave way to a dark and mysterious figure. The masked man's cold, emotionless eyes radiated an enigmatic aura. A fierce gust of wind swept through the forest. Killer B of the Eight Tails was about to face a super challenge. Showtime. Killer B danced and rapped without a care in the world, showing no sense of danger. Darkness swirls, mysterious man unfurls. Eight Tails Killer B. Ready for the thrill? Ya see Showtime yo. Darui, ever cautious, thought to himself. The boss just left, and Akatsuki shows up immediately. Could it be that attacking the village was just a diversion to lure him away? So this is bad. He made a quick decision. Protect Lord B. Yes. The accompanying Kumogakure ANBU immediately formed a defensive formation around Killer B. Behind the mask, Obito's Sharingan spun as he analyzed the situation. Darui, an elite jonin of Kumogakure, the right-hand man of the Reikage, and the most likely candidate for the next Reikage. Darui, fully alert, responded, You flatter me. I'm just slightly ahead of my peers. I've heard Akatsuki operates in pairs. Are you sure you're okay alone? Our boss is already on his way back. Your partner causing chaos in the village is likely done for. Behind the mask, Obito was momentarily puzzled. No need for chatter. Akatsuki scum. Let's finish this. A hot-headed, blonde-haired youth with the kanji for heat tattooed on his shoulder grabbed his ninja blade and charged forward. Darui shouted, Atsui, don't act recklessly. We don't know the enemy's abilities yet. But Atsui, driven by adrenaline, ignored him. Flames ignited along his blade as he charged. Kumogakure's fiery slash. Obito stood motionless, making no defensive moves. Frozen in fear? Akatsuki isn't all that. Atsui smirked, swinging his flaming blade with full force. The blade sliced through nothing. There was no resistance, no sensation of cutting through flesh. What? Atsui was stunned as his entire body passed through Obito. Reckless or cautious, the outcome remains the same. The only difference is the order in which you die, came Obito's cold voice from behind the mask. Obito turned and reached for Atsui's shoulder. A swirling vortex erupted from his right eye, instantly engulfing Atsui. Snap! The vortex closed, and Obito twisted his neck slightly. In just one move, Atsui, the inheritor of the heat tattoo, vanished without a trace. The Kumogakure shinobi were left speechless. Darui demanded, Where did he go? Obito turned back indifferently. Another dimension. Don't worry, you'll join him soon enough. Darui clenched his fists in regret. How am I supposed to face Samui? Atsui was her younger brother. Now it's my turn. Obito charged forward. Storm release. Laser circus. Darui formed hand seals, combining water and lightning releases into a laser-like barrage, creating a web of firepower. But every attack missed its mark. Obito phased through the ANBU's defensive formation, one after another, until he reached Killer B, extending his hand toward him. Not everyone is Minato. Once this hand grabs you, it's over. Lightning release. Black Panther. A black lightning panther descended from above. Obito's eyes flickered as his hand passed through Killer B's face. Boom! The lightning panther exploded on Killer B, creating an electrified zone that no one could approach. At the center of the lightning zone, Killer B twitched violently. Electric baptism, allies intervention, legs paralyzed, early retirement low light moment, 8 tails Killer B, constipation feel fool ya fool dash. Outside the lightning zone, Obito's gaze shifted to Darui. The third Raikage's unique black lightning. Compared to ordinary lightning release, it has a stronger paralyzing effect. You, the inheritor of Kumogakure's lightning tattoo, are the only one capable of using it. Darui replied, even if your body can phase, the moment you attack, you must materialize. If we can catch that moment, we can stop you. I won't let you get near Lord B so easily. Obito smirked. Oh? You're quick to catch on. Darui's expression darkened. But that also means, as long as he doesn't attack, we can't do anything to him. Timing his attacks is easier said than done. One mistake, and it's all over. Boom, boom, boom. Ninja blades, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and a flurry of ninjutsu bombarded Obito. But all attacks were rendered useless by Kamui's intangibility. Obito phased through one ANBU's blade and reached for them. He's materializing. Now's the time. Another ANBU struck, but their blade passed through Obito and pierced their comrade's chest instead. What? He deliberately pretended to attack to exploit his weakness and trick me into killing my ally. Arg! Snap! Obito broke the ANBU's neck from behind. Darui grew increasingly alarmed. The safest option is to evacuate Lord B. As long as he and the 8 tails don't fall into Akatsuki's hands, our lives are insignificant. Making his decision, he commanded, Mabui, use heavenly transfer technique to send Lord B away. Mabui hesitated. But, Darui insisted, I understand the risks. But as long as Lord B enters version 2 state, the high-density tailed beast cloak will prevent his body from being torn apart by lightspeed teleportation. He'll be gravely injured, but he'll survive. Mabui protested. Is it necessary? Together with Lord B, we can dash. It's not that simple. Look at him. He hasn't even gotten serious yet. Akatsuki has failed twice to capture Lord B. This time, they've gone to great lengths, even attacking the village to lure the boss away. They're determined to succeed. Seeing Mabui's hesitation, Darui shouted, Hurry! The Black Panther's lightning zone is fading. I understand. Mabui began preparing the heavenly transfer technique. You won't succeed. Obito's cold gaze shifted toward Mabui. A sharp wooden spike shot from his sleeve, piercing Mabui's chest. With a cruel hand seal, wooden spikes erupted from her body. Mabui collapsed into a pool of blood. Darui's pupils contracted. Would release, correct. But the only reward for answering is death. A vortex appeared midair as Obito unleashed a rain of wooden spikes. Would release. Cutting technique. Desperate screams echoed through the forest. In the blood-soaked chaos, Darui roared, Lord B, run! Fool ya fool! 8 tails Killer B is gonna sting like a bee. Killer B's sunglasses reflected his rage as his rap turned into a roar. Boom! Boom! His body and chakra expanded as he transformed into the 8 tails. Tailed beast transformation. Obito's eyes gleamed. Oh? Finally, a terrifying black chakra sphere compressed in the 8 tails' mouth before being unleashed. Tailed beast bomb. Boom! 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 Whether it's a tailed beast bomb or anything else, it's meaningless before my eyes. Obito phased through the tailed beast bomb as it obliterated the mountain behind him. A beast's last struggle. Even the 8 tails, second only to the 9 tails, is no exception. 5 flames ignited at Obito's fingertips. He crouched and pressed his hand to the ground. Uchiha flame formation. From the ground erupted purple flames, swiftly forming an enormous, enclosed barrier. The Uchiha flame formation's secret barrier technique passed down by Madara Uchiha himself. Its strength far surpasses the 4 violet flames formation and is second only to the 4 red yang formation. It is powerful enough to trap even the near-invincible demonic statue of the Outer Path. I am the 8 tails Lord Killer B. No way I'm becoming some octopus takoyaki stuck in a jar. Fool, you fool. Bastard. You bastard. The eight tails shook its head, snorted through its nostrils, and wrapped its massive body tightly with its 8 octopus tentacles. With a rhythm matching its rap, it began rolling forward ferociously. Tailed beast 8 roll, ox-head chariot. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the chariot came to a halt. The 8 octopus tentacles rubbed fiercely against the barrier walls, sparks flying everywhere. But there was no sign of the barrier breaking. The ground beneath was gouged into a deep pit as the ox-head chariot finally stopped. The barrier remained intact, but the charred tentacles of the 8 tails drooped weakly to the ground, steaming. Ow, ow, ow. That hurt. I apologize to all the delicious takoyaki I've ever eaten in the past. Obito looked on coldly. So, have you calmed down a little? Inside the mental world, the 8 tails spoke. B, we should retreat for now. This guy's abilities are too troublesome. Even a tailed beast bomb can't hurt him. Ah, though defeat stings. I can't stand this thing. His skills are dreamlike. Revenge can wait 10 years. All right, fool, you fool. Bastard. You bastard. Whoosh, the 8 tails opened its massive mouth, gathering an ultra-large tailed beast bomb. Whoosh, the bomb passed through Obito's body and collided with the barrier behind him. Obito's voice was icy. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Boom. The massive explosion was contained entirely within the barrier. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The intense heat and pressure caused the barrier to warp and distort. A gap opened at the top, releasing a pillar of flame into the sky. When the energy was released, the gap closed, and the barrier returned to its perfect square shape, completely undamaged. However, the 8 tails was caught in the blast of its own tailed beast bomb, leaving it battered and bruised. Obito sneered. This is what they call hoisting yourself with your own petard. You bastard! The 8 tails roared. Obito's right eye narrowed. Kamui! Whoosh! A spiraling vortex from Kamui sent a Fuma shuriken spinning down, pinning one of the 8 tails' tentacles. Whoosh! Following the shuriken, sharp wooden stakes rained down like a storm, embedding themselves into the 8 tails' flesh. Crack! 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 As Obito formed seals, the stakes sprouted barbs, tearing through the 8 tails' body. Blood flowed from the 8 tails' massive form, staining the ground red. B. Think of something. If this goes on, we'll die here, the 8 tails shouted. Killer B replied. His phasing ability is tied to the Sharingan. There must be a limit. He can't sustain it forever. The 8 tails countered. That's logical, but we know nothing about his limits. Killer B declared. Killer B fears no challenge. The 8 tails sighed. It's rare to see you so optimistic in such a dire situation. Fine, I'll give it my all. If worst comes to worst, we'll take him down with us. Whoosh! The 8 tails gathered an unprecedented amount of chakra. Obito's gaze sharpened as he ceased the vortex from his right eye. Killer B, fully charged, launched his attack. Continuous tailed beast bombs. Boom! 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 The tailed beast fired its bombs like a rapid cannon, causing a chain of explosive resonances within the barrier. Amid the indiscriminate chaos of fire and light, Obito murmured, to injure the enemy by 1,000 while harming yourself by 800, using near-suicidal attacks to test the limits of my Kamui. Indeed, it's both the dumbest and smartest strategy. But every explosion is confined within this barrier. Even in my phased state, I can move through space-time. Within the torrent of explosions, Obito shifted his position. Whoosh! About 2 minutes later, his body emerged from the edge of the barrier, stepping outside. Gazing at the inferno-like barrier, Obito's eyes darkened. This is your self-inflicted demise. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, cracks appeared on the barrier wall, radiating a terrifying energy. Could the extreme heat have exceeded the Uchiha Flame Formation's limits? Kamui! Whoosh! The vortex from his right eye absorbed him into the Kamui dimension. Boom! The Uchiha Flame Formation shattered completely, and the destructive flames consumed the earth in an instant. Whoosh! When Obito returned from the Kamui dimension, the forest spanning several miles had been razed to the ground. Everything was reduced to nothingness. At the bottom of a deep crater, Killer B lay motionless, his body charred black. So this is the true power of the 8 tails. Whether it was against Sasuke or Kisame, you never fought with your full strength. Obito stepped forward, his Sharingan cold and piercing. I'm certain you're neither a clone nor a substitution. In that case, I'll take you without hesitation. He bent down, reaching for Killer B. Suddenly, Killer B's eyes opened beneath his sunglasses, and his arm shot out like lightning. Zap! A pencil charged with lightning release pierced through Obito's mask, exiting through the back of his head and disappearing into the sky. Swish, the assassination failed. Killer B, enduring immense pain, retreated 3 meters and used his remaining tailed beast chakra to form a translucent tailed beast cloak. Huff, huff, huff. He panted heavily, but his eyes behind the sunglasses remained defiant. Obito slowly retracted his hand, his voice low. Surrender quietly, and you might suffer less. Killer B smirked. There's no such song in my repertoire. What a pity. Obito lowered his head slowly. Crack, crack, crack. Sinister wooden branches burst through the fabric of his right shoulder, growing wildly toward the blood-red moon in the sky. Would release. Hellish chaos. Kimogakure, the Reikage returned. Reikage-sama, intruders have surrounded your residence with a barrier, Darui reported. Humph, the Reikage snorted coldly, his thick neck twisting as lightning release chakra mode enveloped him. Staring at the barrier, he extended 2 fingers, which crackled with lightning, forming a sharp spear. Darui's expression turned solemn. That's the 3rd Reikage's 1-finger nukite. The 4th prefers hand-to-hand combat, so he only mastered the 2-finger nukite, but even that should be enough to break this barrier. Zap! The Reikage charged forward, his lightning spear piercing the barrier. His massive frame crashed through with unstoppable force. Inside the office, books, desks, chairs, and gym equipment were scattered everywhere. Naruto rummaged through everything, his brows furrowing. I've looked everywhere. Could it be that it's not here? Boom! The wall exploded. You Akatsuki thief! Prepare to die. The Reikage's thunderous roar echoed alongside the explosion as his furious eyes locked onto the figure in the Akatsuki cloak. Reikage, we meet again so soon. Perfect timing, I have something to ask you. A calm voice replied. The Reikage's eyes widened in rage. What? That voice. It's you. Naruto turned slowly, his expression serious. Where did you put the scroll containing the lightning release chakra mode? I've searched everywhere and can't find it. What? As if gravely insulted, Reikage erupted in fury. Are you kidding me? Prepare to die. Zap! The Reikage charged at Naruto, his 2 lightning-clad fingers aiming straight for Naruto's face. Naruto's eyes narrowed. This move, it's the 3rd Reikage's strongest spear. Asterisk Shinra Tensei. Asterisk. Whoosh! The Reikage's charge came to an abrupt halt as the lightning at his fingertips clashed with the repulsive force, scattering arcs of electricity. Yet he failed to break through. Smack! After a few seconds of stalemate, the Reikage planted his feet firmly on the ground and retreated swiftly, stopping at the opening in the wall. Boom! All 4 walls collapsed simultaneously. The force scattered rubble and dust, turning the Reikage's residence into an open-air plaza. Damn it! That repulsive force again! The Reikage cursed. Naruto thought to himself. If that had been the 1-finger nukite, things could have gone really bad. Whoosh! The air swirled at Naruto's feet as he ascended into the sky. Are you trying to run away? The Reikage shouted at him. Naruto looked down from above. If you want to fight me at full strength, you'd better be prepared for your village to be leveled. Tell me, are you ready for that? Humph! The Reikage replied firmly. I've roamed the ninja world for half my life. I didn't fear your father, the Yellow Flash, and I won't fear his son. Especially not a petty thief. A petty thief, huh? Naruto's Rinnegan glimmered coldly as he said in a low voice. Back then, Kimogakure coveted the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Under the guise of the Chunin exams, you attempted to abduct the young Hyuga heiress. Even after your plan failed, you refused to give up, ultimately leading to Hisashi's tragic death. Tell me, how noble were your actions? The Reikage sneered arrogantly. Humph! It's survival of the fittest. The 3rd Hokage didn't dare risk war by opposing us, which is why Hisashi died. Don't blame me for that. Naruto closed his eyes and said coldly, Humph. Fair enough. The Reikage attempted to taunt him. What now? Are you, a rogue ninja from Konoha, planning to stand up for your old village? Naruto opened his eyes. Yes, I am a rogue ninja. And precisely because I'm a rogue ninja, everything I do is based on my own principles. Smack! As he finished speaking, he clapped his hands together. Sizzle! Between his palms, a pitch-black sphere began to form. The sphere was only an inch in diameter, yet it emanated a dark, oppressive chakra. Staring at it felt like being sucked into a void, leaving one with a sense of dread. The Reikage's pupils shrank. What is that? Naruto lifted the black sphere with his left hand and tossed it into the sky. Buzz! The sphere merged with the night, resonating with the moon's light and radiating countless beams of white light. "This is my farewell gift," Naruto said softly. Smack! He clasped his hands together, his left eye shining with a dazzling light. Asterisk Chibaku Tensei. Asterisk. Boom! The Raikage's residence disintegrated first. Rubble and debris carried the Raikage into the sky. "Damn it! Is this some kind of gravitational force?" he roared. As he ascended, the Raikage stepped on the rubble, trying to escape the gravitational pull. When that failed, he resorted to smashing the rocks with his fists and feet. Crack! Crack! But as the ground below fractured, more and more boulders rose into the sky. Overwhelmed, the Raikage could only struggle futilely. Exhausted, he was finally slammed into a massive stone, buried under the subsequent debris. "I will have the lightning release chakra mode. I will return for it," Naruto said. Whoosh! Activating the asterisk flying Raijin Jutsu, Naruto disappeared into the sky. Whoosh! Moments later, Naruto reappeared with his team on a ridge outside Kumogakure. Panting heavily, Suigetsu leaned on his decapitating carving knife for support. "Good thing you showed up in time. Those Kumogakure ninja and their lightning release really counter my hydrification technique. If you'd been a minute later, I might have been done for." Whoosh! As the cursed seal receded, Yugo's chest and back were covered in deep cuts. Kumogakure's swordsmanship is truly exceptional. To think they could easily wound my cursed seal-enhanced body. I nearly lost control of my killing intent. Kisame, with Samahata slung over his shoulder, grinned. "I enjoy fighting opponents with massive chakra reserves. Too bad there aren't any others like the Eight Tails or the Raikage in Kumogakure." Orochimaru, his body coiled by a white snake, chuckled hoarsely. "As for me, I'm more interested in unique Kekkai Genkai and techniques. This little excursion has yielded quite a few valuable samples." Hehe. The Chibaku Tensei hung in the night sky, a monumental spectacle. Conan's cold eyes showed a rare hint of admiration. "So you've mastered Chibaku Tensei without us realizing it. Who's been sealed inside?" "Raikage," Naruto said flatly. The group was visibly surprised. Conan, after a brief moment of astonishment, speculated, "Are you planning to use the Raikage's death to declare Akatsuki's dominance?" "No." Naruto shook his head lightly. "I simply wanted the Raikage to experience what it's like to be a caged bird. I have no intention of taking his life." Sizzle. Orange markings appeared around his eyes as he entered Sage mode. Asterisk Sage Art. Wind Release. Raisin Shuriken. Asterisk. Boom. 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 The wind blades tore through the air, unleashing unparalleled destruction. When the dust settled, a gap had been blasted into the side of the asterisk Chibaku Tensei, creating an escape route for the Raikage. The flying Raijin mark has already been placed. From now on, this place will be like my second home. Whoosh! Naruto's Akatsuki cloak billowed as he turned gracefully. "Let's go." Back to Amigakure. The group vanished, heading back to Amigakure. Boom! Minutes later, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a streak of lightning burst out from the gap in the Chibaku Tensei. The lightning dissipated, revealing the Raikage, exhausted and plummeting to the ground. "Damn you, Uzumaki Naruto. From now on, you are Kumogakure's #1 enemy." Thud. He crashed into the ruins below. "It's the Raikage-sama. Quick! Call the medical team." Elsewhere, another battle had concluded. Crack! A blood-soaked tree branch snapped off Obito's right shoulder. Behind his mask, his Mangekyo Sharingan gazed coldly at the gravely injured and incapacitated Killer Bee. "Don't blame me. This ninja world is already rotten to the core. Only the tailed beast within you can build the infinite Tsukuyomi, the symbol of hope." Whoosh! The Kamui vortex swallowed Killer Bee. The Eight Tails captured. As the vortex closed, Obito turned to face the figure that had silently appeared behind him. "You're here." This greeting was spoken not in Madara's voice, but in his own. "I was worried you'd accidentally kill the Eight Tails and jeopardize our plans," said Toby. Obito looked away. "I'm no longer a child. Even my vengeance has its limits. With the Eight Tails captured, everything is in place. Should we seal the Eight Tails into the demonic statue immediately?" "Honestly, with our current manpower, it could take over 10 days, Toby remarked. Obito's gaze was distant. "Even if the demonic statue becomes stronger with the Eight Tails, it won't matter if we can't control it." Toby shrugged. "True. Without the Rinnegan, that thing is impossible to command." Obito pondered. "Until we reclaim the Rinnegan, I'll extract the Eight Tails from its Jinchuriki and use it temporarily as a summon, just like I did with the Nine Tails back then." Toby clapped his hands. Not a bad idea. If you could control the strongest, the nine tails for a time, handling the eight tails should be a piece of cake. Obito placed a hand on Tobi's shoulder, his right eye forming a vortex. Let's go. Sasuke's eyes should be ready by now. Our next move will revolve around him. Emigekure. Beneath the towering spire, Naruto walked toward the entrance. After being out for so long, I'm starving. Can we leave now? Yugo's voice came from behind. Naruto stopped in his tracks and turned to face him. Yugo, neither servile nor overbearing, said, "We have fulfilled our agreement to assist you. We have no obligation to stay by your side any longer." Suigetsu quickly whispered, "Hey, Yugo, we're still on his turf." Naruto, however, remained calm. Sasuke should be in Akatsuki's underground hideout. Do you know the way? Yugo replied, "Yes. After his battle with Itachi, we went there." Naruto nodded. "Then feel free to go. Oh, and when you see Sasuke, pass a message for me." Yugo was surprised. He hadn't expected Naruto to let them go so easily. "What do you want me to tell him?" Yugo asked. "I'll make sure he hears it." Naruto said, "Danzo is no longer in Konoha. He should be seeking out Kabuto Yakushi. If Sasuke plans to act, he should do it quickly. Don't give Danzo a chance to rise again." Yugo nodded. "Understood. Then go," Naruto said. The two left Amigekure, walking across the muddy terrain. With his hands behind his head, Suigetsu remarked, "I really didn't expect him to let us go so easily. I thought he'd use sweet talk to keep us around, then gradually coerce us into working for him. Worst case, I figured he'd control us with genjutsu and turn us into puppets." Yugo remained silent. Suigetsu speculated, "Do you think he's planning to use Sasuke to get rid of Danzo?" Yugo pondered for a moment. Probably not. With his power, if he wanted to do that, Danzo wouldn't have left the land of iron alive. Maybe he genuinely wants Sasuke to have his revenge. Suigetsu frowned in confusion. "I don't get it. What's the deal with those two? Are they friends or enemies?" "Perhaps frenemies would be more accurate," Yugo murmured. "If Sasuke weren't someone Kimimaro entrusted to me, choosing Naruto wouldn't be out of the question." "Huh? What was that last part?" "I didn't catch it," Suigetsu said. "Nothing. Let's keep moving," Yugo replied. At Kumogakure, after a night of defensive battles, the shinobi began assessing the damage. The village's overall destruction is about 10%. The area around the Raikage residence suffered the most severe damage. Over 100 injured, mostly with minor wounds. No fatalities. No fatalities? That's a small mercy amidst all this chaos. The enemy's method of breaking through the heavenly retribution seal remains unknown. The leader of the enemy forces displayed incredible strength and unpredictable techniques. That jutsu that trapped the Raikage-sama was especially unprecedented. The shinobi looked up at the sky, where a star-like sphere still hung. The Chibaku Tensei was slowly disintegrating, with massive boulders occasionally falling to the ground, causing thunderous crashes. It was impossible to clear the area directly beneath it. Have we identified the enemy? According to Dodai-sama, the enemy is a rogue ninja from Konoha who calls himself Minsho. His true identity is unclear. Minsho? Isn't he aligned with Akatsuki? The Raikage-sama might know the enemy's true identity, but he hasn't regained consciousness yet. How badly is he injured? He's suffering from oxygen deprivation and lung damage due to asphyxiation. To break free, he overexerted all his chakra. The most serious injury is to his cervical spine from the fall. He lost his lightning release chakra mode's protection during the impact. His cervical spine? Yes. The Raikage-sama might not be able to twist his neck as freely as he used to. That's terrible. Twisting his neck was practically his trademark. By the way, Darui and the others should be back soon. Boom! Thunder rumbled. In the forest outside Kumogakure, Darui staggered forward, his face pale and his vision blurry. As the village gates came into view, he muttered, "Not yet. I can't collapse yet. Just a little farther." His entire left side was impaled by gnarled tree branches, completely numb. He had survived the curse seal brain-inserting technique. It was a combination of skill and sheer luck. In a critical moment, Darui had avoided a fatal blow, letting the branches pierce his left shoulder instead. Though the spreading branches injured his internal organs, they narrowly missed his heart. Using the asterisk lightning release body flicker technique, he escaped the battlefield, enduring near-fatal pain to return to the village. The gate guards gasped in shock. "Darui-sama, what happened to you?" B has fallen into Akatsuki's hands," Darui managed to say before collapsing unconscious. "Darui-sama, these injuries. My God. Quick, Call the medical team. In the Kamui dimension. Thud. Killer Bee's lifeless body slammed onto the ground. You bastards! How could you kill Bee? Roared the Eight Tails in anguish. Whoosh! A tailed beast bomb began forming. This was Obito's dimension, where phasing was impossible. Aside from Obito, Toby was also present. Now, we can't have you rampaging here, Toby said, crossing his arms. Boom! 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 Wooden dragons erupted from the ground, coiling around the Eight Tails and absorbing its chakra. Whoosh! The forming tailed beast bomb visibly shrank. The Eight Tails glared at the unassuming Toby. This is the first Hokage's wood dragon. You dash. Obito, hurry up and deal with it, Toby called out. Leave it to me, Obito replied. He raised his head sharply, the bloodshot Sharingan in his visible eye glowing fiercely. Asterisk Genjutsu. Sharingan. Asterisk. Sizzle. The Eight Tails froze, its eyes turning into Sharingan, a clear sign it was under Genjutsu control. Slash. Obito unfurled a scroll, slashing Killer Bee's skin and cutting his own wrist. Using the blood of both the Eight Tails and himself, he formed a summoning contract. The contract was sealed, and the scroll was put away. Asterisk Kamui. Dimensional prison. Asterisk. Thud. 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 Cubes converged from all sides, forming an inescapable prison that confined the Eight Tails. Obito declared coldly, Eight Tails, from this moment until I reclaim the Rinnegan, you will serve as my summoning beast. Once your purpose is fulfilled, the demonic statue of the Outer Path will be your final destination. Whoosh! At dawn, with the Kamui vortex, Obito and Toby returned to Akatsuki's hideout. Boom! From the depths of the hideout came the sound of a powerful explosion. Sizzle! White smoke seeped from the walls. You're finally back. Go check on Sasuke. Creak. In a dark chamber, Karen curled up in a corner, clutching her head in fear. Nearby, dark purple chakra formed the majestic armor of Asterisk Susanoo, resembling the mythical crow Tengu. Rustle. Inside the Asterisk Susanoo, Sasuke tore off the white bandages over his eyes. The intricate pattern of straight Tomo, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, shone brilliantly in the darkness. A smirk spread across his lips. These eyes can see through even the deepest darkness. Boom! Boom! Together with the Asterisk Susanoo, Sasuke stepped forward, shattering the rocks beneath him. Obito appeared before him, his voice stern. Sasuke, this is Akatsuki's hideout. You're being far too ostentatious. Hearing this, Sasuke's lips curled into an arrogant grin. Ah, it's you. Perfect timing. Let me test my newfound power on you. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, black flames of Amaterasu ignited in the hand of the Asterisk Susanoo, forming a pitch-black flame sword that thrust toward Obito's position. Boom! The flaming sword pierced through Obito's body and stabbed into the ground, erupting into a blaze that scorched the area. Whoosh! Obito phased to the side, passing through the fiery blade unscathed. It seems your sudden surge in ocular power has made you blindly overconfident. Very well, Sasuke. Let me teach you a lesson, arrogant fool. Sasuke retorted coldly. Whoosh! Obito darted forward, his body phasing through the protective layers of Susanoo. Sasuke remained calm and calculating despite his arrogance. Just as I thought, his body can phase through any medium, but the moment he attacks, he must materialize. Whoosh! As Obito closed in, his hand reached out towards Sasuke's face. Now! Sasuke's eyes gleamed with determination. Asterisk Kagetsuchi. Asterisk. Boom! Black flames erupted around Sasuke, forming a protective wall of fire. Whoosh! Obito's hand phased through Sasuke's cheek, followed by his body. Emerging from the back of Asterisk Susanoo, Obito turned with an indifferent expression. I haven't even done anything, and you've already used Kagetsuchi twice. Swish! The black flame sword slashed toward Obito from behind, causing another deafening roar. Obito, once again, phased through it effortlessly. Is phasing through everything the only thing you're good at? Sasuke shouted angrily. Do you even have any real jutsu? Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. Jutsu, you say? Very well. Swish! Obito moved away from the area engulfed in black flames. Quickly forming hand seals, he pressed his right palm to the ground. Asterisk would release. Thorn bind technique. Asterisk. Swish. Swish. Swish! Vine-like wooden tendrils shot up from beneath Sasuke's feet. Attempting to ensnare him, Sasuke's eyes flickered. He's targeting Susanoo's weak spot at the feet. But while he's casting a jutsu, he must be materialized. Boom! The flaming sword struck again, but Obito phased through it effortlessly. Obito remarked, "Even if I phase, the effects of my jutsu won't disappear." Crack, crack, crack. The wooden tendrils continued to tighten around Sasuke's body. Sasuke sneered. "So this is would release. Just like that Konoha ninja Yamato." Sasuke sneered. "So this is would release. Just like that Konoha ninja Yamato." Nothing special. Asterisk Chidori stream. Asterisk, zap. With the crackling sound of lightning, the wooden tendrils binding Sasuke were severed. Whoosh! But Obito had already phased underground and launched a surprise attack from beneath Sasuke's feet. Swish! Sasuke, along with asterisk Susanoo, leaped into the air. He looked down at Obito emerging from the ground and smirked. "Such petty tricks. You can't hide from these eyes of mine." Swish! While airborne, Sasuke's hands formed seals rapidly. Asterisk fire release. Great fireball technique. Asterisk. Boom! A massive fireball surged forward with a wave of heat. Fire release, huh? Obito muttered. This time, Obito didn't use Kamui to phase. Instead, he formed hand seals, and his right eye released a powerful distortion field, amplifying his own fire release technique. Asterisk fire release. Storm dance. Asterisk. Boom! A spiraling storm of flames instantly overpowered Sasuke's great fireball technique. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Damn it! His fire release, combined with his ocular power, is this strong? But Amaterasu can burn even flames to nothingness. Drip. Blood trickled from the corner of Sasuke's left eye as he focused on the incoming flames. Asterisk Amaterasu. Asterisk. Boom! Black flames erupted, consuming the storm dance in an instant. However, the intense heat generated by the clash of flames created a powerful updraft, blasting Sasuke and his Susanoo through the roof of the hideout and into the open air. Obito followed, the two now standing atop a massive beast's skeletal remains. Obito rolled his shoulders. "Out here, I can finally stretch my limbs a bit," Sasuke sneered arrogantly. "None of your jutsu have had any effect on me so far. The legendary Madara Uchiha is nothing more than this." Beneath his mask, Obito's eyes gleamed. "Is that so? Then let me show you something that will make you submit." Sasuke's voice turned icy. "Those are your words, but I'll return them to you in full." Boom! The Susanoo conjured its divine weapon, the Yasaka Magatama bow. Black flames coalesced into an arrow, knocked on the bowstring. Creak! The bowstring was drawn tight, aimed at the sky. Whoosh! The black flame arrow shot into the heavens, exploding in midair. The resulting heat burned the atmosphere, creating an updraft that formed thunderclouds. Boom! Rumble! Thunder rumbled as a massive lightning beast, asterisk Kirin, roared in the sky. Zap! Lightning crackled around Sasuke's hand, resonating with the thunder above. He smirked maniacally. "This is my strongest lightning release technique asterisk Kirin asterisk. Without Susanoo's protection, no matter how powerful you are, you'll be obliterated in an instant." Obito looked up at the sky, his tone indifferent. "This lightning release is indeed powerful, but it won't harm me in the slightest." Sasuke's lips curled into a dangerous smile. "It won't harm you, but it will destroy your hideout, and all those white creatures of yours wiped out in one go. Are you okay with that?" Obito's gaze darkened. "You're overstepping, Sasuke." Sasuke laughed mockingly. "So what if I am? If your power is beneath mine, it proves that Akatsuki is nothing special. That puppet leader of yours, Nagato, is just as worthless. If he could destroy Konoha so easily, I can do the same." Swish! Obito raised his sleeve and said coldly, "Go ahead. But let me remind you, the red-haired woman who travels with you is still inside the hideout." A flicker of hesitation crossed Sasuke's eyes, but it quickly turned into cold resolve. "That kind of person doesn't matter anymore." Swish! Sasuke raised his hand high, commanding Susanoo to leap from the skeletal remains. As he landed, his raised hand fell. Asterisk lightning release. Kirin asterisk roar. Kirin asterisk descended with a deafening roar, unleashing a cataclysmic thunderstorm. Zap! Zap! Sasuke stood amidst the chaos, his gaze cold as he clenched his fists. "Now all the nuisances are gone. Next, it's your turn, Naruto." Whoosh! But as the lightning storm subsided, the scene before Sasuke left him stunned. A magnificent barrier of purple flames stood tall, perfectly shielding the hideout from Kirin's devastation. This can't be," Sasuke exclaimed. Whoosh! Obito stepped through the barrier, his tone calm yet chilling. "The Uchiha flame formation, the pinnacle of Uchiha clan barrier techniques. Even as an Uchiha, you've never seen it, have you? Swish! Sasuke quickly distanced himself from Obito, his mind racing. His ocular power only works at close range. As long as I keep my distance, he can't touch me. Naive. A Kamui vortex appeared behind Susanoo, and Obito emerged from it. Sasuke remained composed. Even if you get close, as long as I guard against the moment you try to touch me, you can't do anything. Sizzle. Obito's right eye glowed with bloodshot intensity as he issued a command to the Eight Tails trapped in his dimension. Whoosh! Within the Kamui space, the Eight Tails formed a tailed beast bomb. Whoosh! The tailed beast bomb was released directly through Obito's right eye, slamming into Susanoo. Crack! Crack! The armor of Susanoo began to shatter. Sasuke was horrified. That's a tailed beast's attack. How is it coming from his eye? Obito's voice was calm yet menacing. I told you, Sasuke. This time you'll submit. Whoosh! Obito immediately activated his phasing ability. Boom! Boom! The tailed beast bomb unleashed a massive explosion. Crash! Arg! The fragments of Susanoo scattered as Sasuke was sent flying from the blast zone, battered and defeated. Whoosh! Obito appeared through a vortex, placing a hand on Sasuke's back. His right eye activated again, and Sasuke was sucked into the Kamui dimension. Snap! The vortex closed as Obito muttered, "You're still too inexperienced, Sasuke." Rustle, rustle. White Zetsu emerged from the side. That ended quicker than I expected. When will you let him out? Boom! The Uchiha flame formation dissipated. Obito gazed at the destroyed hideout and said coldly, "Until we find a new base, let him reflect on his actions inside." White Zetsu shrugged. "Well, I suppose that's fine. Hopefully, this will take him down a notch." Whoosh! Obito flicked his cloak and turned decisively. Beneath his mask, his right eye gleamed with an intimidating light. It better, because no matter how sharp a blade is, if it doesn't fit the wielder, it must be discarded. No one can defy Akatsuki's will, not Sasuke, and not Naruto either. Naruto, Konan, and Kisame walked through the dark underground tunnel. It had been 3 days since their return from Kumogakure. Orochimaru had gone out to retrieve usable experimental equipment from his old facilities. Konan asked, "Aren't you worried he'll just leave and never come back?" Naruto replied, "He won't. That man's thirst for truth surpasses everything else. By staying with me, he can get closer to the truth he seeks." Konan followed up, "How's the food? Are you satisfied?" Naruto nodded. "It's pretty good." Konan smiled. "I specifically selected the best chefs from the village. If there's anything you don't like, just tell me. I can recruit someone from outside the village." "That's too much trouble, Sister Konan," Naruto said. Konan replied, "It's no trouble. Amigakure still has some savings to spare." Tap. At the end of the tunnel, the vast ocean stretched out before them. Naruto gazed at the sea, his expression wistful. "Pervy sage. This is where he met his end, isn't it?" Konan's eyes betrayed a hint of guilt. To be honest, Jiraiya-sensei once lost an arm. That severed arm was later disposed of by Akatsuki's White Zetsu. Naruto nodded. "Yeah. They used Zetsu to dispose of the bodies of allies or enemies to prevent any information leaks." Konan lowered her gaze. "This ocean is vast. Searching for him here would be. The deep sea pressure is an absolute danger zone for ninjas. Even someone with an indestructible body like the third Raikage could withstand the pressure but wouldn't be able to solve the breathing problem. Of course, for a ninja who can swim like a shark and breathe freely underwater, it's a different story." Naruto turned to Kisame. "Kisame, I'll have to trouble you. Leave it to me." Kisame stepped forward and fused with his giant sword, Samahata, transforming into a half-man, half-shark form. Marine creatures have liquid in every cell of their bodies that matches the external pressure, preventing them from being crushed by the immense water pressure. Additionally, marine creatures can breathe using gills. Water flows in through the mouth and out through the gill slits, where gas exchange occurs. Naruto asked with concern, "Kisame, I've heard that deep-sea fish and shallow-sea fish have different pressure tolerances. Deep-sea fish explode when brought to shallow waters, and shallow-sea fish are crushed by deep-sea pressure. Can your form adapt to the deep sea?" Kisame replied confidently, "No problem. After fusing with Samahata, I can regulate the pressure inside my cells to adapt to the ocean's depth. I can also use the 1,000 feeding sharks technique to expand the search area. But considering the size of the ocean, it's still a bit limited." Naruto said sincerely, "Then I'm counting on you, Kisame." Whoosh! Kisame dove into the sea, disappearing in an instant. His graceful movements were awe-inspiring. Naruto sat down and waited quietly. Night fell. The sea rippled as Kisame leapt out of the water. Naruto's spirits lifted, and he jumped onto the surface of the sea. Kisame reverted to his normal form and placed a skeleton entangled in seaweed before them. Naruto examined the skeleton carefully. It was clear that both arms were intact, which didn't match Jiraiya's characteristics. Konan commented, "It's probably just someone who died at sea. In the past, Hanzo's remnants often infiltrated here, and their bodies were simply thrown into the ocean." Naruto said quietly, "Yeah, maybe. In truth, Konan couldn't bring herself to say it. Most bodies that fall into the ocean end up as food for fish. Jiraiya's fate was likely no different, but Naruto had solid evidence. In the future, Amato, a scientist from Kara, created a clone of Jiraiya. He had explicitly stated that it was made using specialized equipment to retrieve Jiraiya's body from the ocean. Ha! Kisame took a deep breath. "I'll go back and search again." Naruto quickly stopped him. "Kisame, let's call it a day. In the ocean, you can't replenish your chakra. Rest up first. This isn't something that can be accomplished in a single day." He had already prepared for the long haul. Kisame went to rest. Naruto walked through the night rain, lost in thought. Sigh. Konan sighed softly. "I'm sorry. If it weren't for us, Jiraiya-sensei wouldn't have died." Naruto smiled faintly. "It's okay. That's all in the past. Actually, I was just thinking if we had summoning creatures like Pain, we could cut the work in half." Konan asked, "You mean the ones from the animal path?" Naruto covered his left eye slightly. "Yeah, amphibious, versatile, and incredibly powerful. Their numbers also seem unlimited. If I could summon crabs or something, it might speed up the search." Konan said thoughtfully, "If it's the animal path's ability, I might be able to help you." Tap. Naruto stopped in his tracks. Konan continued, "The animal path's summoning creatures all come from the realm of Samsara. It's a contract land that only those with the Rinnegan can reach." This was the first time Naruto had learned the secret. After all, even Sasuke later didn't unlock the animal path's abilities. Naruto's eyes lit up. "How do I get there?" Konan shook her head. "It can't be accessed intentionally. Rinnegan users have a certain chance of entering it in their dreams. Nagato only triggered it after summoning the demonic statue of the outer path for the first time." Naruto's gaze turned somber. "I've tried summoning the statue, but there's a huge barrier. I suspect Akatsuki has done something to it, like Obito sealing the statue into his eye." Konan said, "But if it's you, you might not need to summon the statue." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Why's that?" Konan explained, "Because you've already mastered the Deva Path's abilities. Nagato only gradually mastered them after summoning the statue and sacrificing chakra. The fact that you've done so without summoning the statue suggests your talent with the Rinnegan surpasses Nagato's. You might already meet the conditions to trigger the realm of Samsara." Naruto frowned. "But it can't be accessed intentionally, right?" Konan nodded. "Yes, it's entirely up to chance. It could happen tonight, a month from now, a year, or even longer." Naruto sighed. "But I can't wait that long." Ever since seeing the ocean, Naruto had been haunted by thoughts of Jiraiya lying in the cold depths. He couldn't eat or sleep peacefully, but out of consideration for Konan's feelings, he didn't voice this. Konan looked downcast. Even without Naruto saying it, she knew why he was so anxious. At that moment, a determined look appeared in Naruto's eyes. "I might have a way." Konan was surprised. "What way?" Naruto formed a hand seal in front of his chest. "When I was training in the past, I used this method to speed up progress. But I've never tried having thousands of shadow clones dream at the same time." Asterisk shadow clone jutsu. Asterisk. Poof. 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 Under Konan's astonished gaze, white smoke filled the air as thousands of shadow clones appeared in the rain. Clap. Naruto clapped his hands together and declared loudly, "Whatever this realm of Samsara is, tonight we're going to crash it. Let's go, everyone." The clones erupted in a cacophony of cheers. "Yeah, no problem. Leave it to me. I'm going to catch that bubble-blowing giant crab." Konan watched the scene with a complex expression, her emotions swirling. This child, truly unbelievable. On the open ground outside the tower in Amigakure, thousands of shadow clones sat cross-legged amidst the pouring rain. Konan stood apologetically in front of Naruto's original body. "I'm sorry, there are just too many people. We can only conduct this outside." Naruto responded gently, "Konan, you should go get some rest. You don't have to stay in the rain with me." Konan replied matter-of-factly, "How can I do that? With your determination, how could I slack off?" And so, Naruto and his shadow clones began attempting to fall asleep. Perhaps it was the heavy rain, the chilly night, or maybe just psychological pressure, but they couldn't fall asleep. Achoo! One shadow clone sneezed from the cold and disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Some clones managed to fall asleep but experienced sleep paralysis. Trembling uncontrollably, they too vanished in white smoke. The experiences of the shadow clones fed back to Naruto's original body, causing him to frown deeply, his unease growing. Conan's gaze darkened slightly. This isn't going to work. Splash! Stretching out her arms, Conan's body dissolved into countless sheets of paper in the rain. The papers gathered, folded, and transformed into floating umbrellas, shielding Naruto and his clones from the rain. Naruto was stunned. Conan, in front of his original body, Conan's incomplete paper form held a paper umbrella over him. She said softly, "This way, you should be able to sleep more soundly." Naruto glanced back at the sheer number of clones. Controlling such a vast amount of paper required an enormous amount of chakra. It was important to note that the paper was part of Conan's body. Essentially, she had magnified herself thousands of times, exposing herself to the relentless rain. It was reckless. Naruto felt deeply guilty and even began regretting his own stubbornness. However, Conan reassured him, "If this can free Sensei from that vast ocean, then it's a small atonement on my part, Naruto." "I understand now." Naruto said no more, overcoming the pressure as he tried to sleep. He began to find some clues. His mind often worked exceptionally well at critical moments, even in the second life. The meditation process of Sage Mode emphasized extreme tranquility of body and mind. Perhaps it could be cleverly adapted here. Thus, Naruto and his shadow clones calmed their minds, following the meditation techniques of Sage Mode. Zzz, it worked. By clearing his thoughts, Naruto and his clones gradually fell asleep, bubbles forming from their noses. Triggering the realm of reincarnation required an element of luck. Increasing the number of participants significantly improved the chances of success, though the consequences remained unknown. After all, this was an unprecedented attempt. In the cold rain of the long night, half an hour passed. Boom! Suddenly, all the shadow clones disappeared simultaneously. Conan's expression shifted. Could it be? Based on Nagato's experience, entering the realm of reincarnation required highly concentrated chakra. The shadow clones were forcibly dispelled, transferring the chakra and triggering effects back to the original body. Could it really have succeeded? Indeed, one of Naruto's shadow clones had successfully initiated the process. What followed was exactly as Conan had surmised. The realm of reincarnation was no ordinary place. A single misstep could lead to danger. To ensure safety, she needed to assist him. Swoosh! In midair, thousands of paper umbrellas scattered, the damp sheets of paper reassembling. Conan's orange eyes gazed at Naruto. She sat cross-legged, took out a special paper talisman, and placed it on Naruto's forehead, forming a seal with 2 fingers. Paper curse technique. Transition. Conan's eyelids slowly closed as chakra flowed into the talisman. The seal in the center of the talisman broke. Whoosh! Naruto found himself in a vast and unfamiliar land. As he looked around in confusion, Conan's figure materialized beside him. "Conan, Naruto exclaimed in surprise. "I used a secret technique to channel my chakra here," Conan explained. "I used to assist Nagato in the same way." Naruto scanned the surroundings. "So, this is the realm of reincarnation? I don't see any summoning beasts." "The realm of reincarnation is vast," Conan replied. "That's why sensory abilities are especially important here." Nagato's sensory abilities were extraordinary. Naruto nodded in agreement, recalling, "That's true. When Nagato was reanimated by Kabuto, he could sense me, and even Kabuto himself." Conan continued, "Of course, your sensory abilities in Sage Mode are just as remarkable." "Exactly what I was thinking." Naruto sat down and began meditating in Sage Mode. As the orange eyeshadow appeared, the Naruto outside mirrored the same change. Sizzle. Naruto opened his eyes and pointed behind him. "I can sense you. You're hiding there. Don't think I can't tell." "Over there." Conan extended her hand, sending a large number of paper sheets to envelop a shape. Naruto's eyes lit up. "A chameleon? That's a chameleon," Conan explained. "It was one of Nagato's former summoning beasts. Now that he's gone, it has returned to the wild. Its ability is invisibility." Naruto frowned. "Its chakra doesn't seem very strong." Conan elaborated. "The summoning technique of the Rinnegan is an enhancement summoning technique. Once a contract is signed, its power will increase several times over. I see, Naruto realized. The creatures Nagato summoned had black rods like pain, but this one doesn't. Hiss! The chameleon spat acid from its mouth, dissolving the paper sheets before turning and fleeing with a strange gait. Conan commented, acid spit is one of its abilities. Defeat it and drive a black rod into it to form a summoning contract. Naruto cracked his knuckles. It's okay to go a little harder on it, right? Conan smiled. Better not to overdo it. In the realm of reincarnation, they won't truly die but will respawn in another area. If it respawns too far away, capturing it again will be a hassle. Got it. Boom! Naruto dashed forward with incredible agility and speed in Sage mode. He quickly caught up to the chameleon, charging his fist with natural energy before striking. Frog kata! Bang! The natural energy-infused punch sent the chameleon crashing to the ground. Snap! 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 Several black rods flew out, piercing various parts of the chameleon's body. Whoosh! The chameleon's body dissolved into smoke. Conan remarked, it has now become your summoning beast. Once you leave the realm of reincarnation, you can summon it through the animal path to assist you in battle. Naruto said, that was easier than I expected. Conan warned, don't get complacent. It's said that the realm of reincarnation contains powerful summoning beasts from ancient times. Some are so strong that even Nagato at his peak couldn't form a contract with them. Chapter 9. Wind across the river. Naruto and Conan had been exploring the realm of reincarnation for 2 hours. One by one, Pain's former summoning beasts, the panda statue, the mighty rhino, the flying bird monster, and the 3-headed hellhound were contracted with Naruto. A shadow clone grabbed onto the crab's 2 antennae, while Naruto, coordinating with Frog Kata, forcefully drove a black rod into the creature's forehead. Phew! Naruto landed and exited Sage mode, taking a deep breath. This is even harder than fighting Danzo. Boom! The crab disappeared, marking the successful formation of a contract. Conan remarked, quite the harvest tonight. That's already 18. Naruto asked, Conan, is there a limit to the number of summoning beasts the animal path can summon? Conan explained, there's no upper limit to the number of summoning beasts you can contract with. However, Rinnegan summoning beasts require the user's chakra to function. In actual combat, the number you can summon is limited. Nagato's limit was 27. 27, huh? Naruto murmured. I've contracted 18 so far, 6 of which are aquatic. There's still room for more. Conan asked, aren't you going to rest? Naruto chuckled. Dreams don't last forever. It's not easy to get here, so I have to make every second count. Conan nodded. All right, I'll stay with you. Naruto re-entered Sage mode. After advancing 10 kilometers, he suddenly stopped, staring at a familiar beast ahead with a look of astonishment. I can't believe it. Conan was puzzled. What is that? I've never seen it before. If I'm not mistaken, Naruto said, that's Danzo's summoning beast, the Baku. Conan looked at him. Danzo, did his summoning beast die? Naruto replied, yeah, you weren't there at the time, Conan. Danzo sacrificed the Baku to withstand my sage art. Fire release. Conan turned her gaze back to the Baku. Summoning beasts that enter the realm of reincarnation after death are no ordinary creatures. Do you want to claim it? Naruto grinned. Meeting it here must be fate. How could I let this chance slip by? Roar. Recognizing Naruto, the Baku was triggered by its past trauma and turned to flee. Naruto laughed. For something so bulky, it sure runs fast. Clang. Realizing it couldn't escape, the Baku stopped and turned around, opening its massive mouth to suck Naruto in. Oh, this move again? You really haven't learned your lesson. Naruto remained calm, black rod in hand. He threw it with precision, lodging it straight into the Baku's throat. Roar! With a pained cry, the Baku disappeared in a puff of white smoke, becoming Naruto's possession. Landing on the ground, Naruto muttered, it's strong, but it doesn't seem very smart, just like its master. If the Baku is here, then that other one should be too, Naruto thought to himself. This is too slow. I need to speed up the search. Ninja art. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Alright, everyone. Handle what you can on your own. If you can't, team up. If even that doesn't work, leave a marker and dispel yourselves. I'll use Flying Raijin to get there immediately. Got it. Leave it to me. Are there any other types of crabs? I want to catch them all. The shadow clones dispersed in all directions, while Naruto sat cross-legged. First, he had used the multiple shadow clone jutsu to trigger the realm of reincarnation. Now, within the realm, he was using the same technique again. Conan was secretly astonished. When he fought Nagato, his chakra was strong but not to this extent. Ever since gaining the Rinnegan, his chakra has grown exponentially. He might not be far off from Nagato now. The shadow clones engaged in fierce battles with the summoning beasts across the realm. However, there were clearly more beasts than clones. Groups of 10, or even close to 100 shadow clones, surrounded a single beast. The process was smooth, and the number of contracted summoning beasts quickly surpassed 100 and continued to rise. Conan remarked with mixed emotions. Nagato spent over 10 years and entered the realm of reincarnation no fewer than 10 times. He contracted with about 150 summoning beasts in total. At this rate, you'll match that in a single night. Naruto smiled. Quantity doesn't equal quality. My senior liked to be selective, but my mom taught me never to be picky. Conan shook her head with a helpless smile. Oh, suddenly, Naruto's gaze shifted, and he stood up. Found something interesting? Conan asked. Sort of. Naruto placed a hand on Conan's shoulder and teleported to a location using flying Raijin. The marker left by a shadow clone before it dispelled was on the ground. Naruto looked up at the towering purple serpent before him, its body stretching tens of meters high. He said solemnly, So, you're here too, Manda. Manda's vertical pupils locked onto Naruto. The blonde brat who was with that stinky toad. Your presence here is the real surprise. Naruto grinned. We've fought before, so let's skip the pleasantries, shall we? Manda's eyes narrowed coldly. If you want me to cooperate, it's not impossible. But only if you return to the outside world and kill that Uchiha Sasuke for me. Oh! Naruto's eyes glinted. Mind telling me why? Manda growled. He used me with that damn Sharingan of his. I'd rather die than let him have his way. Naruto's eyes darkened. Hey Manda, let me ask you, do you know how to swim? Manda, ? Naruto replied seriously. Answer me, it's important. Manda said, I can handle anything except flying. I just don't like being around those stinky toads, so I rarely go near water. Naruto said, I see. Then I suppose you might still be useful. Manda, what did you say? Sizzle. Naruto's right eye activated, revealing the 3 Tomo Sharingan. That eye? Manda was stunned, and his vertical pupils immediately reflected the 3 Tomo pattern. Swoosh! Naruto leapt up, gripping a sharpened black rod with both hands, and stabbed it into Manda's eye. Crunch! The Intanko Nainananid Manda Backle to reality Ho roared. That damn Sharingan again. I can't believe it, Naruto said. Do your job well. If you can find Pervy Sage for me, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll send you back to the realm of reincarnation, where you'll wander forever. I'll never come back here. This place has that monster. Boom! With a terrified scream, Manda disappeared in a puff of white smoke, becoming Naruto's possession. Boom! 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 Shadow clones scattered across the realm completed their battles and dispelled one after another. Naruto had delved deep into the realm of reincarnation. His gaze was heavy as he stared at the dense fog ahead. I can feel it. There are many terrifying chakras ahead, even more formidable than the tailed beasts. Conan asked cautiously, Are you going to keep going? Naruto replied, Since I'm already here, how could I not? But don't worry, Conan-e. I know my limits. Conan nodded. All right then. The two of them advanced toward the fog, the forbidden zone of the realm of reincarnation. To proceed cautiously, Naruto asked, Conan-e, you mentioned earlier that there are beings here even Nagato at his peak couldn't contract with. Can you tell me more? Conan said, When I ventured into the realm of reincarnation with him, we encountered a simian creature with an incredibly tough body. Nagato's black rods couldn't pierce it. That creature's name seemed to be King Enma. Naruto's eyes gleamed. King Enma? The third Hokage's summoning beast is called Enma. Nagato speculated that it might be Enma's ancestor. Conan paused before revealing another startling fact. Before that, Nagato once entered the realm alone and nearly lost his life. When I asked him what happened, he refused to say a word. Afterward, I insisted on accompanying him. Whatever he encountered must have been something even he couldn't handle. If we come across it, tap. Suddenly, Naruto stopped in his tracks, his expression turning extremely serious. Conan frowned. What's wrong? Naruto clenched his fists. I can sense an incredibly sinister and terrifying chakra ahead, and it carries the same sage energy as mine. Conan asked in surprise. Sage energy similar to yours? Could it be from Mount Mayaboku? Naruto replied cautiously. I'm not sure yet. Conan-e, Stay close to me and don't stray too far. Just as Naruto sensed the presence of another with sage energy, the other party also noticed Naruto's presence. Sizzle. In the dense fog, a pair of golden horizontal pupils appeared faintly, accompanied by a gulping sound. Naruto's pupils contracted sharply. Killing intent. Swish. A shadow shot through the fog at incredible speed. So fast. Naruto quickly grabbed Konan and dodged to the side. The shadow struck the spot where Naruto had been standing moments before. It was an arrow formed of a purple-green liquid mixture. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The arrow dissolved rapidly, dispersing into a poisonous mist. It's poison, Konan exclaimed. Having faced Hanzo's forces numerous times in the past, Konan was highly sensitive to toxins. This poison is even deadlier than the salamanders. Naruto, we need to leave now or we'll both die. Gurgle. A second poisonous arrow was already on its way. Naruto's left eye snapped open. Shinra Tensei. Boom! A burst of repulsive force shattered the arrow, but the resulting explosion released an even larger and denser cloud of poison. Naruto's Rinnegan locked onto the depths of the fog, his voice low. I've memorized your chakra signature. Whoosh! The pupil at the center of Naruto's Rinnegan emitted a black ripple. Realm of Reincarnation. Release. Swoosh! Back outside the tower in Amigakure, Naruto and Konan simultaneously opened their eyes. Rain poured down as their gazes met. Their rain-soaked faces reflected the cold tones of the moment, but the lingering tension was unmistakable. Naruto sighed. That was intense, Konan replied. Compared to the memories you've shown me, this was nothing. Naruto chuckled, stretching as he stood up. 152 in total, with over 30 aquatic beasts. That should be enough. Yeah, it's time to rest. Konan, pale-faced, stood up and quickly headed toward the tower. But suddenly, she stumbled and fell. Naruto was alarmed. He rushed forward to catch her, his voice filled with concern. Are you okay, Konane? Konan, utterly exhausted, replied weakly. I'm fine. Just overused my chakra a little. But Naruto could tell it wasn't that simple. He gently placed the back of his hand on Konan's forehead, and his expression changed instantly. You're burning up. This fever is really high. Konan's eyes were unfocused as she murmured. Maybe I used too much chakra creating paper clones earlier, and got soaked in the rain for too long. Sorry, Naruto. Can you help me back to my room? Naruto carried Konan to her room. Her fever showed no signs of subsiding, and her clothes were still soaking wet. If this continued, her condition would worsen. Naruto made a quick decision. I'll go to the village and find some women to help. Don't! Konan weakly grabbed Naruto's hand. Naruto, I can't let you do that. I'm the leader of Amigakure. To the people here, I represent someone untouchable, beyond the mundane. If that image is broken, it will cause endless trouble in the future. Naruto protested anxiously. But we can't just leave it like this. Breathing heavily, Konan released Naruto's hand and closed her eyes. Don't worry, I'm a ninja. I won't die from something as trivial as this. Naruto looked conflicted as he glanced at Konan's rain-soaked Akatsuki cloak, the mesh top beneath with its zipper slightly open, and her light purple tight-fitting pants. Years ago, when Hinata fell seriously ill, Naruto had cared for her meticulously, even helping her with basic needs. Between husband and wife, such things were natural. But Konan was his senior, someone he deeply respected. This wasn't something he could do. It would create too many complications later. Naruto took a deep breath. Konane, wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. By this point, Konan had already lost consciousness. In the early hours of Konoha, the village was abuzz with activity. After days of being comatose following the battle with pain, Tsunade had finally awakened. Shizune, holding her pet pig, Taunton, stepped out of the temporary medical tent. Suddenly, she stopped and called out sharply, Who's there? Shizune-san, it's been a while. A boy in an Akatsuki cloak stepped forward steadily and removed his mask. Naruto? Shizune exclaimed in shock. But then she remembered Naruto's current status as a rogue ninja and immediately became guarded. What are you doing in Konoha? Naruto replied calmly. I need your help with something. Shizune, holding Taunton in her left arm, quietly reached for a kunai with her right hand. You must be joking. Do I look like I'm joking? Sizzle. Naruto's right eye transformed into a 3-tomo Sharingan. Sharingan. Not good. Realizing the danger, Shizune quickly shut her eyes. Naruto smirked, dashed forward, and hoisted Shizune onto his shoulder. Bridge, wait. What are you doing? Shizune cried out in panic. Sorry, it's an emergency. I have no choice. Swoosh. Naruto disappeared with Shizune using the flying Raijin Jutsu. Taunton fell from midair. Swoosh. Naruto reappeared, caught Taunton, and vanished again. On the 7th floor of the tower in Amigakure, sitting against the wall, Shizune glared at Naruto. Naruto, you owe me a proper explanation for this. Naruto, holding Taunton, spoke sincerely. Shizune, I'm sorry for bringing you here so abruptly. My companion is sick and needs care. Given the circumstances, it's not appropriate for me to handle it myself. You were the first person I thought of. Shizune scrutinized Naruto. Naruto continued, Please trust me, Shizune. If I wanted to, I could have used Sharingan Genjutsu on you. Finally, Shizune's expression softened. She had interacted with Naruto before and, despite everything, still wanted to believe in him deep down. Moreover, as a medical ninja trained by Tsunade, she adhered to the principle of putting patients first. Shizune stood up and said seriously, Where's the patient? Naruto pointed to the room behind her. She's in there. After this, I have a lot of questions for you. Shizune gave Naruto a long look before turning and entering the room. Holding Taunton, Naruto gazed out at the cold rain beyond the tower. The moonlight touched his heart with a chill. Yeah, I'm no longer the Hokage. I can't call on others for help. I can't even return to the village openly. I have to sneak around like a thief. Naruto sighed. Being a rogue ninja, it's much heavier than I imagined. Sasuke, it must be the same for you, right? The road we have to walk is still so very long. Oink oink. Taunton let out a soft squeal. Naruto stroked its chubby head and smiled. Hungry? Don't worry. I'll make sure you're fed before you go back. In Akatsuki's new hideout, swoosh, a vortex of Kamui swirled. Staring coldly at the boy who had reverted to his original form, Obito said in a deep voice, Now, have you calmed down a little, Sasuke? Sasuke raised his eyes to Obito, his voice heavy. What exactly do you want me to do? Humph. So you've finally softened up? Under the mask, Obito's expression eased slightly. He sat down nearby and spoke with a mix of firmness and gentleness. Well, as a fellow Uchiha survivor, I don't want to force you. I simply hope we can continue to work together for mutual benefit. Sasuke's gaze sharpened. Mutual benefit? Obito explained. Your goal is to take revenge on Konoha for driving the Uchiha into despair and to restore the clan's glory. My goal is to gather the power of all the tailed beasts and declare war on the entire world. Sasuke's eyes darkened. Obito continued, But on your own, you can't take revenge on Konoha. You should have realized that after fighting me, right? Uchiha Madara, have long passed my prime. What you see now is nothing more than an empty shell. Even at my peak, I was defeated by the founder of Konoha, Hashirama Senju. Sasuke responded, Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, is already dead, but the will and power of the Senju era have been passed down. Obito's gaze deepened. Sasuke, how much do you really know about Konoha? Sasuke fell into thought. Obito said, Sasuke, you previously compared yourself to Nagato to gauge your chances of attacking Konoha. Let me be clear. Even if Naruto doesn't intervene, Nagato still wouldn't have been able to challenge the entirety of Konoha. Sure, if Nagato had insisted on a deathmatch with Konoha, the village might have suffered greater casualties than it did. But in the end, Nagato would have been defeated even without Naruto showing up. So, if you lead Taka to attack Konoha, it'll be nothing more than a path to destruction. Sasuke gripped the edge of the stone chair tightly, his eyes filled with frustration. Obito shifted his tone. But if Akatsuki assists you, the outcome will be different. Humph. Sasuke suddenly laughed. Obito frowned. What are you laughing at? Sasuke replied coldly. You belittle yourself while praising Konoha to the skies. What makes Akatsuki so special? Aside from you, it's just a bunch of white creatures. White Zetsu protested. Hey, Sasuke. There's a limit to underestimating us. You know? Obito stared deeply at Sasuke. Fine. It's time for you to see Akatsuki's true strength. Sasuke's eyes flickered. True strength. Come with me. Obito stood and gestured. Sasuke hesitated but followed. When they reached the depths of the hideout, Sasuke's eyes widened as he beheld the overwhelming numbers of white Zetsu clones. What is this? Obito replied solemnly. Did you think Akatsuki's collection of tailed beasts was just a game? Using the chakra of the tailed beasts gathered so far and the Geto statue as a catalyst, I've cultivated the white Zetsu, those white creatures you mentioned. Their total number is approximately 100,000. Sasuke was stunned. 100,000? White Zetsu added. That's more than the total number of ninja capable of fighting on the current battlefield. By the way, our individual combat ability ranges from Chunin to Jonin level. The best of us even reach Kage level dash. We're also more versatile than ninja, making us ideal for large-scale warfare. Obito continued where White Zetsu left off. I originally intended to use them as the foundation for declaring war on the ninja world. But since the 5 great nations failed to unite during the 5 Kage summit, and since I've already captured the 8 tails, there's no need to create unnecessary enemies. Sasuke, I can provide these 100,000 White Zetsu as reinforcements for your attack on Konoha. Sasuke's eyes gleamed. Naruto has already betrayed Konoha. If you're willing to help me declare war on Konoha, what do you gain from it? Wouldn't it be more straightforward to just declare war on Naruto? Obito saw through the situation clearly. Naruto has mastered the 4th Hokage's flying Raijin Jutsu. His movements are unpredictable. Without leverage to tie him down, it's impossible to confront him directly. Sasuke turned his gaze toward Obito. So Konoha is that leverage? Obito smirked. Naruto told you himself, didn't he? If you attack Konoha, he'll stop you. That way, we can draw him out and trap him, giving us a chance to confront him directly. Sasuke withdrew his gaze, his hands clenching into fists. And after your so-called confrontation, how will the spoils be divided? Obito replied, Naruto is ours to deal with. You focus on your revenge. Of course, the White Zetsu army will continue to assist you. Sasuke's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Humph, Sasuke, are you hesitating because you can't bear to see the only person who considers you a friend being used like this? Or is it simply that you don't trust me? Obito, unfazed, continued, well, there's no need to overthink it. From a practical standpoint, your large-scale attack on Konoha will also distract Naruto and increase our chances of success. Our interests remain aligned. The decision is yours. He and White Zetsu waited quietly for Sasuke's response. Finally, Uchiha Sasuke closed his eyes. Familiar faces flashed through his mind, former comrades, village elders, his clan, his parents, and Naruto. But in the end, his thoughts settled on Itachi's smile before his death. The flames of vengeance consumed everything else. Snap! Sasuke's eyes snapped open, revealing the cold brilliance of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He declared resolutely, I will have my revenge on Konoha. Humph, as expected, hope is an illusion. No one can escape the cycle of hatred. The infinite Tsukuyomi is the only way to elevate this world. Obito's lips curled into a smile. Very well. Akatsuki will fully support your actions. This war isn't Akatsuki versus the entire ninja world, it's Akatsuki versus Konoha. The outcome was decided from the start. White Zetsu's expression shifted slightly. Obito asked, what is it? White Zetsu replied, a unit stationed at an abandoned outpost just sent a message. Yugo and Suigetsu have arrived there to rendezvous with Sasuke. After a moment of thought, Obito said, those two still have their uses. Bring them here. About half an hour later, Yugo and Suigetsu, guided by White Zetsu, arrived at Akatsuki's new hideout. Upon seeing Sasuke, Suigetsu began complaining bitterly about what he and Yugo had endured since their separation in the Land of Iron. Sasuke sat on the stone chair, listening indifferently. Only when Suigetsu mentioned something critical did his gaze flicker. You said you and Naruto participated in an attack on Kimogakure? And he took you to Amigakure afterward. Swoosh! Obito appeared in front of Yugo. Don't move! Under his mask, Obito's Sharingan gleamed with the light of Genjutsu, immobilizing Yugo. Obito then pulled back Yugo's clothing, revealing flying Raijin markings on both his shoulders. Humph! With a cold snort, Obito mercilessly grabbed Yugo's arms and tore them off. Arg! The excruciating pain snapped Yugo out of the Genjutsu. He collapsed to the ground, blood and sweat pooling beneath him. Swoosh! Using Kamui, Obito sent Yugo's severed arms into his right eye's dimension. Stop the bleeding, Obito said coldly before turning away. Even Suigetsu couldn't stay silent. He shouted at Sasuke, hey, Sasuke, are you just going to stand there and let him treat one of your people like this without saying a word? Sasuke's gaze remained downcast, and he said nothing. Huff, huff, huff. No matter. Yugo gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as Suigetsu helped him up. He looked at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, Naruto asked me to deliver a message to you. Supporting his chin with his hand, Sasuke's eyes flickered. What did he say? Yugo replied. He said that Danzo is no longer in Konoha. He's gone to Orochimaru's hideout, seeking a comeback. You'd better strike first. I think that's the right call. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his cold gaze fixed straight ahead. My revenge doesn't need his meddling. No matter how much Danzo relies on external forces pathetically, absurdly, or pitifully trying to grasp at the power of the Uchiha, my hatred will utterly consume him. As for Naruto, Sasuke's gaze faltered slightly, a flicker of an unreadable emotion crossing his eyes. He can barely protect himself. He'd better pray for his own survival. The land of fields, bordering the northern edge of the land of fire, was once the birthplace of Odogekure, the hidden Sound Village. In recent years, however, with the decline of the Sound Village, it has faded from the attention of most shinobi. A small, insignificant nation like this has instead become fertile ground for the roots of evil to take hold. Deep within the dense forest, surrounded by wetlands and swamps, lies a secret fortress. Its entrance leads underground. The walls are ancient and weathered, their texture exuding a sense of age. Snake-shaped candelabras are symmetrically placed along both sides of the corridor, their dim light barely illuminating a 5-step radius. Every 30 steps, another pair of candelabras stands, the interplay of light and shadow adding an eerie atmosphere. The corridor twists and turns like a labyrinth, filled with hidden traps and mechanisms. Those who rashly venture in often find themselves unable to return. The maze leads to the deepest part of the underground fortress, a massive human experimentation lab. The lab is vast, yet the dim tones make it feel oppressively confined. Transparent glass containers line the walls, each filled with a strange liquid that suspends various experimental subjects. Humans, snakes, half-human half-snake hybrids, and grotesque, malformed creatures of all kinds. Rustle, scratch. At the center of the lab, a man busily worked over an experiment table. His figure was cloaked in a dark robe, with his head concealed beneath a hood. Hiss, hiss. 2 white snakes extended from beneath his robes, flicking their tongues toward the space behind him. Heh, heh, heh. A sinister laugh echoed, chilling the silent air. The world outside is starting to get lively again. Well, I suppose it's not surprising. After all, when you've spent so much time in the darkness, talking to yourself becomes a reasonable pastime. That Naruto, not only did he defeat your trusted subordinates, but he also took the eyes that should have belonged to you. Those eyes are crucial to your future plans, aren't they? That's why you're hesitating, afraid of losing everything. I know. Your original plan was to stir up conflict at the 5 Kage Summit, wasn't it? You intended to stop hiding in the shadows and, with the power you've amassed, openly seize the 8 tails and 9 tails. It's a very logical strategy, efficient and direct. I even prepared a little surprise for that moment. Swish. As he spoke, a pair of vertical pupils flashed, glancing toward a coffin in the corner. But since you've changed your plans, I can't reveal my trump card too early. Shaking his head, he muttered, "What a pity. I was really looking forward to seeing the ridiculous expression on your face beneath that mask. But at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. After all, this war has nothing to do with me. My only goal is to take Sasuke back from you." Compared to cooperating with UA roundabout, unpredictable method, IVE found a much better bait for Sasuke. Yes, for the sake of revenge, Sasuke will inevitably go after Danzo. He lowered his gaze to the experiment table before him. Though it seems, I may have gone a bit overboard. On the table lay Danzo, now transformed into a genuine monstrosity. The face of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was grafted all over his body. Each of Hashirama's faces had its eye sockets filled with Sharingan. Hehehe. A sinister chuckle accompanied dangerous words. No longer just a single arm. I've implanted Shin Uchiha's anti-rejection cells throughout Danzo's body to enhance his compatibility with Hashirama's cells. Then, through negotiations with Shin, I obtained 100 of his clones. Using cloning technology, I mass-produced Mangekyo Sharingan 200 in total and implanted them all. Additionally, Danzo's new right eye is a special surprise I've reserved for you. Heh, 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 heh. Ha 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 ha. Throwing back his hood, Kabuto Yakushi revealed his face and tilted his head back in maniacal laughter. Go ahead, Sasuke. Seek your revenge. I'll ensure that you taste an unprecedented defeat at Danzo's hands. When your resolve is crushed, when you fall into confusion and despair, you'll seek even greater power. Naturally, just like 3 years ago, when you turned to Orochimaru-sama, you'll come to me, and then, under my guidance, not as Orochimaru-sama, but as someone who has surpassed him, I will forge a being that transcends even the legends of the Uchiha. Yes, Sasuke, in my hands you will surpass that legend. You will surpass Uchiha Madara. As his laughter faded, Kabuto adjusted his glasses with a finger. The reflection of light on the lenses obscured his eyes, and in the silence, he revealed his true purpose. In doing so, I will prove to the world the meaning of my existence. The obsessions and madness of individuals did not disturb the quiet rain-soaked village. In the tower of Amigakure, the hidden rain village, after receiving treatment, Konan's fever had subsided, and she now rested peacefully. Phew! Shizun composed herself and stepped out of the room. Naruto smiled and said, "Thank you, Shizun-san." Shizun nodded faintly but spoke seriously. "Naruto, I need to talk to you." Naruto interrupted her. "If it's about why I left the village, I'm afraid I can't tell you." Hearing this, Shizun's expression darkened. Naruto added, "I can only assure you that I won't do anything to harm the village." Tsunade-sama has already woken up. After learning what happened in the village, she's practically overwhelmed. "I don't understand why, this time of all times, are you unwilling to discuss anything with us? You know, no matter how reckless you've been in the past, Tsunade-sama has always stood by your side." Shizun spoke urgently, closely observing Naruto's reaction. Yet, she found no trace of the emotional response she had hoped for. Naruto's eyes held only clarity and depth. Calmly, he explained, "This isn't something that can be resolved through discussion. Without absolute evidence to convince everyone, even gaining the trust of a few would lead to significant resistance later on. Rather than dragging others into the pressure with me, it's more efficient for me to act alone. This is a conclusion I've reached after careful consideration. Even if it's not the best approach, it's at least the most cost-effective one." Naruto placed a hand on Shizun's shoulder. Swish! In a flash of light, he transported Shizun to the outskirts of Konoha, handing Taunton back to her. Shizun looked bewildered. She could no longer see through Naruto. After a moment, she asked, "What happened to you? Can you tell just me?" "I promise I won't tell anyone else." Naruto smiled. "Shizun-san, just go back." Sigh. Realizing she would get no answers, Shizun sighed softly, holding Taunton as she walked toward the village in the distance. As she left, Naruto called out, "Oh, by the way, deliver a message to Granny Tsunade for me." Tap. Shizun stopped in her tracks. Naruto's gaze glimmered with cold light as he said, "Tell her that no matter what happens, I will not allow Danzo to return to Konoha alive. She should prepare to resume the position of Hokage." Shizun remained silent. After a moment, she continued walking. Once Shizun was gone, Naruto slowly turned his gaze to the side and extended his hand. "Bansho Tenin, arg!" A white Zetsu hiding in the shadows screamed as Naruto pulled it toward him. Naruto smiled faintly. "Well, what a coincidence. You guys really are everywhere." "Huh," White Zetsu growled. "Why are you flying around at night instead of sleeping?" Naruto replied, "That's my question for you. But I have a faster way to get answers." Crunch! Naruto gripped the white Zetsu's head. His left eye, his Rinnegan glowing as he closed it. Hernan Path. In mere seconds, Naruto extracted all the information about Akatsuki's plans from White Zetsu's mind. So that's their next move. Naruto opened his eyes. Akatsuki's deployment. Ha! Whoosh! With a pull of his hand, he extracted a glowing white orb from White Zetsu's head. The consequence of the human path. The loss of one's soul. Looks like I'll need to prepare my own countermeasures. Swish! With a swirl of his cloak, Naruto disappeared into the misty dawn. At dusk, within the quiet room of Amigakure's high tower, Konan opened her eyes. She rested the back of her hand lightly on her forehead as fragmented memories of the previous night surfaced in her mind. After a moment, she pulled back the covers and noticed that she was now dressed in a clean white robe. Her orange eyes narrowed slightly. "Last night, I remember Naruto saying he would find a woman from the village to help, but I stopped him. After that," sigh. Taking a deep breath, Konan sat up and began to tidy her appearance. No woman dislikes looking her best, and even someone as cold and elegant as Konan was no exception. She applied a light purple eyeshadow and adorned her hair with a pale blue paper flower. As for the piercing beneath her lip, it was a keepsake from her coming-of-age ceremony. Once her makeup was done, she got out of bed to change. The white robe slipped off, which she folded neatly and placed into the wardrobe. In front of the mirror, her graceful figure was fully revealed. Her fair skin glowed like pristine snow under the spring sun. Her taut abdomen bore a small navel ring, a secret even Nagato had never known. Rustle. She slipped into a backless fishnet top with a zipper, paired it with tight-fitting lavender pants, and draped over herself the black cloak embroidered with red clouds and white trim, the signature attire of the Akatsuki. She tied the Amigakure forehead protector around her right hip. This was her usual outfit, practical for battle while embodying the ideals of the Akatsuki and her identity as a shinobi of the hidden rain. When Konan stepped out of her room, Naruto was already waiting in the corridor, seemingly for some time. Looking at his back, she asked, "You didn't sleep at all?" Naruto nodded lightly before turning to face her. "Konan, about last night, I'm sorry." The apology stemmed from his belief that making Konan accompany him and his shadow clones in the rain all night had caused her to fall ill. Konan lowered her gaze and said softly, "It's fine. You've had it harder than me." Naruto didn't dwell on it. He smiled and said, "Let's go grab something to eat." In the kitchen of Amigakure, a meal had already been prepared, with most of the dishes tailored to Naruto's taste. Konan, accustomed to light vegetarian meals, only paired her food with grilled fish as the sole non-vegetarian option. "I've gathered new intel. The Akatsuki is planning a series of major moves," Naruto said during the meal, sharing the information he had extracted from White Zetsu's mind. Konan's beautiful eyes narrowed. "To think they would go to such lengths just to target you." Naruto sighed. "Yeah, Obito is a master strategist, adept at manipulating people's hearts. I have to admit, his plans hit right where it hurts. Also, we need to start building our own intelligence network. The Akatsuki has countless White Zetsu scattered across the shinobi world, monitoring every little movement." Naruto's expression turned serious. "Honestly, it was pure luck that I caught wind of their plans this time. Otherwise, things could have gone very wrong. We can't keep going like this. If we don't act soon, we'll end up completely on the defensive. We need to get this done as quickly as possible." Konan set down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and said firmly, "Leave this matter to me." "Will it be difficult?" Naruto asked. Konan replied, "Amigakure still has reserve shinobi who are separate from the Akatsuki. I plan to gather them and select suitable candidates." Naruto nodded. "Good. If there are any promising talents among them, they can be trained and entrusted with important responsibilities." After the meal, Naruto and Konan went to the seashore near Amigakure, where Kisame was resting shirtless on a coastal rock, clearly having just emerged from the water. "Good work, Kisame. I'll assist with the next phase of operations." Naruto stepped onto the water and formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Boom, 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 boom. White smoke rose as a variety of amphibious summoning creatures appeared: crabs, squids, crocodiles, turtles, octopuses, jellyfish, and even serpentine beasts. Unlike their appearances in the realm of reincarnation, these creatures were now embedded with thick black rods, their eyes reflecting Naruto's Rinnegan. The animal path's enhanced summoning technique allowed these creatures to retain their primal instincts and combat skills while acting under Naruto's chakra. Furthermore, they shared their vision with him. Naruto specifically instructed Kisame, "When you exhaust your chakra underwater, you can replenish it through them. Absorb as much as you need without worrying about my reserves." "Understood. This will make things much easier for me," Kisame said as he stood, merged with Samahata once more, and dove back into the sea. Konan remarked, "The Rinnegan's summoned creatures act using the caster's chakra. Normally, their range is limited. However, depending on the situation, they can operate in two modes. You can allocate chakra to them in advance, allowing them to act independently regardless of distance. But once that chakra is depleted, they'll stop moving." Naruto nodded. "Makes sense. After all, they're technically already dead. For now, we'll use the second mode since there's still much to do." He clasped his hands together and distributed chakra proportionally to each summoning creature via the black rods. Once finished, he waved his hand, sending the creatures into the sea. "Are you heading out?" Konan asked. "Yeah. The Akatsuki's major moves mean we need to accelerate our plans. Before Orochimaru returns, I need to wrap up some unfinished business." Konan stepped forward voluntarily. Naruto placed his left hand on her shoulder and activated the flying Raijin. "Let's go to Kumogakure." Swish! In an instant, they arrived at the base of Thunder Mountain, where Kumogakure was located. However, Naruto didn't head up the mountain immediately. Instead, he went to a nearby location. From White Zetsu's memories, he had learned that the Akatsuki had successfully hunted the Eight Tails, and Killer Bee had met a grim fate. Killer Bee had been one of Naruto's acquaintances in his past life. They had shared many pleasant times together. The Thundercloud Gorge remained unchanged, but the carefree figure rapping offbeat lyrics was gone forever. At the peak of the gorge, Naruto placed a paper flower, removed his mask, and closed his eyes in silent mourning. "B-san. Without a doubt, my return disrupted the flow of history, indirectly leading to your demise. For that, I truly feel regret. Naruto gazed at the drifting clouds in the sky, his expression somber and resolute. But even after witnessing that hellish future, I can no longer naively promise to save everyone this time. I will keep moving forward, following my own path, unwaveringly. In the future, others will inevitably fall on this path because of me, either directly or indirectly. I don't know if this is right or wrong, but it's the only choice I can make now. Naruto wasn't being cold-hearted. He had simply witnessed too many deaths, people falling like ants before his eyes. Having faced the overwhelming power of that clan, he understood that naivete would only lead to more casualties. Konan watched Naruto's back, knowing only she understood the immense burden this weathered young man carried on his shoulders. At this moment, she felt a genuine desire to witness his journey to the end and follow him to the very last. After the morning, Naruto put his mask back on, his aura shifting back to one of deadly resolve. With a firm tone, he declared, "Inform Kumogakure. Either prepare what I want, or prepare for an all-out war. At midnight tonight, the Akatsuki will pay them a visit." Kumogakure, heavyweight training room. The Raikage, his neck immobilized in a thick plaster cast, was fiercely lifting a heavy barbell. My little brother, I swear your blood debt will be avenged by your big brother." Ever since he woke up 3 days ago and learned of Killer B and Mabui's tragic deaths, he had been consumed by rage, crying uncontrollably. But he quickly pulled himself together, channeling his grief into strength. Day and night, he subjected himself to grueling training, determined to surpass his limits and avenge B and the others. "Akatsuki, Uzumaki Naruto, I will never forgive you, Raikage-sama." As the Raikage was in the middle of his intense workout, a Kumogakure ANBU member burst into the room in a hurry. "What is it? Can't you see I'm training? If it's food, just leave it there." Out of habit, the Raikage tried to turn his head, but the pain in his neck made it impossible. Frustrated, he had to turn his entire body along with his neck, glaring fiercely at the ANBU while alternating his grip on the barbell. The ANBU reported, "Our patrolling Shinobi received a message scroll. The contents? You should see for yourself." Bang! The heavy barbell hit the ground with a resounding thud, shaking the entire room. The Raikage strode forward, snatched the scroll, and read it. His bloodshot eyes widened as he read. "That insolent brat. I was just waiting for him to come to me." Crack! He crushed the scroll in his massive hand and stormed out, breaking through a wall on his way to his temporary office. Kumogakure's elite Jonin, intelligence chief, and strategist Dodai was already waiting for him. Dodai spoke, "Raikage-sama, the message suggests that the other party only wants the secret technique scroll and does not necessarily intend to resort to violence. My recommendation is to hand over the scroll to him." The Raikage's eyes flared with anger. "What did you just say?" Dodai's expression was grave as he explained, "This is an extraordinary time. We've lost Bisama, and you're injured. If we go all out against them now, even if we win, it will come at a devastating cost. It could also leave us vulnerable to other villages, especially Iwagakure and Kanahagakure." The Raikage roared, "So you're saying we should grovel and submit? I am the Raikage. I will not disgrace the honor of the Yatsuki clan or our forebears. That Uzumaki Naruto, he's the one responsible for B's death." Dodai's gaze darkened. "With all due respect, Raikage-sama, the Uzumaki Naruto who calls himself Myosho may not be the same as the Akatsuki who killed Bisama. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to emphasize the distinction between Myosho and the Akatsuki." Crack, crack, crack. The Raikage gritted his teeth in fury. Before the Raikage could explode, Dodai quickly continued, "Moreover, during his last intrusion with his group, none of our shinobi were killed. That was clearly deliberate on their part, indicating that they don't wish for a complete break with us. While they've caused us significant losses, a force as powerful as Myosho would be an invaluable ally in these times when we're beset on all sides. We shouldn't rush to make them our mortal enemies. In fact, we should consider trying to win them over." Bang! "Shut up already. Enough of your noise." Unable to contain his frustration, the Raikage smashed his fist into the desk, shattering it. "I've decided to fight. I don't want to hear any more opinions." "Very well, if it's a fight." Dodai wiped the sweat from his brow and shifted his tone. "Then we need to target his abilities." The Raikage's eyes gleamed with determination. "That brat's abilities, I've got a pretty good grasp of them. His repulsive force that can repel close-range attacks. As long as I master the Ichiban Nukite, one-finger Nukite, I can break through it." Dodai replied, The Ichiban Nukite is the ultimate technique of the previous Reikage. It's not something that can be mastered in a short time. Forcing a breakthrough isn't the only solution. Based on my observations, there's a cooldown period between his techniques about 5 seconds. The Reikage's eyes flickered. I noticed that too when I fought him at the Land of Iron. But his eyes have other abilities that he alternates between. Even so, I can handle it with consecutive taijutsu attacks. The biggest problem is still that technique of his. He paused, recalling the helplessness and suffocation he felt when trapped in the darkness. Dodai spoke. You mean the technique that uses gravity to create a massive celestial body for sealing? Yes. The Reikage clenched his fists and turned to Dodai. Dodai, do you have a solution? Dodai's gaze was heavy. I've been analyzing the process ever since I saw him perform it. For once, the Reikage listened intently. Dodai explained meticulously. When he casts the technique, he throws a core, resembling a gravity sphere, into the sky. Then the ground begins to break apart and converge toward that core. I believe the gravity core is the key to that technique. The Reikage nodded. Go on. If we can destroy the core before we're pulled in, we can theoretically nullify the technique. Dodai continued. However, since the gravity core can withstand immense pressure from massive boulders, it must be extraordinarily durable. Only extremely powerful long-range ninjutsu could possibly destroy it. Hearing this, the Reikage growled in frustration. Speaking of long-range attacks, B's tailed beast bomb would have been the best option. But B is gone. Dodai, how many shinobi capable of long-range ninjutsu do we have? Dodai thought for a moment. Roughly 1,000, with about 200 being jonin. The Reikage asked, how many would it take to destroy that gravity core? Dodai replied, at least 300 jonin. The Reikage frowned. What if we substitute chunin for the missing jonin? Dodai explained. To fill the gap of 100 jonin, we'd need at least 300 chunin. However, in the chaos of battle, chunin lack the mental fortitude and survival skills of jonin, which could lead to significant variables. That said, we do have an advantage. The gravity from that technique is indiscriminate. We can use its pull to our advantage. Without needing precise aim, we can unleash a barrage of long-range ninjutsu as the enemy casts the technique, letting the gravity pull our attacks toward the core. Of course, this is all based on known information. We can't rule out the possibility of hidden abilities. That's why I still recommend avoiding a direct confrontation. The Reikage cut him off. Dodai, you will select 500 shinobi proficient in long-range ninjutsu to join me in battle tonight. The rest will stand by to protect non-combatants and join the fight if the opportunity arises. I swear Uzumaki Naruto will not leave here alive. Sigh. Dodai sighed inwardly but complied. Understood. Reikage-sama. Under the cover of night, at the foot of Thunder Mountain, Naruto and Konan waited silently. Naruto glanced at the clock in his palm. Konan noticed it and thought to herself, that mechanical clock is an entry mechanism for the Azura path. Click. As the clock struck midnight, it vanished from Naruto's hand. Naruto stood, his Akatsuki cloak billowing in the wind. Beneath his mask, his Rinnegan glowed with an unsettling brilliance. The time has come. Let's move. During his last infiltration, Naruto had already marked locations in Kumogakure with the flying Raijin Jutsu, so there was no need to rely on the previous method to bypass the heavenly retribution technique. Swish! Naruto appeared on an open field in Kumogakure, with Konan by his side. This field, once the site of the Reikage's residence, had been destroyed during battles and further transformed into a sunken terrain due to the Chibaku Tensei. It had recently been renovated, with fresh soil scattered across the area. As soon as they arrived, the surrounding Kumogakure shinobi spotted them and encircled them tightly. Naruto spoke indifferently. It seems your leader has no intention of obediently handing over what I want. A Kumogakure shinobi shouted. The will of lightning will never bow to plunderers. Naruto's expression was unreadable as he replied. The will of fire, the will of stone, the will of lightning. It seems the founders of the major villages all conform to the times, passing down highly subjective ideologies that their successors regard as sacred. I used to believe in such things too, but as I gained more experience, I realized that these so-called wills are mostly just rhetoric used by the self-serving to rally people. The Kumogakure shinobi exchanged uncertain glances. Naruto continued, Don't get me wrong. I'm not denying or belittling your beliefs. These ideologies have indeed strengthened the unity of villages and even nations. But to someone with overwhelming power, they seem rather flimsy. Tell me, have you ever heard of the will of the gods? The Kumogakure shinobi were puzzled. Gods. Naruto smiled faintly. He wasn't referring to his self-proclaimed godlike master, but to true deities, those who exist far beyond the mortal realm, looking down on all living beings. Genuine gods. The will of the gods, Naruto explained, is to scorn the cycles of cause and effect, to see the heavens and all living beings as mere tools. That's how they view us humans, us shinobi. The Kumogakure shinobi were bewildered. What is this guy even talking about? Naruto shook his head with a faint smile. Well, it's too early to explain. That kind of oppression, that kind of despair, can only be understood by those who experience it firsthand. His gaze shifted to the ground beneath the shinobi. By the way, the chakra beneath your feet, is that meant to counter my abilities? It seems you've made some preparations for my arrival, but it's meaningless. Swish. Naruto began forming hand seals. He's about to cast a jutsu. The surrounding shinobi tensed up. However, the anticipated repulsive force did not erupt. After completing the seals, Naruto placed his palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Boom! With a puff of white smoke, a monstrous bird appeared. It had a grayish-brown body and a long, sharp beak. Naruto and Konan leaped onto the bird's back and soared into the sky, far beyond the reach of the shinobi below. Then, an oval-shaped object descended into Kumogakure's view. An egg? One of the shinobi stammered in shock. Bang! The strange egg landed in the soil, its shell cracking open to reveal pulsating golden light that sent shivers down their spines. Retreat! Quickly! A shinobi yelled in alarm. Boom! It was too late. The explosion lit up the night sky, signaling the start of the assault. The bird soared hundreds of meters above the ground. Konan remarked, "Finally, there are casualties." Naruto replied, "This isn't some childish ninja game. I've already given them a chance." Konan smiled faintly. "Good. Honestly, I was worried you might hesitate when it was time to be ruthless, only to suffer for it later." Naruto chuckled softly. He gazed at the chaos below and said seriously, "Speaking of which, there was a guy in Akatsuki named Deidara. His abilities were similar perfect for destroying strongholds." "Indeed," Konan agreed. "But Deidara's aerial combat had limitations. His left eye was equipped with a miniature telescope, giving him a visual range of about 100 meters. Beyond that, he couldn't accurately drop his bombs. So his greatest threat was in close-range combat. At 100 meters, long-range shinobi could still target him." Naruto nodded. "But for indiscriminate stronghold destruction, imprecise bombing is still highly effective." Konan added, "However, he needed to form hand seals to detonate his bombs. If the distance exceeded 500 meters, he couldn't trigger them. And his earth-release clay bombs had a fatal weakness: they became duds when struck by lightning release." "I see." Naruto smiled sincerely. "Konan, you really know everything about Akatsuki members' abilities." Konan replied, "After all, yesterday's enemies could become today's allies and vice versa. I had to be prepared. The only one I could never fully understand was Itachi Uchiha." Whoosh! The explosive bird streaked across the sky, releasing a series of bombs. Boom! 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 A fiery wave of explosions rippled in a straight line below. In the area where the Raikage and his forces were stationed, Kumogakure shinobi used binoculars to observe the sky. "A strange bird has appeared in the sky. It's the enemy from the previous invasion. There on that creature's back." Dodai's expression turned grim. "This time, they're launching an aerial assault. As I feared, the enemy didn't show their full strength last time. My worst fears have come true." "Raikage-sama," the Raikage growled. "Humph, it's just a bird. Nothing to worry about. As long as we track the bomb's trajectories and predict their landing points, we can avoid the explosions. After all, body flicker technique is our specialty in Kumogakure." This was no idle boast. Once they adapted to the situation, the Kumogakure shinobi began using the bomb's trajectories to anticipate their landing points. Combined with the body flicker technique, they significantly increased their chances of evading the blasts. "The appetizers are almost done. Time for the main course," Naruto murmured as he imprinted the flying Raijin mark on the bird's back. He then stood up and scattered a large number of kunai engraved with the flying Raijin mark. Swish! Naruto teleported to a corner of Kumogakure and formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Boom! A giant rhino emerged from the white smoke, roaring as it charged forward. Swish! Naruto swiftly moved to another location. Summoning jutsu. Boom! This time, a giant centipede appeared. Swish! Naruto continued to teleport, repeating the process. Summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Boom! 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 One after another, Massive plumes of white smoke erupted as Naruto unleashed the large-scale summoning beasts of the animal path across Kumogakure. Swish! After completing his task, Naruto returned to the bird's back. That should keep them busy for a while. A shinobi reported, Raikage-sama, countless monsters have suddenly appeared all over the village, wreaking havoc. The Raikage's eyes widened. What did you say? Dodai said gravely, Raikage-sama, under these circumstances, our original strategy won't work. Crack, crack, crack. The Raikage clenched his teeth, the sound echoing as he suppressed his fury. Change tactics. Full defensive formation. Yes, sir, and take me to the nearest battle zone immediately. I want to see for myself what kind of monsters could possibly be stronger than a tailed beast. At the nearest battle zone, a large group of Kumogakure shinobi was struggling to fend off a massive summoning beast. Damn it! How do we deal with this thing? Where's the reinforcements? Bang! Just as despair set in, the Raikage arrived, cloaked in lightning and exuding power. It's Raikage-sama. The Kumogakure shinobi sighed in relief. Humph! The Raikage bellowed. Move aside, brats. Watch me take this thing down in one move. The creature before the Raikage was none other than the Hellhound, one of the Animal Path's signature summoning beasts, now named the Infernal Three-Headed Warhound by Naruto. Smack! The Raikage, shrouded in crackling lightning, charged forward, his hand forming a blade that slashed downward. Lightning oppression. Heavenly balance. Note: lightning oppression. Horizontal balance is a sweeping hand blade attack, while heavenly balance is a vertical slash. The Hellhound with 3 heads was split cleanly in half from the middle head by the lightning-infused strike. Stopping a short distance away, the Raikage sneered. Humph! Nothing but weaklings. Raikage-sama, watch out behind you. The panicked shouts of the observing Kumogakure shinobi rang out. Ha! The Raikage instinctively tried to turn his head to see what was happening, but his injured neck refused to obey. Smack! A clawed paw struck him from behind, sending him flying. After rolling several times, he landed unscathed, only to see what had happened behind him. The Hellhound that had been split apart by heavenly balance had now become 2. The Raikage's eyes widened in shock and anger. What the hell is going on? Howl! The hounds lunged at him again. He leapt backward to evade, his hand blade slashing downward once more. Crack! The head of one hound fell to the ground, but its body writhed, sprouting new limbs and a torso. Under the Raikage's astonished gaze, 2 fresh heads emerged from its shoulders. As for the decapitated hound, it simply grew a brand new head. Howl! Now, 3 hellhounds with 9 heads and 18 Rinnegan eyes glared at the Raikage, snarling as they charged at him in unison. The Raikage's hair stood on end. You've got to be kidding me. This scene, unfolding through the shared vision of the Rinnegan, was observed by Naruto. He sighed. The Raikage really has terrible luck. Of all the creatures, he had to pick the one that counters him the most. Konan asked, What happened? Naruto replied, The Raikage is currently fighting my Hellhound. Konan said, Ah, that infinitely splitting canine summon? Without targeting the summoner, the only solutions are sealing it with strong techniques or sustained area attacks like that Uchiha Boy's Amaterasu, or something like a tailed beast bomb to obliterate it in one blow. Otherwise, it's practically invincible. Naruto shook his head with a faint smile. But the Raikage has none of those. It's not something he can handle. Die! Die! Just die already. I'll see how many of you I can split. With his lightning release chakra mode fully activated, the Raikage ferociously attacked the Hellhound. Raikage-sama, please calm down. If this continues, their numbers will only grow. As the Raikage stubbornly clashed with the Hellhound, battles raged across Kumogakure. A massive centipede, tens of meters long, slithered nimbly between buildings. Boom! 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 Kumogakure shinobi surrounded it in several layers, bombarding it with kunai and explosive tags, but to no avail. The centipede's body was too tough, exceeding the explosive tag's destructive capabilities. This isn't working. Seeing their attacks fail, a Kumogakure Jonin grabbed his sword, infused it with lightning release, and used the body flicker technique to slash at the creature. Slash! A shallow cut appeared. Lightning release paired with Kenjutsu works, but it can't deal a fatal blow. Damn it! If only Raikage-sama were here, he could crush this monster. There's no time to complain. Let's create an opening together. All Kenjutsu specialists, focus your attacks. Understood. One team of Kumogakure shinobi executed their jutsu. Water release, water formation wall. Whoosh! A wall of water surged upward, crashing against the centipede. Another team followed up with their jutsu, lightning release, shockwave, crackle. Lightning coursed through the water, paralyzing the centipede. The monster is immobilized. Attack its weak points. Slash, slash, slash. One by one, the Kenjutsu specialists launched coordinated lightning-infused slashes. Slash, slash, slash. Deep and shallow wounds appeared, even severing some of its appendages, but the centipede remained unfazed. This thing, does it not feel pain? The shockwave wore off, and the centipede thrashed its massive body. The shinobi clinging to it were all flung off. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Our combined efforts worked earlier. Keep it restrained and wear it down. We can kill it eventually. The centipede's Rinnegan glared coldly at the shinobi below. Suddenly, green liquid sprayed from its mouth, spreading into a mist. The surrounding Kumogakure shinobi froze in place. My body won't move? A paralyzing toxin. Damn it, Reikage-sama, we've done our best. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, they collapsed, losing their ability to fight. Meanwhile, Samui, Omoi, and Karui, having evacuated the civilians, arrived at the battlefield's edge. Smoke and explosions filled the air. Omoi, biting his lollipop, looked grim. This is terrifying. I can only imagine what Konoha went through. Omoi and Karui had previously delivered the 5 Kage Summit invitation to Konoha and witnessed the aftermath of its destruction. As for Samui, though she hadn't seen Konoha's devastation, she had recently suffered personal loss. Her brother, Atsui, had fallen at the hands of Obito not long ago. Samui, her golden hair and fair skin glistening, stood tall. Known across the shinobi world for her beauty rivaling Tsunade's, she was now filled with uncharacteristic fury. She marched toward the source of the explosions. Samui Taishu, Karui called out. I have to find that masked bastard who dared impersonate me and deceive everyone, Samui declared. She was still bitter about Naruto's earlier disguise, even though she didn't know him personally. Rustle, rustle. Ah! Suddenly, her body was lifted into the air, as if ensnared by something. Omoi and Karui froze in shock. Sizzle. From the shadows emerged a monster, a chameleon-like creature with bulging eyes and elongated Rinnegan pupils that rotated erratically. Slurp, slurp. Its long, sticky tongue, tipped with a fleshy bulb, coiled around Samui, tightening its grip. The slimy saliva dripped down its tongue. MMNH, Kurushi. Samui squeezed her eyes shut, her face flushed red from lack of air, her expression one of unbearable pain. The sight left Omoi momentarily stunned, a blush creeping onto his dark cheeks. Karui snapped. What are you doing? Save the captain now. All right. Omoi snapped out of it, unsheathing his blade. With a sharp slash, he severed the chameleon's tongue. Karui drew her own sword. Secret technique. Cloud flow sequential slash, 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 slash. Lightning struck the chameleon's back, followed by 3 powerful sword strikes. Poof! The chameleon vanished in a puff of white smoke. Thud! Samui, now free, collapsed onto the sticky ground, gasping for air. Karui sheathed her sword and asked with concern, Samui Taishu, are you alright? Omoi meanwhile thought to himself, that scene just now. If Sensei had seen it, he'd have been over the moon. High above, atop a bird, Naruto raised his left hand, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Conan asked, what is it? Something good. Nothing. Just a small dream from long ago, finally fulfilled. Naruto replied, lowering his hand as his gaze shifted downward. Whoosh! A summoning bird flew swiftly toward them, carrying a dark-skinned Kumogakure shinobi. With a flip, he landed on the clay bird's back. Villain! You will not desecrate our home any further. With those resolute words, he drew his short sword, crackling with wind and lightning. Cloud style. Crescent moon slash. Beneath his mask, Naruto's lips curved into a faint smile. Good timing. With Naruto in Kumogakure. Swish, swish, swish. The young ninja from Kumogakure dashed forward with his short blade, splitting into 3 figures that encircled Naruto from the front, back, and left. The crescent moon slash of the cloud style bore similarities to the leaf style's dance of the crescent moon, both utilizing clones to launch attacks. The key difference, however, lay in their nature. The leaf style clones were solid, while the cloud style clones were illusions, with the real body hidden among them, making it far more deceptive. Yet no matter the style, to Naruto none of it mattered anymore. Shinra Tensei. Whoosh! 2 of the illusions crossed past Naruto from the front and back, while the real body on the left was violently repelled by the force, sent flying off the explosive clay bird and losing grip of his short blade, which fell out of his hand. Screech! The summoning bird from earlier swooped around in the sky and caught the young ninja. His entire body ached as if his bones were shattered. The boy looked utterly shocked. What was that just now? Naruto turned to him, his voice cold and indifferent. Do you want to try again? Don't underestimate me. The boy, full of youthful vigor, raised his hands to form seals. But Naruto moved faster, reaching out with his hand from a distance. Bansho Tenin. Whoosh! The boy's feet left the back of the summoning bird as he was pulled toward Naruto. What is? Though alarmed, the boy managed to finish his hand seals. Crackle! Lightning gathered in his hands, forming into a sphere that he hurled toward Naruto, using the pull of the gravitational force. Lightning style. Lightning ball technique. Naruto observed calmly. Oh? A condensed lightning release that can be thrown. Naruto maintained Bansho Tenin with his left hand while raising his right hand. Preta Path. From her scattered paper form, Konan reassembled half her body, closely observing Naruto. Using the Deva Path's abilities while simultaneously activating the Preta Path, Naruto's mastery of his left eye has reached another level. Whoosh! Naruto absorbed the lightning ball with his right hand and grabbed the boy's throat with his left. Though subdued, the boy refused to give up. He stealthily formed a seal with 2 fingers. Screech! The summoning bird let out a sharp cry and charged at Naruto. Naruto remained calm and composed. Preta Path. Gurgle! The boy's chakra was drained completely through Naruto's left hand in an instant. Poof! Without chakra to sustain it, the summoning bird vanished in a puff of white smoke. Naruto looked at the boy carefully. You're quite agile and resourceful. More importantly, you're young. I'd say you're already at the level of a jonin, aren't you? What's your name? The boy answered firmly. Kumogakure. Buroi. Naruto thought silently for a moment. Buroi. If given time to grow, he might become the next Kakashi Hatake of the ninja world. Buroi let out a faint laugh. Hey! His arms went limp, a look of despair crossing his face. Naruto suddenly sniffed the air, sensing something unusual. Swish! He tore off Buroi's ninja vest, along with hundreds of explosive tags hidden underneath, and flung them away. Boom! The explosion lit up the night sky. Buroi's face turned pale. His trump card for a suicidal counterattack had been completely seen through. Naruto stared at him calmly. Do you really want to die that badly? Buroi shut his eyes. Kill me. Naruto responded coldly. Fine. I'll grant you your wish. Naruto glanced downward and hurled Buroi forcefully. As he fell, Buroi's thoughts raced through his mind. Master Dodai, I acted on my own again. I'm so useless. I never even got to confess to Samui. But maybe that's for the best. Liking someone 15 years older than me? That's probably weird, right? If she rejected me, I'd just be a laughingstock. Thud. A heavy impact left the ground sunken. But he didn't die. Ugh. It hurts. But why am I still alive? It was then he realized he had landed on freshly tilled, soft soil. Could it be? He looked up in shock at the massive shadow passing overhead. Behind his mask, Naruto's Rinnegan gazed downward. Don't be in such a rush to die, young man. The time for you to shine hasn't truly arrived yet. Boom, 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 boom. The battle for Kumogakure had raged on for an hour. The Raikage was still locked in combat with the Hellhound, but he had grown wiser. He realized that using cutting techniques only multiplied the Hellhound's numbers. Heavy pressure strike. Boom. He struck a Hellhound with his elbow, sending it flying. The surrounding Earth Release users from Kumogakure rushed in to assist. Earth Style. Earth Flow Wall. Rumble. Thick layers of earth encased the Hellhound, temporarily restraining its movements. Howl. 36 Hellhounds still surrounded the Raikage. Damn it! Ugh! The Raikage roared in frustration, his chakra reserves starting to dwindle. Raikage-sama, please hold on a little longer. The sealing team is on their way. The Raikage shouted angrily. Where's Dodai? If he were here, his techniques would make this much easier. Thud. 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 Elsewhere, a giant rhino rampaged, smashing through buildings like they were made of paper. Dozens of Kumogakure ninja wrapped thick chains around the rhino's body and legs, pulling with all their might. Ugh! But they were sent flying instead. A calm and steady man appeared ahead. Lava release. Demonic pool. Gurgle. The ground beneath the rhino turned into a viscous liquid resembling molten rubber, trapping its legs and immobilizing it. The nearby Kumogakure ninja breathed a sigh of relief. Dodai-sama, thank goodness you're here. We'll take care of it now. Dodai shook his head slightly. No need. Leave this to me. Go support the other battle zones. Understood. Please be careful. After the others left, Dodai stared directly into the rhino's eyes. All these summoned beasts have those troublesome eyes. But how could there be so many of them? They must be projections originating from the summoner. He paused briefly before speaking again. You're watching, aren't you? The summoned rhino gave no response. Dodai continued calmly. The summoned beasts deliberately avoid attacking non-combatants, such as genin and civilians. I don't believe they possess such discernment. So, it must be you controlling them. This control must rely on shared vision. Therefore, I deduce that you and the summoned beasts share sight. Having encountered you once before, I know you're highly purposeful. You wouldn't want to escalate this conflict unnecessarily. So let's talk. Perhaps I can give you what you want. On the back of the explosive clay bird, Naruto watched silently. As expected of Uncle Dodai, his keen analytical skills rival those of Shikaku. Naruto sighed and slowly stood up. I'll be back shortly. Clang. A flying Raijin kunai landed in front of Dodai. Swish. Naruto appeared beside it. Dodai-san, your analysis is correct. If the Raikage were half as wise as you, this situation wouldn't have escalated to this point. Dodai responded calmly. Though I despise your actions, I was against this conflict from the start. As a Kumogakure ninja, I must follow the Raikage's orders. Naruto asked quietly. And now, Dodai took out a scroll from his robe. Your strength far exceeded my expectations. To prevent further casualties, take this. Naruto's eyes narrowed behind his mask, but he made no immediate move. Dodai continued speaking. Rest assured, this is the scroll of the lightning release chakra mode. I haven't tampered with it. I'm not foolish enough to invite criticism or bring greater disaster upon the village. Naruto extended his hand, using gravitational force to pull the scroll toward him. Sigh. Dodai exhaled deeply. Honestly, I don't know if this is the right decision. Who knows what will become of such a technique in your hands? After verifying the scroll's authenticity, Naruto stored it away. He looked at Dodai and said, Dodai, time will prove that your decision was the right one. Dodai asked, Is it over now? Naruto asked back, Dodai, would you consider working for me? Dodai was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. Don't joke around. I'm a Kumogakure ninja. I will never betray my allegiance. Is that so? What a pity. Naruto showed a hint of regret but didn't press further. But it doesn't matter. As long as you're alive, your wisdom will eventually serve this ninja world. That's enough. Swish. Leaving behind those thought-provoking words, Naruto disappeared. Dodai's eyes filled with doubt. Serve the ninja world? What is his goal? He's truly an enigma. Swish. Naruto returned to the back of the explosive clay bird. Konan asked, Did you get it? Naruto nodded. Yes, it's time to head back. He placed a hand on Konan's shoulder and used it to return to Amigakure. Poof, poof, poof. The summoned beasts across Kumogakure vanished in puffs of white smoke. Ha ha ha. I finally defeated these damn dogs. The Raikage let out a triumphant roar. The lightning around him dissipated as he collapsed onto the shattered ground, sweat dripping from his bronzed skin into the earth. That night, Kumogakure remained sleepless. With Naruto in Amigakure, at the top floor of the tower in Amigakure, Naruto sipped on hot tea while carefully examining the newly acquired scroll. Lightning Release Chakra Mode, a B-rank jutsu, on par with the level of the Shadow Clone technique. However, its ranking isn't due to its weakness. Although it's not particularly difficult to learn, its practical use is limited for the majority of shinobi. Yes, for most shinobi. Naruto paused, setting down his teacup. In other words, both techniques are designed for the rare few who possess an enormous amount of chakra. Konan approached, refilling Naruto's cup with a hint of playful sarcasm in her tone. You mean someone like you? A ninja who can summon dozens of creatures and hold off an entire great ninja village for half the night without even breaking a sweat. Naruto looked up at her. Konan, I know you're teasing me, but at least try to smile while doing it. Speaking of which, I've never seen you smile before. Konan thought for a moment. Really? I could have sworn I've smiled plenty of times. Naruto scratched his head. Sorry, I must not have noticed. How about this, give me a smile now? Konan hesitated. Is that an order from the leader? Naruto coughed lightly. Let's say it is. Well, if it's an order, then fine. Konan placed the teapot on the table. Naruto, sipping his tea, stared at her intently. With a deep breath, Conan raised her hands, patted her cheeks, and then tugged at the corners of her mouth to force a smile. What was that? A manual smile? Sorry, Conan, that was just too funny. Naruto couldn't hold it in, spitting out his tea. I can't smile on command, Conan said, letting her hands drop. But as she watched Naruto laugh heartily, the corners of her own lips curved into a faint, natural smile. After the brief interlude, Conan tidied up the tea set and spoke seriously. It's about time to rest. You didn't sleep at all last night, did you? Naruto replied. I'm not tired. Conan glanced at the scroll on the table. So, are you planning to dive right into training this jutsu? Naruto shook his head. Mastering it would be simple, just a single night's work. But before that, there's something else I need to prepare. Conan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh? What kind of preparation? Boom! A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a rolling thunderclap. Naruto gazed deeply at the rain-soaked world outside the tower. Conan furrowed her brows, searching her memory, but found no recollection of such a technique. Purple lightning? I've never heard of a lightning release technique like that. Supporting his chin with the back of his hand, Naruto said in a low voice, Conan, I've shown you memories of the future, but many details weren't included in those visions. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, we worked together to seal Kagaya. During that battle, Kakashi Hatake lost his Sharingan. Conan pondered. Kakashi Hatake, renowned for his Chidori enhanced by the Sharingan. Losing the Sharingan must have been a devastating blow to his strength. Naruto smiled. Indeed. Yet after the war, he became the 6th Hokage of Konoha, not because of his seniority, but because of his undeniable strength. In the years following the war, he forged a new path, extending the nature transformation of lightning release. That's how Purple Lightning was born. The power of Purple Lightning is extraordinary. Even without the high-speed thrust of Chidori, it surpasses Chidori in sheer destructive force. It no longer required the Sharingan to complement it. In fact, Kakashi's strength even exceeded his former self. Naruto's tone shifted. To be honest, even I was tempted by this lightning release technique. But back then, I didn't meet the requirements. Conan asked, What requirements? Naruto explained. First, although I have a lightning nature affinity, I wasn't skilled at using lightning release. That's manageable through practice. But the real issue was the second condition. I lacked the Yin release chakra transformation. Conan asked, And now? Do you have it? Naruto raised his left hand, covering his right eye. Yes, the power of the Uchiha is the pinnacle of Yin release. Shursui's Sharingan, in addition to its Koto Amatsukami ability, also granted me the Yin release I once lacked. Now the conditions are met. It's time to master the lightning release I was once unskilled at and elevate it to the level of Purple Lightning, Conan remarked. Naruto laughed. Creating a technique and learning one are two entirely different things. My father spent years developing the Rinnegan, but I mastered it in just a week. Besides, I have a unique advantage when it comes to training. That's right, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Conan sighed, her expression tinged with helplessness. So, another sleepless night? Naruto stood up. That's right. But Conan, no need to join me in the rain this time. I wouldn't want you catching a fever again. A fleeting emotion crossed Conan's eyes. She gently brushed her bangs aside, her demeanor returning to its usual coolness. She emphasized, For the record, I didn't get a fever from the rain. It was due to overusing my paper clones, which drained my chakra and worsened my exposure to the rain. Yes, you don't seem like someone who'd catch a cold. This time, I won't bother you or your umbrella with my shadow clones. Naruto tilted his head. Wait, Conan. Aren't you going to sleep? Conan replied. No. Back in the Akatsuki, I got used to sleeping just 1 hour a day. Naruto smiled wryly. His cloak billowed in the wind as he leapt from the tower. Conan watched his figure descend into the rain, thinking to herself, Naruto, you are the bridge to the future of the ninja world. I failed to protect them before, but this time, no matter what, I will be the pillar that supports this bridge. Splash! Conan followed him into the rain. Naruto formed hand seals. Ninjutsu. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Poof! 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 Amidst the torrential rain, nearly 1,000 shadow clones appeared in puffs of white smoke. Although I've practiced elemental transformations beyond wind release after the war, I'm still surprisingly unskilled with lightning release. Let's use this to get the hang of it first. Swish! Naruto's true body completed a sequence of seals, gripping his left wrist with his right hand. Lightning release, Chidori. Crackle. Intense lightning surged around Naruto's left hand, producing the sound of 1,000 chirping birds. The shadow clones followed suit. Crackle. Crackle. In an instant, the sound of 1,000 birds filled the night air. Naruto shouted, "All right, everyone, let's master Chidori to the point where we no longer need hand seals." The shadow clones responded enthusiastically. "Yash, let's do this. Ganbat, everyone, call me Uzumaki Kakashi, call me Uzumaki Sasuke." And so another sleepless night began. That night, through the relentless training of thousands of shadow clones, Naruto achieved the ability to perform without hand seals. Even though Naruto was an extraordinary individual, the continuous battles and grueling training had finally drained his chakra reserves. After resting for a day to recover, he regained his strength. While assisting Kisame in searching the seas, he resumed his training. 3 days later, Naruto had mastered various shape transformations of becoming an expert in lightning release. But being an expert was only the starting point. Next, Naruto threw himself into the sleepless and tireless pursuit of mastering. The process, however, was not smooth. Required the infusion of an appropriate proportion of Yin release into lightning release. First, Yin release, which he had not possessed in his previous life, was an unfamiliar domain for Naruto. Second, he struggled to determine the precise ratio of Yin release to incorporate. This led to slow progress in the early stages. Fortunately, his past experience in balancing chakra during his training with the tailed beast bomb proved invaluable at this critical moment. After repeated trial and error, Naruto finally grasped the key. That night, Naruto stood on the muddy ground, his left hand battered and bruised, surrounded by a sphere of crackling purple lightning. Before him stood 10 shadow clones. Naruto raised his voice. "Come on!" The 10 shadow clones formed hand seals in unison. Lightning release, thunder tiger devastation, roar. 10 ordinary lightning release techniques transformed into lightning hounds, converging into a majestic lightning beast. Guided by the lightning ropes held by the shadow clones, the beast charged at Naruto's true body. Swoosh! Naruto casually swung his left hand, which was enveloped in roar. The lightning beast disintegrated with a pained cry. Not only that, but the purple arcs of electricity traveled along the lightning ropes, surging toward the shadow clones. Poof! 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 All 10 shadow clones vanished in puffs of white smoke. This was the pinnacle of lightning release, the power of crackle. The purple lightning dissipated from Naruto's left hand. Huff! 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 Naruto lay on the ground, panting heavily, but a smile spread across his face. "Finally, I've done it. Kakashi-sensei. This truly is your ultimate technique. Even with my current strength, it still took me a full 10 days to fully master it. Can you rest now?" Konan approached him. "No, I need to strike while the iron is hot. I'll master the lightning release chakra mode in one go." Naruto sat up, pulling out the precious scroll from his robes. Unfazed by the muddy ground, he spread it out and once again gathered his chakra to perform the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Konan couldn't help but reflect inwardly. If events had unfolded as they originally should have, the so-called Fourth Great Ninja War would already be nearing its end. But in the current ninja world, everything is just beginning. Akatsuki's hideout. Whoosh! A spiraling vortex appeared as Toby emerged, throwing an unconscious captive onto the ground. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu rose from the ground, their gazes falling on the unconscious ninja. "Oh, isn't this Yamato from Konoha? Orochimaru's former test subject. Why did you bring him here?" White Zetsu exclaimed. Toby, walking toward a coat rack in the corner, replied, "I took a stroll through Konoha and noticed his wood release was quite impressive. I figured he'd be a good addition to your forces. Better to keep him here than risk someone else targeting him." Black Zetsu muttered, "Heh, what a coincidence. Someone else seemed to have taken an interest in him too. But it looks like you got to him first." However, Black Zetsu's cryptic remark didn't catch Toby's attention. Toby reached the coat rack, removing his damp Akatsuki robe. "What about the intel I asked you to investigate?" White Zetsu replied, "Ever since then, there's been no trace of Naruto." Toby shook the water from his robe and draped it over the rack. "Have you figured out why Naruto attacked Kumogakure?" White Zetsu answered, "It seems it was all over a scroll, something called the lightning release chakra mode, if I'm not mistaken." "Oh? That technique favored by the Reikage lineage? It enhances reflexes and physical abilities, but can only be practiced by those with immense chakra reserves. It seems Naruto wants to rely on reflexes and speed to gain an edge." Unconsciously, Toby reached for his bare shoulder. The wound from 16 years ago had long healed, yet it still ached faintly. Black Zetsu's voice carried a hint of mockery. Does it bring back unpleasant memories? Humph. That was then, this is now. Even if Minato were still alive, I'm confident I could defeat him now. Swish. Toby donned a fresh Akatsuki robe, turning back toward the others. What about Sasuke? White Zetsu replied. He's been relentlessly honing his new techniques. He felt restricted in the base, so he went outside to train. Toby walked over to a stone chair and sat down leisurely. It seems his previous defeat has made him impatient. White Zetsu hesitated. Letting him continue to grow unchecked, couldn't that become a threat to us? Toby adjusted his posture slightly, his eyes behind the mask glinting with depth. No matter. Even if his ocular powers reach Madara's level, the gap in combat experience will cap his potential below Madara's. A thought flickered through Toby's mind, one he didn't voice aloud. Besides, even in the worst-case scenario, if we fail to reclaim the Rinnegan from Naruto Sasuke awakening, the Rinnegan would still ensure the Moon's Eye plan can proceed. White Zetsu asked, should I send my clones to scout Amigakure? Toby pondered briefly. No need. Sending White Zetsu into Amigakure might allow us to track Naruto's movements, but it also risks leaking information. Under the power of the Rinnegan's human path, even the safeguards I've placed using the Sharingan would be rendered useless. White Zetsu shook his head. What a shame. This looming war, and yet we lack sufficient intelligence on our enemy. It's unsettling. Toby's gaze grew resolute. No rush. Time is on our side. When Konoha's reconstruction is complete, that will be the moment we launch a full-scale assault with Dark Akatsuki. After all, nothing embodies despair like the emptiness of something newly built, only to be reduced to zero. Having acknowledged the existence of Bright Akatsuki, Toby now saw himself as the leader of Dark Akatsuki. Viewing Naruto as his equal rival, he was determined to surpass. Amigakure at dawn. Poof, poof, poof. All the shadow clones disappeared, returning their chakra and accumulated knowledge to the original body. In the clearing, amidst the pouring rain, Naruto, bare-chested, clenched his fists and closed his eyes. Crackle. Explosive lightning released chakra enveloped his entire body, forming a layer of purple lightning that resembled a cloak. Purple lightning chakra mode. Conan's beautiful eyes trembled with awe. What incredible chakra! Naruto clenched his fists, feeling the immense power coursing through him. Yeah, this mode exceeds even my expectations. Now, even without Kurama's cooperation, I won't have any gaps in my combat strength. Naruto looked up at the rain falling from the sky. Through the rain he controlled with the Rain Tiger at will technique dash. He sensed the presence of a powerful chakra entering the village. Conan's gaze sharpened. What is it? Naruto smiled. Orochimaru has finally returned. Without his presence, the next steps would have been difficult to manage. Naruto assisted Orochimaru in setting up the recovered experimental equipment. Although it's somewhat rudimentary, I finally have my own laboratory here in Amigakure, Orochimaru remarked with a sly grin. Standing in front of the experimental base, Orochimaru, dressed in pristine white robes, stood shoulder to shoulder with Naruto. Naruto-kun, during my absence, Bright Akatsuki has already made its mark in the ninja world, Orochimaru said, his tone laced with intrigue. As a debut battle, it was passable. Naruto replied nonchalantly, his peripheral vision catching sight of the dark red ring with the kanji force sky on Orochimaru's left pinky finger. That was the ring of Akatsuki's sky, Orochimaru's former codename. After leaving Akatsuki, Orochimaru had preserved both the ring and the severed hand Itachi had taken from him in one of his laboratories. This time, Orochimaru had retrieved the ring during his journey, symbolizing his resolve to officially join Bright Akatsuki. Back in the tower's meeting room, Naruto took his seat and directly asked, Orochimaru, do you have any of Itachi's biological material? Orochimaru's eyes lit up with interest. I do. I've been closely observing Itachi's growth since his youth, and I managed to collect some samples without him noticing. Why, Naruto-kun, what are you planning? Naruto's gaze darkened beneath his mask. I want to attempt his Edo Tensei. Orochimaru chuckled. That's not difficult, but I'll need a living sacrifice. Wait here. Naruto stood up and disappeared, only to return moments later with a man whose eyes were lifeless and hollow. Whether in the past, present, or future, Naruto would never harm innocent people. This man was a remnant of Hanzo's faction, caught while attempting to infiltrate the village during Naruto's lightning release training. Naruto had spared him precisely for this moment. How considerate, Orochimaru said with a twisted smile. Rising from his seat, he drew a ritual circle on the ground. He placed Itachi's biological material and the living sacrifice within the circle, his long, flowing hair swaying as if caught in an invisible breeze. Forbidden jutsu, Edo Tensei, but nothing happened. Orochimaru frowned, lowering his hands slowly. There are two possibilities. Either Itachi is still alive, or he's already been reanimated through Edo Tensei. Naruto wasn't surprised. So it's true. Kabuto has already made his move. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Kabuto, is it? I see. Naruto rested his chin on the back of his hand, his gaze deep as he stared out at the rain-soaked landscape beyond the tower. Itachi once planted a crow inside me, a crow that carried Shirsue's left eye with the Kodo Amatsukami ability. Itachi inscribed a genjutsu into that eye, one designed to protect Konoha. The trigger condition was seeing Itachi's eyes. This technique was meant for Sasuke. Itachi anticipated that Sasuke, in seeking revenge on Konoha, would transplant his eyes to gain eternal light. To stop Sasuke, I would inevitably clash with him. In my previous life, I knew nothing about this. When I encountered Itachi after he was reanimated, I accidentally triggered the technique, which allowed Itachi to break free from Kabuto's control. Naruto's thoughts turned to Sasuke. Unlike our encounter in the Land of Iron, Sasuke should have already transplanted Itachi's eyes by now. When I face Sasuke again and our eyes meet, the crow inside me will respond, and Kodo Amatsukami will activate on Sasuke. Naruto clenched his fist. But Sasuke is someone I refuse to control with genjutsu, no matter what. I want to remove this obstacle as soon as possible. He sighed inwardly, but it seems the road ahead is still fraught with challenges. No matter, Bright Akatsuki's plans are massive and won't be executed overnight. I'll find another way when the time comes. Orochimaru observed Naruto's contemplative expression and thought to himself, Naruto-kun's thoughts are truly unfathomable. But for him to be so troubled, it must involve Sasuke. The entanglement between these two forces is something I find deeply intriguing as well. Naruto's voice pulled Orochimaru from his musings. Let's put Itachi's matter aside for now. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Konan wrapped the living sacrifice in paper and carried it away. Orochimaru carefully stored Itachi's biological material once more. Naruto then pushed a wooden box toward Orochimaru. Thump, thump, thump. The box shook incessantly. Orochimaru opened it to reveal Haiden's severed head, his eyes wide with fury, glaring at the face before him as if he wanted to bite it. Naruto said, Orochimaru, can you create a new body for him? One that retains his original abilities. Haiden snarled, I'll kill you all. Orochimaru smiled. That's simple. Although his body is reduced to a head, his soul is intact. I've long studied the death-controlling possessed blood technique. That curse touches upon the realm of the soul. The body is merely a medium for its execution. Haiden shouted, I hate the soil and the darkness. Get me out of here. Naruto said, then I'll leave it to you. How long will it take? Haiden screamed, Kakuzu. Where are you, Kakuzu? Orochimaru pondered for a moment. About half a month. Haiden wailed, damn it. I can't feel my body anymore. Naruto nodded. Good. He'll be a valuable asset for us. Haiden growled, don't let me stand again, or I'll turn you all into sacrifices for Lord Jashin. Naruto frowned. He's so noisy. Orochimaru chuckled. I agree. Konan's cold gaze shifted to Naruto. It's been over half a month since you last used that technique, hasn't it? Oh, is that so? I almost forgot. Naruto replied. He removed his mask. ZZZ. The tomo in his right eye transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto lifted Haiden's head from the box. What are you looking at, you spiky-haired brat? Haiden snarled. ZZZ. Naruto's right eye glowed with power. Kodo Amatsukami. Haiden, you may continue to worship your Lord Jashin, but first, you must obey me. Understood. Haiden's expression instantly turned fanatical. If it's for Lord Naruto, I'd even offer Lord Jashin's head as a sacrifice. ZZZ. The Mangekyo Sharingan reverted to its three-tomo form as Naruto replaced his mask. Cooperate with Orochimaru and don't cause him any trouble. Orochimaru took the now quiet Haiden's head with a smile. I'll get to work, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded. Orochimaru left the room. Konan spoke up. During your training, I've completed the formation of the intelligence division. Would you like to inspect it? Naruto's eyes lit up. Oh? Then what are we waiting for? Lead the way. In a cold and solemn plaza adorned with statues, over 100 rain ninja, their faces hidden behind masks and their bodies clad in armor, knelt on one knee in the rain. Konan explained, a total of 108 members. all elite shinobi who have survived the harshest conditions. Beneath his mask, Naruto's Rinnegan scanned the crowd. Among them were men and women, young and old, all of them at least at the Jonin level. Naruto was deeply moved. For a small nation and village like Amigakure, this was nearly all of their strength. Konan had entrusted him with everything, holding nothing back. Because of this, Naruto felt an even greater responsibility for their lives. Let's see what you're capable of. Whoosh! His cloak billowed as Naruto strode forward. The explosive lightning released chakra, forming a cloak of purple lightning around him. All of you, come at me at once. Naruto's words caused an uproar among the Rain Shinobi. All of us at once? Is he serious? Even if he's Lord Pain, this is… Naruto interrupted them. What? Didn't you hear what I said? He quickened his pace and moved toward the Rain Shinobi. Scatter! One of the Rain ninja shouted. Whoosh! The formation broke apart as kunai and shuriken, accompanied by explosive tags, were hurled toward Naruto. Boom! 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 The explosions erupted into massive curtains of water, but Naruto emerged unscathed. The Rain Shinobi were stunned. What? Not a scratch? Is it because of that chakra layer around him? Naruto's voice deepened. The missions you will undertake and the enemies you'll face. Teamwork will be the key to survival and success. Can you do it? If not, you might as well be crab food. The Rain Ninja reacted angrily. Does he think so little of us? Is he really Lord Pain? His voice sounds too young. Then let's test him ourselves. A dozen Rain Shinobi stepped forward, forming hand seals in unison. Water release. Wild water wave. From their mouths, torrents of water surged forward like waterfalls, converging into a massive flood that engulfed Naruto. A sensing ninja from the rain whispered, I can feel his chakra. It's definitely in the water. Another Rain ninja shouted, all right, let me handle this. After forming hand seals, he slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth release. Earth Mausoleum Dumpling. Using Earth Chakra to enhance his strength, he unearthed a massive boulder and hurled it directly into the flood. Boom! The boulder crashed into the water, sending waves and debris flying. Whoosh! 6 oil paper umbrellas spun into the air above the boulder, one of the signature techniques of Amigakure. The masked Rain Ninja controlling the umbrellas formed hand seals. Ninja art. 1,000 needles of rain. Swish! 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 Countless senbon needles rained down, piercing through the boulder with ease. The Rain Shinobi surrounded Naruto on all sides, forming hand seals once more. Earth release. Rising stone spears. Crack! 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 Sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground, shattering the boulder into pieces. After all that, there's no way he's unharmed. Boom! But with a deafening explosion, the rubble scattered as Naruto leapt into the air, his body cloaked in crackling purple lightning. With a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed a barrage of purple lightning senbon, striking down the surrounding Rain Shinobi. One of the fallen Rain ninja stared at the tiny lightning senbon embedded in his shoulder, trembling. What kind of lightning release is this? Just one of these needles completely paralyzed me. Naruto landed calmly. I avoided your vital points. Your teamwork isn't bad, but it's still far from enough. He crouched slightly. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept over his head. What? A Rain ninja hidden behind him was shocked. Naruto smiled slightly. Camouflage jutsu, huh? Perfect for reconnaissance and ambushes. Turning around, he struck with a hand chop. Splash! The camouflaged figure revealed itself, dissolving into water. Naruto continued, and using a water clone to perform the camouflage jutsu. That's even more impressive. Rustle! Rustle! Taking advantage of the distraction, another Rain ninja emerged from underground, hurling chains that coiled around Naruto's body and tightened instantly. Naruto glanced at the chains. Oh? Insulated gloves to prevent electrical conduction? Clever. A group of Rain Shinobi wielding swords charged toward him. Naruto muttered, unfortunately, purple lightning can easily penetrate insulation. Sizzle. The purple lightning traveled through the chains, bypassing the insulated gloves and electrocuting the Rain Shinobi holding them. They collapsed with cries of pain. Whoosh! Before the sword-wielding Rain Shinobi could reach him, Naruto vanished. It's not the flying Raijin. It's just a simple body flicker technique. He's gone. So fast. The sensing ninja was horrified. How is this possible? His chakra completely disappeared. Could it be that his body flicker technique exceeds my sensory abilities? Naruto appeared behind him. Correct. Thud. The ninja's eyes widened as Naruto retracted his fist from the man's abdomen, catching his collapsing body and gently laying him on the ground. Boom! Boom! As Naruto stood, 2 range shinobi burst from the ground on either side, wielding oversized swords. We knew you'd prioritize taking out the sensory ninja. Sorry, Rainryo, but this is our teamwork. They activated their chakra blades. Lightning release chakra blade. Wind release chakra blade. As they charged, their swords were enveloped in lightning and wind chakra, enhancing their cutting power. They attacked from both sides with all their might. Rain style. Twin blades of wind and thunder. Naruto remained calm. Using a comrade as bait, this is also a form of teamwork. While I personally dislike it, I can't deny that sacrifices are sometimes necessary. Naruto didn't dodge. Instead, he reached out with both hands and caught the descending blades, gripping them tightly. Crack! The twin blades of wind and thunder shattered simultaneously. Impossible! The 2 range shinobi exclaimed in shock. Whoosh! Naruto withdrew, causing the 2 to lose their balance and crash into each other before falling to the ground. Naruto glanced around calmly. He kicked up a fallen sword with his heel, caught it, and infused it with purple lightning before stabbing it into the ground. Purple lightning. 8 extremes ground surge. Sizzle. Lightning spread in all directions, striking down every range shinobi. Naruto looked at the sword in his hand, now reduced to fragments along with its hilt. He muttered, "The only drawback of purple lightning is its excessive power, which makes it difficult to channel through weapons. I'll need to find a weapon strong enough to withstand it in the future. Something like Sasuke's Kusanagi sword." Pant, pant, pant. At that moment, 3 range shinobi, using their weapons for support, struggled to stand. Naruto's voice deepened. To be able to stand in this situation proves that among these people, your strength is exceptional. Remove your masks and tell me your names. The 3 removed their masks, 2 men and 1 woman. The rugged man spoke first. Ryuko, the refined man, followed. Setsuna, the cold and elegant woman, was last. Violet, Naruto nodded. Good. Ryuko, Setsuna, Violet. From now on, you will be known as the 3 Rain Sannin. He continued, the new Rain ANBU is officially established today. The 108 Rain Shinobi will be divided into 3 squads based on their abilities and specialties. You 3 will serve as the squad captains and report directly to me. The 3 Rain Sannin bowed respectfully. Yes, Lord Pain. Naruto was silent for a moment but said nothing in response. With a flourish of his cloak, he turned and walked into the rain. Konan addressed the 3. Take them for treatment and rest. Once you've recovered, you'll officially begin your missions. On the way back, Konan spoke again. Pain holds immense significance to the Rain Shinobi and civilians. He's practically a symbol of faith. For now, we'll need to continue using his name. Naruto replied calmly. I understand. That's why I didn't remove my mask in front of those 3. Konan said softly, I believe that one day, you'll be able to openly lead this village under the name Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto smiled faintly and asked, by the way, that female ninja named Violet, why does she seem familiar? Konan explained, she's the elder sister of Xianghua. Naruto looked puzzled. Xianghua, Konan nodded. She was once a rain ninja. She died during an S-rank mission, and her body later became the animal path of pain. Naruto murmured thoughtfully, Violet, Xianghua, I see. The next day, after a full night of rest, the 108 Rain Shinobi gathered once again. They had been divided into 3 squads based on their abilities, with Ryuko, Setsuna, and Violet serving as captains, each leading 36 members. Facing the blonde, masked boy before them, their respect was genuine and heartfelt. After all, hearing legends was one thing, witnessing them firsthand was another. Naruto distributed specially crafted kunai to each shinobi, taking the opportunity to memorize their faces and chakra signatures. When he finished, Naruto turned his back to the group and said, the kunai you're holding bears my space-time jutsu formula. If you encounter danger, channel your chakra into the kunai. I will sense it and come to your rescue immediately. There was a little-known fact about the flying Raijin jutsu. After Rin's death, Minato, filled with guilt for not arriving in time, made a modification to the flying Raijin's formula. By actively channeling chakra into the marked kunai, the recognition of the signal could be enhanced. While not foolproof, it significantly increased the chances of a successful rescue. Naruto continued, however, as shinobi, you will inevitably face life and death crises. I want you to treat this kunai as your absolute last resort. Do not rely on it excessively, neglecting teamwork and the improvement of your own skills. Do you understand? The Rain Shinobi answered in unison, Yes, Lord Pain. They solemnly stowed away their kunai. Violet stared at the kunai, her thoughts racing. This technique, I've heard of it before. It's the flying Raijin Jutsu of Konoha's fourth Hokage. How does he know it? Who is he really? Is he truly Pain? Setsuna, one of the squad captains, stepped forward and asked, Lord Pain, what mission do you have for us? At that moment, Conan approached. Rustle, rustle, rustle. With a wave of her hand, sheets of paper flew through the air, automatically binding themselves into booklets. The shinobi took the booklets, puzzled. One of them asked, Lady Angel, what are these? Conan replied coldly, These are rosters containing the names, appearances, and abilities of the shinobi you may encounter in your missions. Use them to evaluate your own strength and determine which opponents you can engage and which you must flee from on sight. The rosters were compiled by Naruto overnight, covering almost every notable shinobi in the current ninja world. To ensure maximum accuracy, the portraits in the rosters were hand-drawn by Conan herself. The original roster was kept by Naruto, while the ones distributed to the shinobi were duplicates created using Conan's paper ninjutsu. Yes, Conan could duplicate anything related to paper, including explosive tags. By creating an original explosive tag with her own paper, she could produce infinite copies using her abilities, though this required a corresponding amount of chakra. The infamous 600 billion explosive tags were the result of her years of meticulous preparation. After uncovering Obito's abilities, she had worked tirelessly, day and night, to create them. 600 billion tags, if given more time, she could have made even more. The Rain Shinobi quickly flipped through the rosters. One of them exclaimed, So comprehensive! It even includes the Kage and Jonin from the major villages. Unsurprisingly, a masked man in the roster caught their attention. Another shinobi said, What is this? Phasing through objects. Teleporting at will? Is this some kind of joke? Are we really going to face someone like this in the future? Conan said, The possibility isn't zero. In any case, he's far beyond your current abilities to handle. Later, in private, she also warned them, If you can't escape, I hope you'll take your own lives. Knowing that Obito possessed abilities she couldn't fully understand, she was deeply wary. She didn't want Naruto to risk an early confrontation with Obito while trying to save subordinates. One of the shinobi from Squad 1, a rather brash man, pointed at another entry and said, Wait, is this thing even a ninja? It has barbs growing out of its crotch. Conan's gaze immediately turned toward him, not looking particularly friendly. Ryuko, the captain of Squad 1, scolded him, Watch your mouth. You're speaking in front of Lady Angel. The man quickly apologized. Sorry, that was out of line. Retracting her gaze, Conan explained coldly, That's White Zetsu, a key pawn of our greatest enemy faction. They use it for intelligence gathering. White Zetsu has countless clones that can communicate telepathically, though this ability has a range limit. Occasionally, when isolated, they may fail to relay information in real time. She continued, Additionally, they excel in disguises using the spore technique and can move quickly underground. Their chakra is undetectable. The Rain Shinobi were shocked. One of them asked, Undetectable chakra? Doesn't that mean they could be right next to us without us knowing? At that moment, a low, raspy voice interrupted. As for how to detect them, allow me to teach you. A man with flowing, elegant hair approached through the rain, holding an umbrella. Naruto turned toward him and said, Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Orochimaru smiled. Just getting some fresh air. I happened to see something interesting. So, these are the newly formed Rain ANBU. Naruto replied softly, Yes, intelligence is the foundation of development. It's crucial to start cultivating it now. Orochimaru nodded and said, Indeed, not only did Orochimaru share one of his key research findings on detecting White Zetsu, but he also provided each shinobi with a specially developed poison specifically designed to counter White Zetsu. He then added, Naruto-kun, I hope you don't mind me meddling. Naruto answered, Not at all. You've been a great help. This will significantly enhance our strategic advantage. Naruto turned to the Rain Shinobi and instructed them, From now on, during your missions, gather information on the major ninja villages, surrounding factions, and our enemy faction, Dark Akatsuki. Whether or not you obtain useful intel, you must report back regularly. The shinobi responded loudly, Yes. Naruto concluded, Go. I have high expectations for you, they answered. Understood, Lord Pain. The shinobi dispersed. Violet, after adjusting her mask, glanced back at Naruto's retreating figure before leaving. That night, Naruto and Konan stood atop the tower, gazing at the rain. Naruto said, "Finally, one major task is complete. Konan, you've worked hard." Konan replied, "It's what I should do." Naruto nodded and said, "For now, there's nothing in Amigakure that requires my immediate attention. It's time for me to focus on my own growth." Konan asked, "Are you planning to visit another village to acquire more secret techniques?" Naruto shook his head and said, "Obito and Sasuke are about to make their moves. At this time, it's unwise to create new enemies." Konan asked again, "Then how will you improve?" Naruto explained, "The lightning release chakra mode enhances reflexes and physical capabilities through lightning chakra, but it also places immense strain on the body. Every technique has its self-protective mechanisms, and the body's strength limits the technique's potential." He continued, "My current physical strength isn't enough to unleash the deeper power of the lightning release chakra mode. In other words, I'm still at the initial stage." Naruto added, "Next, I must train my body. That's why I'm going to that place." Konan asked, "What place?" Naruto's gaze turned resolute as he answered, "Kumogakure Hell Valley." Konan said, "Hell Valley? I've never heard of such a place before." Naruto smiled and explained, "That's because it's one of Kumogakure's most closely guarded secrets. I only learned about it after I became Hokage in my previous life." He continued, "Extremely hot, extremely cold. The climate there is brutally harsh, an absolute nightmare even for Shinobi. But it's also the perfect place to temper one's body. Only the Raikage or their chosen successors have the privilege of training there. If you can endure its conditions, a single day of training there is said to be worth 100 days elsewhere." Konan said with curiosity, "A place like that must have an extraordinary origin. Was it naturally formed? I can't imagine any shinobi creating such a unique location." Naruto shook his head and said, "It wasn't natural. It was the handiwork of a disciple of the Sage of Six Paths during the era of Ninshu." Konan asked again, "A disciple of the Sage of Six Paths? During the era of Ninshu?" Naruto's gaze turned solemn as he replied, "The Land of Lightning, where Kumogakure is located, has deep ties to the legacy of Ninshu and the Sage of Six Paths. His descendants once flourished there." He continued explaining, "As a result, several ninja tools that belonged to the sage were inherited by Kumogakure. Even the infamous Gold and Silver brothers, who brought shame to Kumogakure, carried not only the blood of the Yatsuki clan but also traces of Uzumaki lineage. I discovered this truth while researching the Uzumaki family tree." Naruto added, "It's not just Hell Valley. There's also the Falls of Truth on Turtle Island, a sacred place for inner reflection, which is also under Kumogakure's control. I once trained there to master Kurama's power." Konan looked worried and said, "So, does this mean you'll have to clash with Kumogakure again? Let me accompany you." Naruto shook his head with a smile and replied, "There's no need. Hell Valley isn't located within Kumogakure but rather in the Land of Lightning. I know its location. In my previous life as Hokage, I was invited there once." He added, "The environment there is so extreme that even I could only endure it by activating Kurama's chakra mode. It's not a place suitable for you, Konan. Let me handle this alone." Naruto continued, "Of course, to prevent any unexpected situations, I'll leave a shadow clone behind to stay in Amigakure. It'll be just like I'm still in the village." Hearing this, Konan finally felt somewhat reassured. She reminded him, "All right, but be careful in everything you do." In Land of Lightning Hell Valley, using the Flying Raijin Jutsu Dash, Naruto arrived in the Land of Lightning. After a night of trekking, he reached the forest outside Hell Valley at dawn. As a critical location for Kumogakure, Hell Valley was naturally heavily guarded. Naruto didn't act rashly. Instead, he activated Sage Mode to scout and assess the positions of the Kumogakure guards. Among the guards were, of course, sensory ninja, but Naruto's current position was outside their sensory range. Huff! Naruto stood up, his body enveloped in purple lightning. Taking a deep breath, he transformed into a streak of purple light and shot toward the valley's depths. Swish! A flash of purple light zipped past the Kumogakure guards. One guard asked, "Did something just pass by?" Another replied, "No way. It must have been your imagination." A third guard said, "I checked with my sensory abilities. There's no one here." Another added, "See? Who else besides Lord Raikage could move that fast? And our Raikage is currently training in Hell Valley." The last one concluded, "Let's keep patrolling." Passing through dense fog, Naruto's surroundings changed as he entered Hell Valley. The valley was surrounded by towering mountains, with only a narrow path leading further in. The sky appeared as if shrouded in volcanic ash, casting a chaotic and oppressive atmosphere. The intense heat distorted the air, making everything appear blurry. Recalling his previous visit, Naruto smiled and said, "It's just like when I came here last time. Except back then I was invited. Now, I'm here uninvited." He began walking along the only path. The deeper he ventured into Hell Valley, the harsher the environment became. After about half an hour, he arrived at a large training platform built into the mountainside. Naruto said quietly, "One step at a time. I'll start by adapting here." Swish! Naruto leapt onto the platform and slightly reduced the intensity of the lightning covering his body. The effects were immediate. Beads of sweat began pouring from his pores as he clenched his eyes shut, forcing himself to endure. An hour later, the climate abruptly changed. The scorching heat was replaced by bone-chilling cold. The sudden shifts between extreme heat and cold were unpredictable and could cause an ordinary shinobi's heart to rupture. Naruto surveyed his surroundings and created multiple shadow clones. To avoid overexertion, he limited himself to 100 clones this time. Thus began a grueling day and night of training. When the shadow clones were dispelled, Naruto took a deep breath and attempted to completely deactivate the lightning surrounding his body. Without the protection of the purple lightning chakra, Naruto found that he could now adapt to the valley's environment. Satisfied, he smiled. Good. Time to go deeper. Leaving a flying Raijin mark on the training platform, he leapt forward and continued. Whenever he felt his body reaching its limit, he reactivated the lightning release chakra mode for protection. Upon reaching the next training platform, he repeated the process. Step by step, Naruto steadily advanced deeper into Hell Valley. He knew that the true essence of Hell Valley lay in its innermost forbidden zone. His goal was to train in that forbidden zone. It took Naruto 10 full days to reach the edge of the forbidden zone. That night, within the forbidden zone of Hell Valley, the fourth Raikage was shirtless, vigorously striking a wooden pillar. This wooden pillar, known as the Heavenly Thunder Pillar, was one of the sacred training tools of the forbidden zone. It was said to be indestructible, capable of withstanding any blow. Moreover, with each strike, depending on the force, a corresponding bolt of lightning would descend from the heavens, striking the trainee. Boom! 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 Each punch and kick was accompanied by thunderous roars. Such an intense and brutal training method was monstrous, to say the least. Uzumaki Naruto. I'll crush you into pulp. Sweating profusely, the Raikage delivered a devastating punch. Rumble! Rumble! A massive lightning bolt descended, creating a crater where the Raikage stood. After the lightning strike, the damaged ground automatically repaired itself. Huff! 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 Catching his breath, the Raikage grabbed a towel to wipe his sweat-drenched muscles. Tossing the towel aside, he prepared to continue his training. As he turned, his eyes widened in shock. A familiar figure was sitting on the steps behind him, gazing at him calmly. Naruto smiled. Yo, we meet again, Raikage. The Raikage's hair bristled in fury. How are you here? Naruto said, why not? Hell Valley isn't part of Kumogakure. The Raikage roared. That's not what I mean. How did you make it here unscathed? Naruto replied calmly, well, that's a long story, but I'm not here to pick a fight. How about this? You train in the northern area, and I'll stay out of your way. Deal? Crackle. Lightning enveloped the Raikage's entire body. Are you kidding me? I'll send you straight to hell. Boom! The Raikage charged forward like a thunderbolt. Naruto didn't dodge or use Shinra Tensei. Thud! He blocked the Raikage's strike with his arm. Crack! Crack! The sheer force of the blow caused the ground beneath Naruto's feet to fracture. The Raikage was momentarily surprised by Naruto's physical resilience but pressed on, grabbing Naruto's shoulders with both hands. Gotcha! You're finished now. Crackle! Crackle! Lightning surged from the Raikage's body as he roared, lifting Naruto overhead and slamming him down with all his might. Raiten! Liger Bomb! Boom! Lightning exploded, shattering the stone steps and sending cracks rippling outward. No shinobi had ever survived the Liger Bomb. The Raikage assumed Naruto would be no exception. Crackle! Crackle! But suddenly, a surge of purple lightning erupted from the crater. What? The Raikage was stunned as Naruto, now cloaked in purple lightning, grabbed his shoulders and lifted him overhead. This move is pretty good. Packs quite a punch. Crackle! Crackle! With a triumphant shout, Naruto increased his purple lightning and slammed the Raikage into the ground. Raiten! Thundering impact. Rumble! 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 The thunderous impact detonated, shattering the ground even further. Arcs of purple lightning spread outward, extending more than 10 meters. Ugh! The Raikage spat out a mouthful of blood from the heavy blow. The lightning release chakra mode armor that enveloped his body had significantly weakened. Naruto's arms trembled slightly as he remarked, using such high-intensity taijutsu for real makes me realize my body still can't fully keep up with this mode. That's great, this means there's still room for improvement. Arg! The Raikage gritted his teeth and forced himself to his feet, quickly putting distance between himself and Naruto. His eyes locked onto the purple lightning surrounding Naruto as he shouted, "How do you know this technique?" Naruto smiled. "Who knows?" The Raikage thought hard, and suddenly, everything became clear. It was Dodai. That bastard. When I get back to the village, I'll make him pay. Naruto advised calmly, "Don't be so ungrateful, Raikage. If it weren't for Dodai, your casualties would have been even greater." Damn it! The Raikage clenched his fists tightly. Even with his fiery temper, he couldn't deny that Naruto's words were true. He then asked, "Why is your lightning release chakra mode different from mine? What's with that purple lightning surrounding you?" Naruto smiled slightly. "How about this? If you want to learn, I can teach you slowly. But I hope you'll change your attitude and stop being so hostile toward me." Naruto's offer was well-intentioned, but for the Raikage, a veteran master of taijutsu, hearing such words from a younger shinobi felt like a humiliating slap in the face. Enraged, he roared, "Don't get cocky. You're still far beneath me, brat." Naruto raised an eyebrow and said meaningfully, "If we're being precise, not just you, even Inoki could be considered my junior. I just habitually use respectful language." Ridiculous nonsense. Die. Uzumaki Naruto. Crackle. The Raikage unleashed his full lightning release chakra mode, his hair standing on end. Naruto observed with interest. "Huh? Your chakra is even stronger than before. Looks like you've been working hard lately." The Raikage bellowed, "Every day, I think of only one thing to kill you, destroy the Akatsuki, and avenge my beloved brother." Boom! He charged forward, his lightning-clad fist aiming directly for Naruto's face. Lightning taijutsu. Liger bomb. Swish. A flash of purple lightning, Naruto sidestepped the attack. "What? In the past, only your father could dodge this move, relying on his reflexes and the flying Raijin jutsu. But you're the first to evade it purely with speed." Clang. The Raikage halted abruptly, pivoting in place and transforming his punch into an elbow strike. Heavy stream burst. Naruto crossed his arms in front of his chest to block. Boom! The Raikage was once again shocked. "He withstood it?" Naruto said calmly, "Now it's my turn to strike back." Crack! Crack! Bolts of lightning erupted from both sides. Naruto's shadow clones appeared suddenly, kicking the Raikage into the air in succession. As he ascended, the Raikage's eyes widened. "Lightning shadow clones?" Naruto replied calmly, "To be precise, they're purple lightning shadow clones." Crackle! The clones vanished, and Naruto, cloaked in purple lightning, leapt into the air, grabbing the Raikage mid-flight. Crackle! Crackle! The purple lightning surrounding Naruto's body morphed into ropes, binding the Raikage. Then, Naruto spun rapidly, turning them into a whirling top of lightning that smashed into the ground. Thunder Lotus! Boom! The spinning lightning drill bored 10 meters into the earth. As the final burst of lightning propelled Naruto into the air, he twisted his body mid-flight. His right leg, glowing with explosive purple lightning, came down like a battle axe, striking the Raikage squarely in the chest. Thunderous barrage. Thud! The lightning strike pierced through the Raikage's lightning release chakra mode, leaving a deep wound on his chest that reached the bone. Don't underestimate the Raikage. With a fierce expression, the Raikage endured the pain, grabbed Naruto's ankle, and counterattacked by slamming him into the ground. Nanny? Naruto was momentarily caught off guard as his back hit the ground with a loud crash. Raising his leg high, the Raikage concentrated terrifying amounts of lightning release chakra into his foot and brought it down with immense force. Obliteration Thunder Axe. Naruto chuckled. "Now this is exciting. Shinra Tensei." Boom! Repulsive force erupted. The Raikage's Thunder Axe stopped mid-air, and his body was flung backward. The uneven force caused him to spin like a pendulum before he landed, stumbling 10 steps before regaining his balance. He glared with wide eyes. That damned repulsive force again. Swish! Naruto used the flying Raijin jutsu to return to the ground from the crater. With a flick of his cloak, he said, "I have far more options than you." The Raikage wasn't foolish. He realized that with Naruto's current mode, combined with the Rinnegan's abilities and the flying Raijin jutsu, it was nearly impossible for him to land a decisive blow. His expression darkened. "Uzumaki Naruto, You've already mastered our Kumogakure's ultimate technique. But do you dare to fight me like a man, using only taijutsu, one-on-one? Naruto tilted his head. Oh? Is this a provocation? The Raikage growled. Do you dare or not? Naruto stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Raikage's eyes lit up. Name them. Naruto lowered his hand. If I face you head-on in a taijutsu duel and win, you and Kumogakure must promise never to trouble Sasuke again. The Raikage scoffed. Humph. I'd almost forgotten about him. Fine. If you face me fairly without using any of your flashy abilities, even if you die by my hand, I swear on my name as Raikage and the honor of the Yatsuki clan that I won't go after Sasuke so long as he doesn't provoke Kumogakure first. Naruto grinned. Deal. Inwardly, he thought, good. After all, we were comrades in my past life. I don't want to kill you, eh? Prepare to die. Crackle. Crackle. The Raikage extended his right index finger, channeling immense lightning release chakra to form a lightning spear. Naruto's eyes narrowed. That's the third Raikage's strongest spear, the one-finger Nukite. So he's mastered it? No wonder he's so confident. It's too late for regrets now. Boom! The Raikage charged forward. Zap! Purple lightning surged around Naruto's left hand as he dashed to meet the Raikage head-on. Humph! Facing me head-on instead of standing still? You've got guts, but dash. Die! Uzumaki Naruto. Swish! The lightning spear thrust forward, but Naruto subtly shifted his position. Scratch! The spear grazed Naruto's mask, leaving a mark. Thunder Chidori. Slash! At the same time, Naruto's purple lightning-covered left hand pierced through the Raikage's shoulder. The Raikage's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! Slash! Naruto said coldly, You've lost, Raikage. Slash! Supporting the Raikage's left shoulder with his right hand, Naruto withdrew his left hand from the Raikage's right shoulder. Crackle! I won't accept this. The Raikage's lightning dissipated as he collapsed face first onto the ground. Thud! The taijutsu duel ended with the Raikage's defeat. The end.